We are just less than 1 hour away from seeing a rebellion unfold tonight in LA. Welcome to the pre-show discussion and welcome, folks, to our coverage. This is TNA Rebellion, the countdown. Hello, everybody, and welcome back once again to the Super Rebel Studios. You know what this is. I am, of course, Noah Foster with the Renegade Wrestling JJ Williams, with Mr. Producer, Mr. Reliable Walter Cruz. We are the Super Rebel Studios, bringing you in tune across all things wrestling, all the biggest shows, pay-per-view specials for WWE, NXT, ROH, AEW, and tonight, TNA takes center stage from the City of Angels, where devils may rise, kings may be crowned, someone might be smashed, and a new X Division champion may finally be found. Before we get into things, I want to bring in our special guest, our guy live on the floor, and I mean live on the floor, seriously. When I say live, you couldn't be more live than this. With our Mighty Morphin friend Attila, it is Jeff Mutter Effin Meacham at ringside tonight. TNA Rebellion, first time he takes in the Impact Zone since 2004. Look at that seat as I see Joe Hendry coming into my screen as he arrives in the building early today. But more importantly, Jeff, you are there. You are going to witness everything. How are you and how are you feeling about this all being under the brightest lights in what could be TNA's greatest period to date?
I know it was excellent. Talk amongst yourself. No, I'm kidding. Oh my God. Like, TJ will appreciate this on a different level because I'm at USC. So his side of the family is like jelly of me because I'm here at SC. Like, the hell with the wrestling part of it. But it was awesome. Tommy Green was talking to you guys on screen, talking to me. So as you always do it. No, we did not get upgrade sequence of Frankie. We don't get because this lady right here, Attila, got a pre-show pizza package where we got to meet everybody. And if someone throw that picture up I sent of the entirety of the tent, there you go. There they are. Like every champion, at least that's the start of the show. End of the show, maybe a little different. But that is where we stand in TNA. I have to thank all of them for just being awesome. I gotta thank Dave LaGreca. I saw him before the show, and like we talked, I don't remember over meeting days, but he did like a friend, so thanks, Dave. Appreciate that. Yeah, and thank you to Carlos. Oh, I forgot Carlos' last name. Until the graphic up, so we're gonna be good asshole. Carlos
Silva.
Thank you. Carlos Silva, president of TNA, for bringing TNA back to LA. First of all, like, this is awesome. Like, I'm telling everybody that we're listening, this is my first TNA show in 21 plus years, and they're just so excited. I think this was like shit right here. Tom and Matt are right here. Frankie's son and Mike Santana's daughter are sitting right here. Tracy's running around like crazy as the kids do. It is just an unbelievable scene. Like, the TNA fan base is so passionate. This place is sold out. There are people still filing in. It's LA, we're on LA time. You know how Hollywood is. But this place is going to be sold out. And we're going to be yeah, I thank you guys so much for holding the fort down and for continuing to be awesome as I explore the wrestling world. I told me about it because we used to be on the crew, the other shows we've been to. So, like, I've seen people I haven't seen in so long. This is so awesome. I cannot wait for this. What's that? No, she didn't. Tell her really hooked this up. I'm so happy for this lady. She hooked us up, man. So I'm so excited. Anyway, I'm gonna pop out so I don't keep rambling and talking over you guys' time. This is you guys' time to shine and call the action with TNA. But I will pop in after the main event, one way or the other, to celebrate or to bitch.
Look forward to it, Jeff. Jeff, Attila, and crew, have an incredible time. We'll talk to you guys after the pay-per-view. So see you then.
Sorry, I had conflicting things. What was that, Noah?
You just said we'll see you guys after the show and have an incredible time.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And let us know if you could, because Matt was asking on Twitter if we were going to be behind the let him know. So let us know if you can see us on TV and everything. We can let Matt know you did good.
We definitely will.
See you, Jeff. Ladies and gentlemen, Jeff Meacham and Attila, friends of the Cinema Studios, follow them today. That being said, JJ, we're virtually here in the live seat as you see the structure that defines one of your favorite titles, the title that defines TNA. Of course, we will see tonight the 53rd Ultimate X in TNA history. Of course, the X Division champion defined by the likes of the phenomenal AJ Styles to begin, most influential champion, 10-time champion Chris Sabin. We got champions like Christopher Daniels, Samoa Joe, the heavyweight himself tonight, Moose, who will try to overcome his fears and climb the structure. A who's who has carried this task that is defined truly by no limits, including Frank Kazarian, of course, record 6-time X Division champion. He will be involved in the main event. We'll talk more about that and so much more here shortly. That being said, JJ, how you feeling about Rebellion, man? This is it. This is going to be a hell of a show.
I am on an emotional roller coaster right now for a number of reasons. All I can say is I am thoroughly looking forward to this show, and especially this main event match. And shout out to the pre-show panel here for the Countdown to Rebellion on TNA. Better than any WWE pre-show panel, because you don't have ex-wrestlers that abandon their best friends in their times of need and can't even come to the ring to do a freaking introduction for them. You've got a better panel than the elite pre-show panel, if you will. You've got Mean Gia Miller. You've got the innovator of violence, Tommy Dreamer. You've got Dave LaGreca, which, you know, it's good to have a Dave in professional wrestling that actually knows what the fuck he's talking about and is respected.
At least 5 out of 10 times. Continue.
And then you've got the son of a West Coast hip-hop legend, the man who co-hosts his own wrestling pod. Shout out to No Contest Wrestling. The man who made his big break in Hollywood by portraying his father in a movie. O'Shea Jackson Jr. on the panel. Shout out to Yun Shea. It's always good to see him doing his thing, because he, despite his name, is just like the rest of us. He grew up as a fan of the professional wrestling business. So seeing him on this pre-show panel with LaGreca, with Tommy, just warms the soul. And I hope there's a lot more for him coming down the turnpike and for No Contest Wrestling.
Right. And again, we've seen No Contest Wrestling, of course, across multiple stages, as we discussed. And again, talking about multiple stages of realities, of course, we saw the Nemeth brothers have a one-of-a-kind experience at the Hardy compound where they absconded away with the TNA World Tag Team Championships. But Brother Nero came home to lie. Yes. And we might be facing broken Hardyz here tonight in LA, where one team may not be deleted, but rendered obsolete. Again, so much to come. And JJ, it's great to have you here as well. And of course, the man that was figuring out audio earlier, maybe now he can finally speak. Of course, Mr. Reliable himself, Walter Cruz. Walter, of course, will be not only our producer man, he is also, of course, my color analyst for our call of the main show pay-per-view up to the main event for TNA Rebellion. Walter, again, it's always great to see you. Always appreciate you and everything you do. How are you and how you feel about Rebellion? Still can't hear you. Botch.
No. It's not a botch. Technical difficulties do not account as a botch.
That's fair. I'll give you that. You know what? I just feel
now, if he was muted and he started talking and we knew he was muted, that would be a botch, and we still can't hear you, Walter.
Yeah, you gotta figure out your microphone.
You're like John Cena right now. We
So
can't hear you.
He's gone timeless without the freaking cue card, like subtitles. Well, that's all right.
But I was gonna say, you know when something has gotten mainstream when it bleeds into professional wrestling, and Will-o'-the-Wisp dancing to a piano rendition of Kendrick Lamar's "Not Like Us" was something I did not have on my bingo card for 2025.
And you and me both. Of all things Willow could dance to, Kendrick Lamar. What the fuck is happening?
But that just goes to show how big that song got last year, that all you had to do was hear the piano playing that do 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 do, and you're like, I know exactly what the fuck this song is.
Well, it's kind of like the freaking the Dr. Dre. Still, you recognize a song from the piano,
Exactly.
ding ding ding. And no, folks, I am not rapping or hip hopping tonight. That ain't happening. But again, if you want
That's
to
going to
dictate
take a
the
super chat, right, Noah?
stop it. But again, if you want to dictate the conversation, please pay about the pages or super chats. As simple as that. Well, anyway, why don't we go ahead and talk a little bit more about this card? As of course we talked about earlier in our green room discussion, Monster Slammers will be defending her TNA Knockouts World Championship against her greatest test to date, where at one point she threatens to take the arm off this woman versus a kill warrant. We, of course, are talking about the undeniable diamond, Tessa Blanchard. Of course, Masha culminating a 2-year journey against the juggernaut Jordynne Grace to finally become the face of the TNA Knockouts, has found herself in much more emotional turmoil at the hands of Tessa Blanchard, who made this very personal, including attacking her personal trainer. Masha, of course, who not only has defended this in Bloodsport, but as well defended in TNA against NXT talent, might I include, Cora Jade most recently, now finds herself in the crosshairs of Tessa Blanchard, who has pinned her twice in multi-woman action. We've also seen how much Tommy Dreamer knows that Masha can step up to the plate when she's at her worst. And we saw that this past Thursday on TNA, where if it wasn't for security, that she literally might have broke Tessa Blanchard's arm. Of course, if Tessa doesn't have her arm, she cannot hit the buzzsaw DDT possibly for the win. We, of course, know that Masha Slamovitz has been TNA Knockouts World Champion now since last year. It's bound for glory. But tonight, when we have a Rebellion, it's going to take more than the rebellious attitude for either of these women to put the other down for a 3 count. So what's your thoughts regarding this match, JJ, where Tessa might finally get the crown of the Knockouts division once again?
This is one of the matches that I'm seriously torn about, and some of the stuff that I'm going to say is going to sound very sexist, but I think everybody by now knows that I'm not a sexist individual. So I'm going to go ahead and speak freely here.
Please do.
If you look at it just on the surface, Tessa is aesthetically the prettier superstar, the one that a company could definitely bank on to sell tickets and draw dollars just based off of looks alone. And we all know sex sells, much to Noah's chagrin.
Please tell me you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Tessa is also arguably the better technical wrestler. So based off of sheer ability, Tessa should have the advantage in that aspect. Where Masha has the advantage right now is, and we were talking about this before we came on the air, the 17 months of restructuring that TNA has done since Hard to Kill last January. Mm-hmm. And how they have been able to re-elevate themselves to the point where they are doing sellout crowds
consistently.
This show right here at the Galen Center at USC is a sellout. So they have rebuilt their brand name. They have rebuilt their image. They have risen like a phoenix from the ashes. And a lot of that comes down to people like Jordynne Grace and Masha Slamovitz, who have been able to take the brand everywhere. You know, whether it's TNA pay-per-views or NXT or appearing in the Royal Rumble or going to countless independent wrestling shows. Masha wrestled on the House of Glory show just Friday night at New York City. And here she is 2 days later from one coast to the other defending her championship. The life of an independent wrestling journeywoman.
The grind.
So that's where Masha has the advantage, because with all the drama that has plagued Tessa for the better part of the last 5 years, is she, as a professional wrestler, living in an era like African Americans had to deal with in the 50s before the civil rights movement? You can't come in here. We don't want your kind here. You are too much drama. You are too much bullshit. You are too toxic. We don't want you in our locker room. And if Tessa is on that side of the wall, being kept out of other companies, that hurts the TNA image. Because the champion can't go to all these places that Jordynne went, all these places that Mosh is going in order to keep the brand image out there in the public eye. You automatically shut it down. So this match, like I said, really hard, and a lot of the outcome can really be based in political backstage structure, which I know is something you don't like getting into. But because of the Tessa image problem, the better wrestler may have to lose to keep the image afloat.
Yeah, public imaging, public display definitely is one of the things that drives the business in the brightest light, the darkest of days. Speaking of which, that also has a very fatal influence on your business portfolio. As we go down to the Impact Zone and get ready, JJ, time to see if NXT makes history on the pre-show. It is our fatal four for the TNA Knockouts World Tag Team Championships. And folks, we will tell you more about the show as this continues, but let's go ahead.
This is the 6-woman tag. This isn't the Fatal 4-Way. It's Fatal Influence versus Zaya Squared.
Oh, my bad. That's right.
And Rosemary.
Yeah, my bad. Again, there's a lot of NXT presence. Apologies, folks. That is a botch on my part. But there's also my
botch.
Yeah, that's a botch, and I will own that. But it does say a lot, though, when it comes to the NXT relationship that we've come to love so much since established beginning of the year. Current liaison Ariana Grace, and that son of my gun, director of Forte, Santana Marella. Fallon, Henley, Jacy, Jayne, Jazmyn, Nix, none of them wearing gold, but have made their own influence here in TNA as of late against the Demon Assassin Rosemary and Brookside, and now find themselves in 6-woman tag team action with Lei Ming as the additional, let's just call it what it is, defending the home turf. And you might as well call this an interpromotional match.
Definitely an interpromotional match, but let's not forget where Ying Lee came from prior to landing on the TNA side. Is she truly all for one? Or could she be a decoy sent in from the NXT side of things?
Well, I mean, it's not the first time we've seen subterfuge in this business, as we have the Angel of the Ring escorting Ying Lee. Of course, these two have become a very dynamic tag team against the likes of Savannah Evans and others that have tried to get the better of them. Again, Zaya Brookside, the daughter of British wrestling legend Robbie Brookside. But I still have to wonder what happens when an angel works with a demon assassin, because Rosemary is warped, and I still don't understand the definitions of this relationship, especially after Zaya and Rosemary had a one-on-one match. We called on the countdown, and Rosemary missed it, Zaya for the win. So again, is she preying on Zaya's emotions, trying to make her better? Does she see something in her in the past friend? Maybe a bunny. What is Rosemary's MO, as again, she literally lives in her own shadow? And I wonder if that might come to light tonight. We saw Thursday night on Impact how Rosemary misted one of the members of Fatal Influence to help Zaya get a win, and this week it bit them in the ass, and that's why Santino made this 6-woman match.
That's fair. I mean, Rosemary is a loose cannon. You never really know what's going through her head. We've already got the action starting here.
Oh boy! Yeah,
all 6 women brawling on the outside of the ring. Kicked to the midsection by Zaya Brookside. I believe that's Fallon she's brawling with.
That's exactly what it is. The former NXT Women's North American Champion. And of course, Jacy, Jayne, former NXT Women's Tag Team Champion. Of course, we talked about Tag Team Champions defended on the main card. Apologies for that earlier botch, folks. And of course, Jazmyn Nix, still the youngest prospect of this trio that have really made NXT their own house as of late. Now looking to take over TNA. Irish Whip and Fallon Henley falls in, beats some boots. Zaya Brookside. And of course, you see Ultimate X looming above the ring. Zaya Brookside, who came in last year to TNA in Knockouts Ultimate X before signing on the dotted line. Nice ticker to Harris there as TNA gets control here in the early going. Oh! Double knees in the corner. You got to consider also here inside Russian leg sweep. The cover here. This match really, I think, sets the pace when we got so much NXT interpromotional action with championship occasions tag made to Ying Lee.
Absolutely. And you know, that's the one thing that's got me fluttering a little bit more than anything is we've got one of our avid NXT haters. I refuse to work Tuesday. Tequila in the crowd watching all this NXT action. Maybe, just maybe, this will get her to start watching more frequently on Tuesday nights.
Layling Lee, of course, who also has had her fair share with Rosemary, who's now legal, and she wanted nothing to do with that.
Hell nah. I don't know anybody that wants something to do with Rosemary.
In an alternative multiverse where the shard Rosemary once paired herself with a bunny, it's a different story. In this universe, you very well might be right.
That's true. I mean, when Rosemary was paired with a bunny, I think Noah would have come running up to Rosemary, but that's a whole other story.
Whoa!
I want a lot to do with Rosemary. I'm literally wearing her shirt.
About to say, Walter, welcome to the call, by the way. Paul, if we haven't got any words from you, it's great to have you here, part of the TNA Rebellion crew. And, of course, you literally talk about how this is, before I claimed it again, your and JJ's brand, NXT represent. Oh, Rosemary taking a bite out of Fallon Henley in the corner. It's got to warm your heart, though, seeing how much this NXT TNA action has really come forward, especially when it comes to the women of both brands, Walter. As he's muted. Then right now he might be multitasking.
No, that was a botch because I was muted. But yeah, it definitely warms the heart to see this. And I'm enjoying it because we thought the relationship was just going to be a couple of people now and then popping up. And then it became like this big, actual, its own thing, its own monster, so to speak. And we've gotten things that we begged for, like Moose and Obafemi. So it definitely warms my heart to be able to see NXT females on the TNA roster. I mean, on the TNA television.
That is fair enough.
And there's so much NXT women that are like phenomenal talents. I think I just saw Datilla there. Yeah, there's so many NXT women that are phenomenal talents that the fact that they're able to cross the line and get exposure and more television time twice a week instead of just once, that just warms the soul.
And also,
you almost wish they had this during your black and gold NXT.
You're not wrong, especially when you had the jewels, the Dion Purrazzo. Nice fisherman suplex, great bridge for a 2 count there. By Jazmyn Nix, there you see Jeff Meacham and Datilla literally sitting, folks. I kid you not, right behind the French commentary people at ringside, back elbow strike. And Rosemary right now, might be looking to hang upside down the tarantula, and Jazmyn Nix corner clutches. And Rosemary braced for the count of 5 because a lot of damage can be done to the head and neck there.
Now, JJ, now you owe Jeff a big FU.
I know, right?
Wait, what's that about?
Because he said FU to me and you for calling Stephanie Valkyrie and Roxanne Perez and all that on Raw.
I mean, it was Stephanie Valkyrie and Io Sky, but I do understand what you're saying. Again, it's been a phenomenal week of aftermath for the business since WrestleMania weekend. Double takedown in the flapjack by Fatal Influence.
And really quickly, I don't know if you saw the announcement, Noah, but this week on Raw, it'll be Rhea Bloody Ripley versus the Prodigy, Roxanne Perez, on Raw.
We talked about before how Roxanne might be main roster bound and draft season definitely is in full effect, and we'll see if this transfer portal becomes more of a permanent official thing. But that don't surprise me, especially since mommy, Rhea Ripley, was the one to put the child Roxanne in her place, quite literally. Tag made to Fallon Henry now, and Fatal Influence isolating Rosemary in their corner. Hassan and Matt, good to see you. Lily, Charles, the Snapmare there. And of course, Fatal Influence been trying. Here's a cover too. We've seen tensions develop lately with Fatal Influence when it comes to certain aspects of each other's business, including Fallon Henry, and of course, her continued animosity towards the new NXT Women's North American Champion, Ruka. So this is almost more of a testing ground to prove that Fatal Influence can still be as strong as an influence as a trio.
Especially since there's no real connection through any of the TNA women. Like, none of them are really experienced tag teams.
Yeah, they're all single specialists, but they're here against a common foe that is trying to take over their house. Again, this is TNA defending their turf. You heard TNA chants out earlier. Tag made on both sides. Layling Lee and Jacy Jayne now legal.
It's so hard to say Lay Ying Lee. It's such a tongue twister. It's like, say that 3 times fast.
That's why I have to say Lay. And truth be told, can you really trust Rosemary? Because
that's a good point.
She's the last one I'll trust, but I guess she has to defend TNA because of when the situation she had against Wendy Chu in NXT. So she's already got her own history.
She's got a lot of history considering she is a TNA Knockout OG this generation, been part of the TNA Knockouts division since 2017. Zaya taking down, I believe that was Jazmyn, Nix, and Fallon Henley coming to play. Zaya Brookside, it's all breaking down.
And Roxemary sent Wendy Chu to the Undead Realm, and when she re-emerged on the other side, she was in Evolve.
And she put Kylie Ray to sleep. Nice exploder there by Layling Lee. Here's the cover, hook the far leg, it's a 2 count. Kick out by Jayne.
Wait a minute, Noah. Did you just acknowledge the fact that you've watched some Evolve, good sir?
Of course I do. I watch all things wrestling, and Tubi is
okay.
free, so I have to keep up with it a little bit.
I didn't know that you had given it a chance. That's good to know.
I mean,
how are you enjoying Evolve so far?
It's very simple. Commentary is what it is, but Jared Borash I'll never hate. And I will admit there's definitely a lot of potential there in that talent. I like the fact that Gallus is there to also really shape things. Roxemary now. This can be bad. Oh, man, what an interception. Fatal Influence protecting their own kind. And Zaya.
Nice code breaker there by Zaya Brookside.
Tied up Layling Lee since I believe that is Jazmyn Nix the outside and Roxemary right now. Layling Lee the only one in the ring. Fatal Influence trying to regroup here. There's Roxemary spin Fallon on the other side.
Jesus.
Don't anger the demon assassin.
Nope.
Layling Lee taking out Fatal Influence on the opposite side. While Zaya Brookside, from the inside, second.
Fly, Zaya, fly.
He made a fly with a crossbody, wipes out both members.
Fly, Zaya, fly.
She flew, like you would say.
She definitely can fly, sheesh.
Well, she calls herself the Angel of the Ring for a reason. TNA chants me out loud and proud, which warms my heart. Take a look at the replay here, guys.
The
crowd isn't biased at all.
I mean, this is TNA at the end.
TNA show, so.
Yeah, not today. Represent. And both women met each other with a boot to the face. Brookside and Jayne down. Now, Roxemary. What is Roxemary doing here?
Checking on Zaya, it looks like.
No, wait.
Giving her Nux. She wants her to use the Nux as an advantage there. Roxemary distracting the referee.
We talked about how Roxemary's been trying to influence Zaya as of late when it comes to Zaya's emotions. We saw last time emotions when Zaya didn't go for it. Roxemary took advantage. Referee, though, right there as she throws the Nux back at her, Roxemary. Swing and a miss. Whoa. And miscommunication caused by Jacy. Rolling elbow connects. Good night, Zaya. That's a win for NXT and Fatal Influence.
Damn it, I bet against my girls and I lost.
The Fatal Influence has taken over TNA so far on the countdown to Rebellion with a rolling right fist, knocking Zaya's lights out and giving Fatal Influence the win.
I didn't expect them to win either, JJ.
To be fair, I didn't either. But again, you also did call the wild card. Can you trust Roxemary? Roxemary has her own MO, and clearly it didn't come into play. If Zaya would have used the Nux, maybe TNA would have gotten their way. Again, jury's still out.
I don't know, because the referee wasn't distracted long. If Zaya had used the Nux, TNA may have gotten disqualified and Fatal Influence would have won via disqualification.
But Walter, do you think Roxemary cared about the win or cared about influencing Zaya to the dark side?
More influencing Zaya. What if she defects to NXT? It just turns her back on TNA because of this.
I mean, weirder things have happened in the undead realm and beyond. I'm just saying.
Well, it seems to me like you're saying, Noah, that you wanted Roxemary to be a bad influence. And speaking of bad influence, one half of that tandem gets to challenge Joe Hendry for the championship tonight, as does a man who is all ego, Ethan Page.
So, Walter, I spoke verbatim with JJ regarding the TNA Knockouts World Championship, in which I do think Masha will retain. But here, there's a very real possibility that Joe Hendry will not retain. And we talked verbatim about Ethan Page. We've seen him face Joe Hendry last year at No Mercy. Ethan Page does have a win in one-on-one championship action against Joe Hendry when he was the NXT champion. Gregorian's going into his 6th chance now for the TNA World Championship. What do you guys say regarding this match?
Well, Ethan's been on a down road skid, and if he needs anything to get back, to get back on track. It'll be a win tonight. However, what do you always say about triple threats? Unfortunately, I think he's just here to be the fall guy. You know what you say? There's a guy that's there just to take the pin. There's a guy to make the rest of them look well, and he's the one that just. And it's sad to say that Ethan Page is the one to take the pin, but he represents NXT. It's not like this is his homegrown show, so he can afford the loss here. But he may be on the way to the main roster and just doing what he has to do to what he's supposed to do on the way out, and then we see a whole different version of him on the main roster. But time will tell.
I mean, it's an offset formula also in this match. You consider you got two heels and one babyface, and the babyface is coming in as champion. And we've seen unique alliances before, JJ, but also to watch this point, even Page just lost against Absolute Ricky Saints at NXT Stand and Delivered. So two big losses back-to-back in championship matches doesn't look well for All Ego in that matter, but you keep on saying how long Kazarian's been going after this pursuit, and you think now might finally be his moment.
Yeah, it has to be his moment. It just has to be. I mean, if you believe in signs and higher powers and everything, all signs point to it happening tonight. Call the shot gauntlet. Pay-per-view in Southern California, Los Angeles specifically, where he had tons of history, cutting his teeth on the independent scene. The Impact following is going to be at the Brent Center in UC Irvine, which is Orange County, which is where he resides, or at least has one of his homes, because I don't know if he has a home in Florida as well.
Florida home.
But all signs just point to Frankie Kazarian ascends to his throne tonight. And if it doesn't happen, will it ever?
There are those people, JJ, that never make it to the top, but still leave a mark in this business. Clearly, you think Kazarian deserves to have a moment at the top of this business. Considering he's been a TNA OG since 2003, I can understand what that means, not just to TNA, but to, for those that don't know, your friendship with the man once called the Future. But it is the future now, so said Seth friggin' Rollins back in 2015 when he went along with the Authority. That's a whole different conversation. And by the way, I love the fact Paul doing the tie thing with his outfits. Go ahead.
I mean, say what you will about the king of TNA. Don't you agree that he deserves it?
I won't deny that his work.
I'm sure you would rather it not be Joe Hendry that has to lose it to him. But can you honestly sit there and say he doesn't deserve it?
No, I can't say that he doesn't deserve it. I think everybody who gives their fair share to this business deserves something massive in the end. And again, like I said, 22 years later, the big one in the home that he helped build, TNA, it seems like a justified story. And again, this is his home turf. So we really have to think about, if it isn't tonight, will it happen? So I will see what happens soon enough. But again, I have to be unbiased. Of course, Joe Hendry, he's taking the world by storm. And well, yeah,
that's why I'm on color for this match. I don't have to be.
Damn my integrity.
I will be as much as I can be, but I don't have to be. That's the difference.
Look, Don West even had his moments where he cheered on his favorites, so it's all justified.
Exactly. Hell, Michael Cole does it sometimes, and he's arguably the GOAT and the voice of WWE. So
yeah, and JR is the voice of professional wrestling. We talk about all the great voices: Mike Tenay, Gorilla Monsoon, Bobby the Brain Heenan. The list goes on and on. But that being said, we'll see soon enough if Kazarian gets his moment. Also to come tonight, as we talk about history, a brand new championship will be on the line for the first time ever in a very familiar rivalry, as Steve Maclin, the inaugural TNA International Champion, will defend against the leader of the Northern Armory, Eric Young, who left Steve Maclin laid out by a bonfire, as we saw this past Thursday. At one point, Eric Young respected Steve Maclin. He wanted him to rule alongside him, looked at him as an equal. Now he looks at him as a rival. And we're talking about somebody that's a TNA OG. Eric Young has lived and died 6 or 7 times, whether it was World Class Elite, Showtime, Violent by Design, World Class Maniac, or now whatever this version is, leading the Northern Armory. Eric Young has won every title in TNA history. Looking to add to his continued unlimited power and legacy. Can Eric Young do what we think shouldn't happen and become the second ever TNA International Champion?
Too soon. Too soon. You don't establish a championship just over a week ago, 9 days ago, and then move it immediately.
Yeah, it's just a weird story to think about, though, since Walter last year at Victory Road, we called, of course, Eric Young, who gained respect to Steve Maclin. Steve Maclin opening up to him. We reached this point now where Eric Young looks to take everything from Steve Maclin. Steve Maclin just got this accomplishment. Shout out to DJ, by the way, to help me call this at Unbreakable. Walter, what do you think about the TNA National Championship and the mindset of Eric Young pursuing it? Your feet's very loud, by the way.
Too soon indeed. I agree with JJ there. If you wanted him to be the champion, then he should have been the inaugural. He should have won this title, and he deserves it because he's done everything that TNA has asked for. He's won every title. He should have been
for the Knockouts Championship proper.
Yeah, exactly. He should have been the one to establish this championship and bring it up, and then Steve Maclin could have won, but they gave it to Steve. So there's no way you're starting behind the eight ball if you already start hot potato in a brand new championship.
Yeah.
The soonest I could see this championship changing hands would be Slammiversary. Soonest.
Yeah, Rebellion, of course, is where Steve Maclin first won the TNA World Championship. Rebellion has become a stage for the Punisher of TNA, tag him and bag him. Yeah, I think that Steve Maclin is going to retain as well. And of course, right now, we talk about what we see in the ring. We talk about what's buried deep in the Arkham Asylum. We talk about the symbol of TNA wrestling. Let's go ahead and talk about Ultimate X, shall we? It's the 53rd ever TNA Ultimate X match, and this one will be for the TNA X Division Championship. A who's who is across this field, including Triple A's El Hijo del Vikingo that challenged Spear Mike Bailey for this title last year at Bound for Glory, while Moose beat Speedball for this championship and owns a victory over Sidney Akeem. Of course, Matt Cardona, the Deathmatch King, freelance of the independent scene. Casey Navarro, who cares? And Leon Slayer, the young OG from the UK, who, of course, been confronting the system since who knows when. And Moose right now, the biggest thing that Moose has to his disadvantage is his fear of heights, as Eddie Edwards has exploited to put Moose in this match in the first place. And I'd rather hear JJ and Walter's thoughts than Alisha Edwards on my screen anytime.
Oh, I like Alisha.
Do you want to know something? Good grief almighty. That voice is enough to make me want to hear nails on a chalkboard sometimes. But again, Eddie Edwards with this system reboot, it looks like, and reaffirming the system's dominance, what it's supposed to be about. Again, I did not know it was Eddie Edwards' faction to begin with. Moose is the only one that still holds gold in the system, and we keep talking about the system failing or shutting down. If Moose was the X Division Championship, you gotta wonder what that means for the rest of the night, knowing we have six-man tag team action. So, JJ, what do you think again about this Ultimate X? Do you think Moose, who has the height advantage, can still come out with the championship?
Well, first thing I want to mention is how conspicuous this is, because somebody is absent from this frame right now. JDC is not there with the system. The original core four were there before being approached by Cody Deaner. But that sat a little uneasy with me, knowing that JDC is in the six-man tag later on in the evening. But to your point, I still do not trust the system.
To your point.
But it's really, really hard, like I said on Simply Predicting, to bet against the system. So I still got Moose getting the retention here and defending his title successfully, but you could really make a good point, an argument for any of these men to take it. Even Sidney Akeem, who kind of shocked the system, so to speak, by showing up at Unbreakable.
Well, apparently, we also just learned the reason JDC is not there. Moose will now be part of that 6-man tag as well. So Moose is working double duty tonight. Whether or not it's travel situations or system restructuring, Moose is taking place in 2 matches tonight, Walter. Do you think that affects the champion at all going into Ultimate X, considering Ultimate X, I imagine, has to be kicking off the show? They wouldn't have that structure up all night, I would think.
They could, but yeah, I would start with it just because it's there already, and then you can take it down. But it won't affect it if Ultimate X is first. It won't affect him because I think he couldn't care any less about the 6-man tag. Fortunately, that Ultimate X is what's going to mean more to him. Keeping that title, because he said he's going to elevate this title and show that it's not just for the lighter people. So you don't go through all that and then not care about it, or let that, leave your hands first and then go win in a 6-man tag that ultimately isn't going to mean anything in the end, but gives the system a victory. In the long run, it doesn't mean anything. The title means everything to Moose right now.
Again,
this could be the downfall of the system here tonight. We talked about it a little bit on Simply Predicting, but now that JDC is out of the match, Moose could retain and then turn on the system in the 6-man, and the system is crashed, as we now find out who is going to decide to challenge and walk with Alisha.
What were some of you guys' guesses?
I mean, I read hello to Bollyman, by the way. I've seen people guess everything from someone in NXT to AJ Francis here in TNA.
To main roster superstars, as it's been heavily rumored and mentioned by Joe Hendry himself on Busted Open that a WWE megastar with his own tour bus wanted to be at Rebellion tonight.
The Miz.
Well, we saw Miz get dropped and fade to black in his all-white suit against Aleister Black in his return, so weird things have happened.
And I still say it's a damn shame Kevin Owens is injured, because I would have loved for it to be him to come and pick up his feud with Elias, Ezekiel, now Elijah, coming in here to challenge him.
What if it's his brother?
Don't you start with me.
Stephen Keen instead of Kevin Steen.
Oh.
Right.
All the different brothers BWG represent.
Damn right. Stephen Keen, Keen.
It could be Ezekiel, whatever he's going to call himself here.
Have you seen the memes going around trying to claim that Sean Ricker played Ezekiel?
Yeah.
Showing pictures of him as Eli Drake and Max Dupree and LA Knight and then Ezekiel.
You had to do a parody of this.
Take me to the place, okay.
Not copyright.
Red Hot Chili Pepper.
I mean, we are in California. Californication is definitely a thing. TNA, we walk this way.
Walk this way.
You're not copyright, but I get it. Oh, good lord. That one here, and that one in the back. Who wants to walk with Elijah?
Hey, for all intents and purposes, it could be Jeff Meacham that answers this challenge.
Right? He's right there. He could just jump the guardrail.
His opponent.
Here we go.
Who we got? What the hell? TNDK? Say hello to Shane Hayes, folks, from New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Oh, that definitely wasn't on my radar.
What the hell?
That's the most random shit.
Yeah, representing New Japan Pro Wrestling, lest we forget, we've also seen TNA work with New Japan Pro Wrestling in the past. especially when Rock Hard Juice Robinson once came with David Finlay and Finn Juice became TNA Tag Team Champions. We haven't seen TMDK since they lost those strong and IWGP Tag Team Champions. Hysterical Shane Hayes is in the Impact Zone.
Show me anybody who guessed this, and I'll show you a straight liar.
Right now, looking at my form, nobody guessed it. Of course, they have walked similar paths, though, in the wrestling scene, so this is appropriate to a degree. Bell reigns, and we are underway. First time ever matchup, Alisha versus, I imagine he's still at New Japan Pro Wrestling. TMDK, Shane Case, Continental tab here. I mean, to be fair, Bad Dude Tito would at least make more sense considering California Boy, also part of TMDK, but Shane Case, that's a little bit wild. Does make me think a little bit about New Japan Pro Wrestling and TNA, or Shane Hayes being part of New Japan Pro Wrestling anymore. We've already known Naito and Bushi are leaving the company. Knife edge chop there. As it looks like New Japan Pro has to go for their own structuring.
The Rock wore a New Japan shirt the other day. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well, people are already throwing stones and pitchforks at The Rock for reasons, whether they're right or wrong. That's their own jurisdiction. Of course, our nonstop scheduled coverage of TNA will continue with Under Siege, Against All Odds, and as JJ pointed out earlier, the next big pay-per-view we'll be covering here with you all for TNA, Slammiversary, July 20th from the UBS Arena in New York. Go get your tickets now. And I'll tell you again, there is no wrestling live experience like being in the Impact Zone for a TNA show. Elijah right now giving it better on those TNAs. Well, yeah, Jeff and Tatilla are there. I went to Bound for Glory last year. And JJ, I mean, JJ, when was the last time you went to a TNA show?
I've never been to a TNA show. The last time they were in Southern California was 2009. It has been 16 years since TNA has done a show out here.
California.
And that particular pay-per-view was held at the Bren Center, UC Irvine, where Impact is going to be on Thursday.
Bucket list for JJ and I, because I've never been to a TNA show either.
Well, there's something you both need.
Elijah going old school here, walking the rope.
Ooh! Smashing the arm. Of course, we saw Elijah and Joe Hendry get the win in the main event of TNA Impact this past Thursday night, sending Frank Gazarian down the Highwayman's Road after Ethan Page left his tap hunter tag and dry. What a drop kick.
Gotta wonder what Ash thinks about this. Granted, it's not ZSJ, but it is still representation for TMDK.
Cannonball in the corner, and Shane Hayes again, very dynamic athlete, also formerly involved in Pro Wrestling Noah out of Australia. You might remember as TM61. Cover out the far leg, my NXT. Got a 2 count. I mean, Elijah did put out this open challenge, so to be fair, you kind of didn't want to necessarily know who was going to come out as a spectator, but as an athlete, you do wonder, you set yourself up for a certain disaster, not knowing who you could be facing, especially when they're outside your company.
Yeah.
Driving the elbows in the back of the head. And of course, Walter, last time you and I called TMDK, they lost the Strong Tag Team Championships.
Yep. I was just going to say, this is true definition of open when they said open.
Crossroads.
Yeah, down goes Shane Hayes hard, face first in the middle of the ring. Elijah, I'm sure, is going to have his eyes on our main event. It still surprised me that Elijah not only believes in Joe Hendry, but did not want to challenge him or confront him for the TNA World Championship. Considering the last time we saw Joe Hendry and Elijah prior to TNA, Joe Hendry pretty much embarrassed him with a song. Still, of course, tonight we got a triple main event. Why do everyone does books like stuff like that? That's ridiculous. But anyway, triple main event. We got the Tag Team Championships, TNA Knockouts World Championship, and TNA World Championship on the line. Here's a cover off the backdrop suplex. Try to put away Elijah. Got a 2 count. So
see, and honestly, like, I get that it's the Hardyz and the Nemeths in that tag title, but if it's a triple main event, then the third main event to me either has to be Ultimate X or Falls Count Anywhere.
I agree. I still say Ultimate X is a class of its own and should be treated as so main event. But then again, the X Division, JJ, you know, has set the pace and also has stolen the show. So if the Ultimate X match does open the show, you already might have got what you looked for. Oh my gosh!
Well, right, but a good booker would have the 3 main events spaced throughout the show.
And well, we'll see what happens.
Start the curtain with one, end the night with one, and then have the other one middle of the show.
Well, I was the man behind the pen and paper, and I'm not, thankfully. I would do Ultimate X in the beginning, Tag Titles in the middle, and the World Championship and the closing. Now, no offense to the Knockouts Championship, but I think the Knockouts Championship should be the semi-main because those are the two most prestigious titles here in TNA. Elijah got caught by Hardyz.
The hell?
Nice Falcon Arrow cover. Gets a 2 count.
High elevation on that Falcon Arrow.
Ooh.
Hell yeah.
And just
Nice
ran into the
kick
kick.
to the shoulder blades.
About to say, and just awkward fall on the cover. 2 count there. Almost an instinct reaction.
That was a smart cover because what he did was trap his arms and make it hard to lift his shoulder.
Let's say awkward fall into it, but it was still effective as hell.
Yeah, exactly. Now up on the shoulders. Looking for the Bomb Valley Death encountered. Elijah gets caught with a short-range lariat. And Chase is still on his feet, though, rocking Elijah without a guitar. And right now just teeing off. And I do wonder where his partner, Mikey Nichols, is. I wonder if he'll show up maybe in the G1 Climax. Oh, man!
Trick shot.
Jumping knee strike by Elijah just knocked Shane Hayes' lights out. And now Elijah, we're going to put him away. Uh-oh.
Tombstone. You might as well call that.
Farewell, Tombstone Pile Driver for the win for Elijah.
He should call that the last note or something like that. Something musical.
Well, I mean, he is
Encore.
he's a drifter. Well, that's one challenge done for Elijah. Oh, good grief. Elijah walks away with the victory tonight on the Countdown to Rebellion, his first open challenge. That was kind of fun, a fantastic start here on the countdown. A bit of unpredictability already. I don't think Jeff Meacham has ever met Shane Hayes, so that probably was a first-time experience for him.
Okay.
We are just a little bit over 7 minutes away from action unfolding here in LA.
We've always asked to be surprised. If you ain't surprised by
you're doing something right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things also. Before we go into things, I want to give a shout out again to the chat. DJ Muttking, it's good to see you. And Nestor, DJ Muttking, who's also been MVP of the Super Alba Studios, Sports Bar, and of course our projects. A unique question to pose towards the both of you before we get into things and maybe talk about the Falls Count Anywhere that you were referring to. Which blank title do you think will change hands by someone of the other brands? I think JJ spoke about it earlier into existence. We just saw NXT get the first win, literally, setting the pace for tonight's TNNXTA. Try saying that. How's that for a bit of a mix-up there? Action. And JJ, to your point, you believe NXT can make history tonight and literally walk away with the TNA Knockouts World Tag Team Championships.
I'm not so sure anymore now that they won the countdown match, because I had pegged them to lose that and walk out here. But I feel like Spitfire isn't going to win because they've had the titles a few times. So I feel like we're going to move on from that. And I don't think Gigi and Tatum are going to take it. I think it's really going to come down to a retention by the Elegance Sisters. And can we talk about how short Heather is? Like, you don't really realize how small she is until she's in there next to Ash.
Yeah, she is a short
and
stop.
She is tiny.
A little firecracker. I'm very happy, though, for Heather Reckless, even if I think the Elegance thing is absolute BS because that T-Woo, Pee-wee, Herman ripoff's the only reason they have the titles. But that's just a whole different conversation.
Yeah, I'm worried that Lash Legend is going to use Heather as a freaking toothpick.
Well, I mean, she is 4'9", if that tells you anything.
Thank you. And Lash is like 6'2".
Correct.
But... So I'm just saying, like, you've got to be a certain height to be able to stand next to Lash, and she ain't it.
Yeah, Jakara Jackson, the middle, so I mean.
I don't know. Like, I still think there's a strong chance for new tag team champions, the crossover finally happening. But I also wouldn't be surprised to see the Elegant ones retain. So,
Well, if nothing else, you know that screwball concierge is probably in their corners. Ash is already pissed off that, of course, this was accepted on behalf of Heather and Maggie, why Ash was getting a Botox rearrangement probably after kick was thrown in her face, and rightfully so, by Gigi Dolan and Tatum Paxley. Of course, Kazarian, you also think that it's finally time for a king to be crowned as we got the future here tonight, talking about how this is his moment as he called his shot first before Ethan Page already intercepted signing on the dotted line. And again, Kazarian, he was the one dropped on Thursday night and pinned in the main event of TNA Impact. So he's got even a bigger chip on his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Does this count as him calling a shot this match tonight?
He literally called his shot prior to the match tonight, live on TNA, cashing in. This is it. He either wins it here or this call your shot is busted.
But, question mark, Noah. Because he called his shot prior to knowing that Ethan Page was already being inserted into this match. He thought he was calling the shot for a one-on-one match, only to find out it was a triple threat. So, technically speaking, and this is all just from a legal standpoint here, so work with me. But technically speaking, if Joe Hendry retains, and if Ethan Page is the one to get pinned, would Frankie have an argument in the fact that he tried to call his shot thinking it was going to be a one-on-one, it ended up being a triple threat, and he never got pinned in this match?
On pen and paper proverbially, without Smart Mark Sterling being the representative, I would say he's justified for a one-on-one match. I think it is justified that if he doesn't get the one-on-one shot that he rightfully gets to call, then I think he's entitled. And it wouldn't surprise me if it would take legal action. It's not the first time we had TNA world title conflicts that almost led to lawyer implications. And I would think that if he's not involved in the decision, you would think that he was nothing more but an afterthought.
Santana would have his hands full.
And I'm sure Frankie, being the comedian that he can be, would point that out to Joe Hendry and be like, you were a lawyer at one point, right?
Oh, yeah. That would be funny. Santino's going to have his hands full. Just that would be Santino's to deal with, no?
It would be. He's the director of authority. He literally leads TNA.
Which could end up making it where the match happens on Impact in UC Irvine, which is even more of Frankie's home turf because it's Orange County.
Well, again, as I said,
so I'm just throwing things out there, you know.
That's fair. You're legit. That's absolutely fair. But go ahead.
Sorry, no, isn't that what you originally predicted was going to happen when he first won that cup? You called that Irvine show.
As a possibility, yeah. I said Unbreakable because he could get it in Vegas and come into LA as the conquering hero.
Yeah.
Win it in LA and come into OC as the conquering hero, or just win it in Orange County.
Well, now you got all three possibilities. Dreams of Californication, quite literally. And this show is not brought to you by Red Hot Chili Peppers. But DJ, I do believe that tonight we could see the NXT talent win the TNA Knockouts Tag Team Championships. And I think that will be the first time we see interpromotional title changing hands. So I'm going to go with that. And that being said, we got less than 2 minutes. So do you believe in the king of TNA? Do you believe in Joe Hendry, or do you believe that all Eagle Page leads the goal? Get your final thoughts out here, folks, as we are less than 2 minutes away. Again, I want to thank everybody for tuning in to our pre-show discussion. Still so much more. Again, Falls Count Anywhere in LA. Hopefully it stays in the building. Mike Santana and Mustafa Ali. Mike Santana looks to get back on his path of purpose. We, of course, have the 6-man tag team match with Sean Waltman in the Rascalz and Ace Austin's corner. That wasn't on my freaking bingo card either. Against the system. And Moose now will be involved in 2 matches, as JDC apparently is not here to compete. So we got 1 minute and 5 seconds according to my trailer countdown. So get ready, folks, and stay tuned for us along the entire way for Rebellion. And again, JJ, thank you for your pre-show analysis and coverage. We'll see you for the main event. And Walter, you got something to say real quick?
I'm safe to back out of YouTube and go to Triller, right? Because there's nothing else on the pre-show, right?
Yeah.
They're literally, dude. That's it. They're just gonna be like, "Are you ready to go?" And again, we got French commentary. We got Tom Hannigan. By the way, shout out to Matthew Ray about rocking the Pac-Man blazer. I freaking love that shit.
I'm loving it too.
Oh man, Pac-Man, that was my mom's game. I was a Dig Dug guy. I mean, you're talking to a guy that played all the classes from Namco, Konami, Capcom, Atari. Okay, now I'm showing my
Miss Pac-Man was the shit too. Same thing.
Pac-Man was easier to play, but
Miss Pac-Man was better than Pac-Man. The
agree.
sequel was better than the original.
I agree, damn it. I agree. It actually had purpose and dynamic within maps. Anyway, sorry, that's a whole different conversation.
It actually ended too. You can actually end it. Pac-Man just keeps going.
Well, 256 and then you glitch, but I never got even up to like level 25 before dying. I got to level like freaking 169 on Dig Dub, but that's a different conversation. Anyway, Simulable Gaming folks will be back once again and engaged next weekend. But tonight, welcome to our coverage of TNA Rebellion.
Be careful what you say about gaming. Alisha's sitting like literally right next to me.
Look, she's already called me out this Saturday. It's on. I already made the challenge. Challenge accepted. As they run down the card here one more time again, folks. Ultimate X, Moose defends the title. Leon Slayer, Macadona, Hito the Vikingo, Casey Navarro, Sidney Akeem, Falls Count Anywhere, Mike Santana versus Mustafa Ali, TNA National Championship on the line, Steve Mann versus Eric Young. We have the TNA Knockouts World Tag Team Champions on the line with NXT's Lash Legend, Dakara Jackson, Gigi Dolan, Tam Paxley, and TNA Spitfire going up against the Elegant Sisters. Ashton headed by Elegance with that screwball concierge. The Hardyz will defend the TNA Tag Team Championships against Nick and Ryan Nemeth. The Knockouts World Champions on the line as Maja Slammers looks to smash Tessa Blanchard and take her arm in the process. And of course, in our main event, Figazarian and Ethan Page look to take on Joe Henry and take the TNA World Championship. That's all I can right now on Rebellion. And Mackenzie Mitchell, of course, in the Impact Zone. Let's get ready. National Anthem. Singer-songwriter. Alana. All right, National Anthem. Folks, please show respect. Walter.
I'm working on one thing. Hold on. I'm working on something. There we go.
Beautiful voice.
Had to do the flag thing there, no?
It's respect. As we go down to Mackenzie Mitchell and get ready officially for Rebellion. Tremendous rendition of our national anthem.
I had to mute because I almost laughed because I saw Jeff with the hat to his heart. I don't know if you noticed it. Did you see it? Yeah.
Right. Oh, my gosh.
I'm glad I was able to hear your feet a little because it helped me perfectly sync with you.
Oh, well, I mean, hey, no problem. But anyway, now we got our cold opener again. Thank you, everybody that's tuning in. This is TNA Rebellion. We hope you enjoy the conversation, the reactions, and the coverage. We'll see if history is made in the City of Champions, Los Angeles, LA. And I hope that you all enjoy the conversation reactions. And again, shout out to Jeff, Meacham, and Attila that are there live. And if you all are with us, please like, subscribe, comment, tell a friend, subscribe. And again, if you want to dictate the conversation, super chat or pay by the patch, as simple as that. We got our cold opener here to kick things off. Addictions, emotions,
Sorry.
purposes.
Rosemary fought already, so hold on.
Oh, you're fine, man. He's got to get the Joe Hendry shirt. He's got to represent.
It's been a thing lately.
He might show up and celebrate for all we know, DJ Mud King. I'm just saying. Appreciate you as always. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you all as always. I acknowledge the chat.
We have to stick to the stick. There you go. Wardrobe change.
You're not going to be able to do that too much here, but as TNA, remember, they have the best flow, but I do respect it.
Well, Rosemary fought already, so.
That's fair.
Oh, God. I wore her shirt and she lost, and now I got Hendry's shirt on. Uh-oh.
Walter! I don't like this.
Well, okay, technically she didn't take the pin, though.
But that's fair. California.
So you think Ultimate X opens? It looks like it is.
I think Ultimate X, rightfully so, will open because the X-Men Championship is hanging above the ring. NXT footage! That's awesome. Again, folks, do you believe? From the Galen Center, from the campus of USC, welcome everybody to our coverage. Welcome inside to a sold-out capacity crowd on hand. This is TNA Rebellion. Shout out to Tom Hannigan and Matthew Raywalt, who are, of course, the commentary for TNA Wrestling. Again, Noah Foster, Walter Cruz, we're super reliable, bringing you in tune our blind coverage and reactions to TNA Rebellion.
Yep, Ultimate X.
Yep. Oh boy.
If you change your shirt.
Again, capture the title, and both feet must hit the floor. Here we go, folks!
And just so figure, I had it all set up.
And as someone that seems to be always ready, here comes always ready, Matt Cardona.
His wife just lost her title, and I know you were pissed.
Look, now, I'm just a simple man, but Chelsea Green's the representative our country needs, and I'm just going to leave it at that because this is not about what pisses me off in WWE, which is so many things. This is what makes me happy. This is TNA Wrestling, even though I got top trash on my screen right now with Casey Navarro and Flop Dollar. And Casey Navarro looking to bring gold to first class and add to their empty wallet. AJ Francis, of course, was a finalist, though, in the TNA International Championship tournament. And Casey Navarro did win a qualifier to gain entry.
He doesn't have the other title anymore that he won in MLW?
Not that I know of.
He won the title in the show JJ Knight called.
Well, maybe he wasn't able to bring it out, so now he immediately lost it. Meanwhile, Sidney Hakim, who came out and challenged Moose in that open challenge at Unbreakable, now finds his chance to actually get the X Division Championship.
Yeah, I know there's going to be a lot of flipping in this match with that man in there.
Not to mention this guy who's been literally endorsed with promise by the Hardyz, Leon Slater, the young OG from the UK, who is far more bouncy prior than Javon Evans.
We still need to see that damn match.
Yeah, dude. I don't know if the ring can handle that.
It's going to need extra springs.
Trying to win his first championship here in TNA at 21 years of age. Now, this is the guy, though, that is the dark horse in Fuego that could win the title tonight, though. Triple Yaz, El Hijo del Vikingo.
Wait, espérate. El Hijo has his hijos with him?
And it looks like it.
The son of the Viking has his sons. Okay. That's
The
definitely the
influences
thing.
of El Hijo del Vikingo, of course. And of course, we know also part of AAA, the newest acquisition of WWE. As I said, he previously challenged, as we now get the face of the franchise coming in, previously challenged for this title against Spiel Mike Bailey at Bound for Glory.
Mm-hmm.
And now we wait for the face of the franchise and the X Division champion.
I don't know about you, but the whole mood just changed with this. Trust the system.
I'm about to say, Walter, I say when Maria Shafir's theme, the violins welcome violence. I think that applies more to Moose than anyone else in this industry, especially with that cheat code in his quarter, Alisha Edwards. Here comes the tallest man, our current X Division champion. Here comes Moose.
Yeah, he wouldn't have to climb as far as everyone else.
Again, height might play your advantage, but still, Eddie Edwards exploited Moose's vulnerability in this system reboot. Moose has a fear of heights, and he saw that firsthand when he was able to defend his title successfully somehow in a ladder match against Jeff Hardy. But Moose now finds himself at a huge disadvantage, where 5 other men, far more agile than him, if we're being perfectly honest, can seize the title. Again, no pinfalls, no submissions, no disqualifications. This is the 53rd X Division Ultimate X match in TNA history. A match, of course, defined by the likes of phenomenal AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, Trevor Lee, countless others over history in both men and knockouts action. And we'll see if we crown the 110th X Division champion tonight.
The way to conquer your fear is to meet it head on. So maybe that's part of his strategy as to what he's doing. But he always said he wants to prove that this title isn't about the smaller guys, that it can be more. So what better way to prove that than to win an Ultimate X match?
You see the X Factors here. And again, no one in this match has ever competed in Ultimate X before. This is a clean field. All 6 men, including the champion, are in their first ever Ultimate X.
Mm-hmm.
Moves the 109th as the champion as the bell rings are underway, has been the champion now for 183 days.
Maybe a different company, but Matt has a history of winning multi-man ladder matches for the IC title at a WrestleMania. So
you think that might play to his advantage here, where a ladder might necessarily could come into play instead of just climbing the structure?
Maybe. I mean, he's got the experience. I mean, use a ladder. If somebody's already beaten you halfway, use a ladder, right?
Well, possibly all 4 men, though, are climbing the very top of this structure that stands 15 feet above the ring, might I add. As we have, looks like Casey Navarro, Cindy Hakeem, and Leon Slater, and O'Keefe going for the towel, while McIntyre and Moose are taking on everybody, swanning like flies with steel chairs.
Well, I mean, does the rule say you have to go across the rope if you use a ladder? Is it fair game?
It's bottom line. Grab the title. Both you hit the floor. You are the X Division champion. And now Moose squaring off with Matt Cardona, who takes the champion down. Moose, by the way, going into his 12th defense tonight of the X Division championship in his first ever Ultimate X. Uh-oh. Oh, my God, what a power bomb. That rearranged your spine.
Okay. I paused for too long and went a little behind you. Hold on.
Yeah, you get it right here. Just let me know when you see Moose standing on a chair again, trying to overcome his heights. That's hilarious.
I got the circle.
That's always great. And Moose again. I mean, sometimes innovation is all you need to win this match. So,
all right, I got the El Hijo just did something to Moose to get him off the chair. So tell me when you see that.
I see that. As Moose is trying to reach up, El Hijo to the top rope. What the hell is he doing? Oh my God! What a cutter!
There we go. All right.
The Kingo right now taking Moose down. Casey Navarro now back in the ring, or as you called him, Timu. What you call Casey Navarro again?
Timu S.A. Rios.
That's right. Thank you. Kiko, though, one of the most explosive athletes out of AAA, former AAA mega champion. We've seen this man compete, of course, in AEW, AAA, and TNA. But again, first ever Ultimate X match.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh!
Everybody's got to have. You can have experience in every other match, but I'm telling you, Ultimate X is an entire different ball.
It's a whole different animal. I witnessed it live at Slammiversary 2021, where Josh Alexander, might I add, came in as the X Division champion, and he did successfully retain it. Here's Navarro looking up and over. I thought he was going for a tire feint kick instead. Just went over the top rope.
This is what we need stat boy, because I want to know the stats of retention versus losing it in the Ultimate X match.
Yeah, it's a pretty mixed bag. And of course, we've all seen Ultimate X not even over the championship, but also number one contendership. Santana Akeem puts Casey Navarro out of the corner. And swing and a miss. Whoa, wow. Akeem with a crossbody. Cardona, though. Akeem flips out. Solo kick. Takes Cardona down by the midsection. Combination offense with the snapmare. Now Akeem step up mule kick. Rocks the completes. Akeem, a former Truman, of course. Oh, wow. Got turned inside out with a running lariat.
Damn, he flipped. Ugh.
Yeah, pun intended. Leon Slater, though, rewind kick, rocks Cardona. We're going to become the youngest SB champion of all time. Handspring, back elbow strike. Will the pressure, though, be too much from the young OG from the UK to overcome here, Walter?
You got to wonder, even though it's not a ladder match, but it's a multi-man where you pull something out of the ceiling, how much did he go to the Hardyz for some advice?
Hopefully he didn't go to the advice of jumping off the very top of that thing. Sending moves to the apron, single leg kick, rocks the face of the franchise. We've seen Leon Slater have bitter rivalries against all of the system since coming here to TNA. Now going up and over, jumping. Uh-oh. Got caught by Moose. Oh, no. Got by face of the franchise. Taking over to T. Harris and saving himself from certain destruction.
Nice last minute reversal. You talk about last second.
You were saying?
You can't keep your eyes off the action for 1 second.
This is the X division where it's defined by no limits and everyone's flying.
Mm-hmm.
Now Casey Navarro in control here, and Casey looking to step up. Akeem, though, did Akeem just literally belly flop his way up out of that attempted tope?
Yep.
Now Akeem to the top rope with a moonsault wiping out the field.
Damn, that was a beautiful looking moonsault. The spin and the turn on that.
And the height, unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. This is the X division.
Yeah, take a look at the replay, Walter. To your point, the height, flawless execution with that moonsault.
That was almost a Kurt Angle looking moonsault. You know, Kurt Angle had one of the best looking ones.
Well, you want to talk about complete athletes that redefined TNA. Kurt Angle was definitely one of them. And Moose looking to once again redefine the X division now. Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
Now Moose up at the top. And a massive superplex to Sydney Akeem. Rolls through, maintains hold. Now hoists up Akeem. Uh-oh. And a running power bomb to the outside on top of everybody else.
Strike!
And look who stands tall in the middle of the ring.
Emphasis on tall.
Wait, what's he motioning over Alisha for?
To get a ladder, probably most likely.
Wait, does he want Alisha to climb for him? That's not legal. I mean,
she's not Ellsworth.
Well, I suppose the system we're going to get her, if Alisha drops the towel to Moose, then Moose would win.
This is just showing that he's afraid of the height.
I'm about to say, is Alisha Edwards afraid of heights? Now, Moose doesn't want to climb clearly. He doesn't want to take a ladder and climb up there. He doesn't want to climb up this structure. Alisha Edwards is climbing Ultimate Expos for Moose.
Hey, it's innovative, isn't it?
Like, yeah, I'm talking about literally using some of your advantage. And look at Alisha here. What a team player. There's no disqualifications, though. Alisha lost her footing, though, and is literally holding on for dear life. Oh, and dropped in the hands of Moose.
Nice catch.
Alisha avoiding certain disaster. Watching on Slater. Super kick. Oh!
Nice match. Nice catch. I was trying to say.
Yeah, nice kick by Leon Slater. I think he kicked Moose, and Moose fell backwards with Alisha. Now Higo in play here, and Leon Slater. I knew this match was going to be freaking awesome. Higo now, and Leon sprint up to the top. What the hell? What is that?
I'm almost afraid to think of what these men can do tonight.
Whoa! What the hell? Launched up Higo, Leon Slater now to the ropes. He's close, but look at Higo. Drop kick takes down Leon.
He drop kicked him right in the knee too.
Oh! Casey Navarro, though, taking down El Hijo now. Almost a running sliced bread. Innovation, Walter, the division with no limits. That's the X division.
You can't turn your back anywhere. You know, I know it's an overused cliche, and I can't stand it sometimes, but you really do need your head on a swivel with these matches.
You know, for everything you say about this Timu character, Casey Navarro was the only man who qualified for this match. Everyone else was named by Santino Marella. Oof.
True.
Again, the X Division Championship hangs in the balance. We could crown the 110th X Division Champion in TNA history. Chris Samon, of course, the record 10 times X Division Champion. Figazarian is 6-time X Division Champion. This title first won by the phenomenal AJ Styles when this division was first established. And Casey might be fingertips away. There's Leon Slater, though.
Swinging back. Oh!
Oh!
Well, that was a good reversal.
He bites Leon Slater. And now Matt Cardona coming in. Kicked out the knee. The front kick by Casey Navarro. Casey Navarro might work with top trash, but Casey Navarro is actually a very capable athlete.
He's mocking Matt Cardona, using his own move against him.
Hey, you call that the VIP boot or first class boot? I don't know what you call that.
I don't know. Effective.
Casey Navarro once again finds himself in a prime position here to climb across the ropes and seize the title.
I'm not even sure. Leon might be so bouncy, he might not even need to climb the structure. He probably could just bounce off the rope and reach up there.
Well, those ladies are ready to get fully loaded with the Hardyz later, as we just saw on camera. Capacity crown on hand, sold out here on the campus of USC. Cardona taking Casey Navarro down face first.
Right on the freaking nose, dude. He could have really broken his nose. You saw the way he landed?
Yeah, literally flat. No Wile E. Coyote camera needed. That was flat on the mat.
Cardona's got a history of injuries. He can ill afford to drop down from up there.
Yeah, but he's also an ultimate opportunist. If you haven't learned by now, previously Edge's bitch. Oh! And no.
All right, here we go.
And now Sidney Hakeem's chance to try and make history here tonight in his second match ever in TNA.
Hakeem has the best chance right now because the field is pretty much cleared right now.
In case Navarro somehow, I don't know how he's still conscious, trying to pick away at Hakeem. Again, Hakeem only hanging by his hands, but Moose coming back into play. Uh-oh. Catching up with Hakeem, flips him up and are you kidding me?
That's some core strength by Hakeem, dude.
Oh! Down goes Hakeem on top of Moose. Core strength aside, he literally powerbombed himself on Moose.
I thought Moose was going to powerbomb him by swinging him.
And apparently Moose was unable to catch him. And Hakeem once again finds himself left alone, now looking to remake the ascent. Like Casey Navarro, though.
Dude, Casey Navarro's like a roach, man. He just keeps surviving, like popping up out of nowhere.
Well, again, this is what happens in Ultimate X when you have so many bodies. It's hard to keep them all down. Drop kids Hiko, Leon Slater, and play. I think everybody's back in play right now in this match, to your point, Walter.
Mm-hmm. The field was just cleared a second ago.
Summertime, we're going to have at least 3 or 4 matches tonight to consider for our top 20. Stay tuned for that, folks. That will be this coming weekend when me and Walter give our top 20 matches for April. Lord help us. Now,
I haven't even worked on it because I knew this was coming up tonight.
Oh! Yeah, I barely started. Again, Superplex, Leon Slater, Casey Navarro wipes out Moose and Cardona. Now, Hiko and Sidney Hakeem are duking it out in the corner.
We might need to get together like a Wednesday or something and just start working together.
I'm off on Thursday and Friday. You just named the time. What the hell is that?
All right, yeah.
Here? And you gotta be freaking joking! Destroyer on the apron!
My neck hurts, Noah. Oh my God, he literally.
No. Well, watch AJ.
So what do we call that? A Viking destroyer?
Fair enough. You're Mexican destroyer. Now we got freaking AJ Francis. Uh-oh. And now he's got hold on. He go choke slam.
Dude, look how huge. AJ could just jump and grab the title for KC.
Of course this giant flop has to interfere with this match.
All he's got to do is put Casey on his shoulders and he can reach the title. I'm telling you right now.
That's exactly what he's thinking. Unfortunately, this will be a crime against the X Division if these guys hold the gold.
Mm-hmm. That's what he's thinking. Yep. They're going to just use his shoulders.
And Navarro literally on AJ Francis' shoulders, to your point. All he has to do is reach him and grab Moose. Uh-oh.
He's going to spear him off.
That was so beautiful.
Here's the power bomb I was looking for earlier.
Oh, I don't think, yeah, you're right. Good night, Jason Navarro.
Let's go down.
Radio silence, watch Moose out. Anytime I see AJ Francis destroyed by somebody else, I'm happy. Oh, leg lariat by Leon Slater.
Every time you think somebody's out, they just pop up.
Yeah, and they're just knocking each other out. And now Leon Slater with a chance here.
Here comes Mr. Bouncy. This is the best chance he's got.
And Leon Slater makes him become the youngest ever X Division champion. Wait, Leon, what is Leon thinking?
Distracting himself. Instead of going for the title, he's going to take out the field.
Well, again, is Ultimate X about the title or the moment?
Oh, I thought he was going to go for it. Is he going to go for a Swanton 450 from up there?
No way. Slater going to the very top of the structure?
If he goes for a Swanton 450,
oh dear God!
I'm gonna lose my shit, Noah.
Leon, you got
Noah, he's 30 feet in the air, Noah.
It's not for this 50 feet of the air.
Noah, that had to be 30, 40 feet in the air.
What the fuck?
And he landed flat on the mat, guys.
Swanson 450 from the top to everybody on the floor. Good fucking Lord.
I told you that's what he was going for. Holy shit. And he's hurt.
Well, he did say how much is encouraged by Jeff Hardy. 20 plus feet to the floor, and everybody's down, including Flop Dollar.
Let's be honest. If it was Hardy, there would have been a table there, too.
How in the damn hell is Leon Slater back up to his feet?
Leon is the first to get up out of all them?
Exactly.
Ah, man. Alisha Edwards might have to interfere because Leon is steps away. He's on the
ropes. How the hell is Leon doing this? He's grapevine himself. He's inches away from seizing the title. He's at the center. Leon Slater might do it. This is incredibly smart. Nobody can reach him. All he has to do is grab it and fall with it.
He's got it. He's got it.
He's got the title. Leon Slater has the champion. He's got to fall on the floor. You got to have both feet at the floor. And Leon, that's spear by Moose.
Wait a minute. He touched the ground.
Wait, I feel only one. Walter, I feel only 1 foot touch prior to the spear. Moose speared him before both feet hit the ground, and Moose got the championship. Moose wins.
I'm not telling people how to book things, but he should have jumped and speared him because I think that was mistimed and he technically hit the floor.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a flaw. But either way, once again, the system works. Moose overcomes his fear, technically by not facing it, and still walks out the X Division champion.
I don't know, dude. If I was Slater, storyline wise, you might as well make him say, I get a title shot one-on-one because my feet touched the ground. You might as well acknowledge it. Don't even try to play it off as we take the highlights. Take a look at the highlights here, Noah.
Yeah, I'm about to say that move. That was fucking ridiculous, though. That's the highlight of the night. No one's going to top that. From 20 plus feet in the air. Now watch this. Leon Slater grabs the championship. He tries to fall both feet after they hit the floor first. Watch both feet. Yep, spear right before the other foot hit the ground. Perfect timing by Moose, seizing the title away from Leon Slater's hands and holding on to his championship.
So Leon did all the hard work and Moose just picks up the scraps.
Exactly. Innovation or just pure coincidence? Moose somehow escaped still, not only the face of the franchise, but the X Division champion. But goddamn, was Leon Slater the MVP of that match.
Oh,
that close.
I don't count Elijah, so I'm 1 for 1.
Yeah, well, I'm glad I changed Moose to my primary because at the end of the day, it's hard to bet against the system.
Mm-hmm.
So Moose is still the 109th X Division champion. Again, still much more action to come tonight, though, Walter. That's a hell of a way to kick things off, though.
I'm so digging that Pac-Man blazer.
Yeah, me too. I want that. Matthew Ray, best blazer in the business.
We should get together at the Super Mario Studios and get Noah one. Look at Jeff. Right in the middle. Look at Jeff.
Literally sitting right behind them is Jeff Meacham and
I see Tatilla. I see her too.
Tatilla. Hi, Jeff. That is hilarious. I love that. I freaking love that shot. Again, shout out to Jeff and Tatilla. Literally right there behind the French commentary. Someone screenshot that. That is brilliant. Well, we already saw history made in moments, but will history be made in championship performances? We go from one title to another, as we'll see if NXT creates history. It's the TNA Knockouts World Tag Team Championships Fatal 4-Way match. The Elegances versus the Meta Girls versus Spitfire versus the freakiest team in NXT still to come. Also, of course, we have six-man tag team action. The Rascalz and Ace Austin take on the system. But again, they think Sean Waltman might be the key to being in the system of each Edwards. Of course, the TNA International Champions on hand. As we talked about the card earlier, Walter bringing it down again. Still much more to come. Steve Maclin's first defense of this brand new Minted Championship against a former friend, now very much bitter foe, Eric Young. And you were talking about how you thought this match could literally go anywhere.
Which one? The Mustafa and...
Yeah, my son Mustafa Ali. And of course, come up Leon Slater, endorsed by the Hardyz.
I shudder to think what Santana's going to have on his mind to get to Ali.
Yeah, right. Especially where falls count anywhere. They could run all the way up to Northern California and they could still get the win on him.
They could end up in New York.
And of course, we talked about before, is Tessa Blanchard truly undeniable and unbeatable? Monta Slammers looks to smash Tessa Blanchard, retain the TNA Knockouts World Championship.
I'll tell you what, to answer that question earlier, if Jakara and if the Metaphor don't win the tag titles here, then the first people to win titles from another corporation, I'm telling you, is going to be Tessa and Charlotte winning the tag titles together.
Well, again, you set up for a ban on how many times now on every fan we've done, so I definitely can believe it, but we'll see soon enough. And, of course, we'll believe soon enough if Joe Hendry is still TNA World Champion. That will be our main event as Frederick Zarian and Ethan Page take the title from Joe Hendry. Speaking of Joe Hendry had a moment unlike anything before. I'm about to say, Jeff, there's so much noise. We'll see after the show. That was random. I think he did that accidentally, unless he's trying to message us. As we look back at WrestleMania moment.
Yeah, we're looking back at WrestleMania, seeing Joe Hendry pop up.
I still cannot believe that fucking happened.
And to know that Orton handpicked him himself. Look,
right?
If they show us on this broadcast now, Noah.
No way.
If they show you and me reacting to this.
There's no way. Dude, we're not Steven Larson. There's no way, all right? The world was reacting. We're just simple fans because we believe in Joe Hendry. Oh, my gosh.
If they would have shown us, I think he is trying to pop in there. You might want to bring him in.
All right, let's go ahead and see what he's got to say. Jeff, go ahead and try and speak if you want.
All right, Joe Hendry.
We saw you literally on camera behind the French commentary team.
We saw you waving.
And Attila. Again, I don't know what he's trying to do.
I think it's the service in the arena.
Yeah, I think his phone's overloading. He's going to have to try and do that.
I swear to God, Noah, if they show you and me.
No. There's no way. There's no
Noah, I'll lose my shit if they show us.
There's no way. There's no way that's going to happen. Okay, out of nowhere. God, that was a moment.
Oh, no.
Oh, I love it. I freaking love it so much.
No, but still.
Oh, my gosh. And, of course, you and JJ saw Joe Hendry appear on NXT.
Mm-hmm. I knew that.
Oh, my gosh. That was so damn good. But there's 60,000 people. Damn right he did.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the aspect, though, of Joe Hendry leaving and I still TNA World Champion and Trick Williams crossing the line to challenge him really entices me.
Yeah, they literally ping-pong Trick Williams.
But Trick Williams is an afterthought now.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. He literally is an afterthought. Oh, man. And they're probably, doing this, taking down the Ultimate X structure. As we have the liaison of NXT.
Hello, Santana.
Ariana Grace. The liaison of NXT.
Yeah, you're right, though. They probably were wasting time trying to take down the structure.
I mean, again, I'm sure Ariana Grace believes in Joe Hendry as well. As we got a moment to breathe here, folks. Whew. And right now, Dwayne's saying, man, I'm bombing out bits on it, and I think God I at least changed my singer during the moves. Dwayne, good to see you. As long as you're having fun, that's all that matters. Oh. And of course, the stars are always out here at TNA. There you have a creator of Jackass, Ridiculousness and Wild Boys, Jeff Tremaine.
I have no idea who that is. I can't even lie.
Well, you know what Jackass is. If you've seen Steve-O enough times in Johnny Knoxville.
Guy created a Jackass when I was born.
That's fair enough. Well, it might take a freaky Jackass, for all we know, to leave with the gold here. As again, Fatal 4-Way action coming up ahead for the TNA Knockouts Tag Team Championships. The freakiest, the tallest, the most elegant, the most wild. Spitfire, Meta Girls, Judy Dawn and Tam Paxley, lastly, Carl Jackson. Of course, Jenny Luna and Jody Frett go after the Elegances. Action headed by Elegance. Time for our Fatal 4-Way for the TNA Knockouts Tag Team Championships.
I had that perfectly timed. That kind of jumped the gun, but I knew that was next.
Well, I mean, after that, how do you follow besides the Wild Child, who still has more energy than most of this building combined?
The female Ultimate Warrior over here. There's Jeff.
Right.
There's Jeff. We saw you
Jeff.
waving.
Okay. Did they show the French commentators on the show?
Yes, I saw you
Jesus
waving.
Christ, I thought so.
You need to have an SRS subscribe sign.
Do what? Do what?
You should have had a sign telling people to subscribe, man.
Dude, I'm just so overwhelmed. I'm seeing people like I haven't seen in years. I'm so, dude. Okay, I'm gonna big potential spoiler. Not that I'm starting like a jackass here. This is the jackass guy. I saw Scorpio Sky in the lobby. I'm just throwing it out there. Sky's here. Frankie's, dude, he's gonna fucking win the title. Like, holy shit, guys, he's gonna win the fucking title.
It really feels like it.
Dude, I am going to be a blubbering idiot if I'm on this post show. Just fair warning, there will be waterworks and there will likely be alcohol, and not necessarily in that order. So there you go.
Fair enough.
Enjoy the tag team match. By the way, got to thank Ash and Heather. So nice during the pre-show greeting. They were all the champions were super sweet. So very cool. And yeah, I'm going back in.
Thank you so much, Jeff Meacham, as we get ready here for your brand, Walter, to try and make history. Just got the freakiest Wednesdays you've ever seen. Now here comes the Meta Girls. Oh, this show's incredible. And we're just started. I still hate the name. And shout out to Tash, our Canadian friend. Ash, good to see you. You just missed Ultimate X. You saw Shayna Hayes from TNDK walk with Elijah. And we also saw NXT beat TNA in 6-woman tag team action. Now we're about to see the first team to cross the line since the Elegance won the tag titles. Jakara Jazmyn Legend try and win the TNA Knockouts Tag Team Championships against a very formidable field.
Okay, I got all audio, but somehow my trailer froze. I don't know what it is.
All right, well, that's weird.
All right, I'm going to back out and go back in.
Well, at least you're backing out with this Pee Wee Herman reject talking.
All right, watch live. Let's see what I'm at. I'll tell you what's happening, and you.
It's fine. I hate this.
He said tag team champions of the world.
He hasn't said
the
that
dream
yet.
team.
Shut your mouth when I'm talking. House of Elegance.
All right, tell me when the diamonds show on the screen. The Titantron.
All right. You figure, Road Dogg, fuck off. Diamonds.
Ash and Heather.
Yep, I got Ash and Heather. Yep, here we go.
Ooh, Playboy bunnies.
That's the cheapest Playboy bunnies I've ever seen.
Hey, hold on. I'm not gonna talk junk when they look like this now.
Oh, shut up, you freaking.
Ooh, okay.
Yes, yes, Ash, you missed TMDK representation on the countdown. Shayna Hayes took on Elijah.
You sure did.
And of course, Ash has been on vacation ever since cake was thrown in her face. So Heather by Elegance stepped up while her and the personal concierge invited Maggie Lee to help form something elegant. And now the tag champs find themselves in a fatal four-way match where I pray to God they lose these titles and go back to the red light district.
Mm-hmm.
Not good like they're going to be picked up. Anyway, of course, the liaison. Can you tell how much I can't stand this team? Anyway, the
Yes,
TNA
I can tell how
Knockout
much you can't
Championship
stand
on
this
the
team.
line here. Reminted, of course, won by the Inspiration, MK Ultra, previously held by Spitfire to be in the system. Champions will now be involved in the decision. First pinfall submission wins. Again, here are the taglines. Heather agreed to this defense under pressure. Dolan and Paxley's second tag team title shot this week, of course, losing on NXT. This is Spitfire's contractual rematch, though, from Sacrifice after that Pee Wee Herman reject cost them. And Legend and Jackson have tag team wins in both NXT and TNA this year. The strongest team going in with the most momentum. And oh, man, well, and NXT immediately as Gigi and Tatum just wiped out Jakar and Lash.
The bell didn't even ring before they attacked him.
I mean, what do you expect? No one wanted them to freaking be part of this. I got two of the most annoying teams, the most freakiest team, and the only team I care about in this match.
Which?
Spitfire.
Okay.
And Tam Paxley right now, who previously challenged, of course, for the TNA Knockouts World Championship, Jordan Grace. And tag made to Heather Reckless.
Ash told her to kiss her ass and then tagged out. What the hell?
Yeah, like a bunny, she scurried off.
Not the bunny you like.
Hell fucking no. That's an Shut it, Walter! Fucker. Yeah, you're going to get the worst side of me during this match, folks. I'm going to warn you in advance. I'm not going to be integral here. I'm going to be biased as fuck, especially if that Pee Wee Herman reject gets involved here. Danny Luna, the side headline to Tatum Paxley. Okay, I'll be fine for now. I got.
You're going to be worse than how biased JJ's going to be when Frankie Kazarian's in the match.
Look, I'm justified in my bias. He's doing it because of a personal relationship, all right? There's a difference. Irish with Tatum Paxley in the corner and the shoulder block by Danny Luna. Tab made to Jody Frett. And Jody Frett right now teeing off against Tatum Paxley here in the corner. Again, NXTNA being represented here.
Mm-hmm.
Using her left hand, by the way. Excuse me, her right hand. Of course, suffering an injury with her left hand. An Irish whip. The power, the most powerful tag team here in this match. And Danny Luna using Jody Frett for a senton. Here's the cover. Lateral press and a 2 count by Frank Castell. It is one of those things, though, where, again, the champions need to lead by example. They're the ones that need to be pursued. And it was pressure that Heather literally caused this to happen without Ash's permission. What does that do for the champions' mentality here in this match? Tag made to Gigi.
Make them a little less elegant.
A drop kick by Gigi Dolan, who is no stranger to tag team wrestling. A split leg twisting elbow drop by Tandem offense by the freakiest team here. Self-name and a 2 count. There you see the champions talking strategy on the outside. Of course, 2 women are legal at once. Tags can be made in any corner. And of course, champions do not be involved in the decision to lose their titles. And right now, it's Gigi and Danny Luna fighting.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a certain feeling that this freaking concierge has no idea what he's doing. An ankle pick by Ash there, pulling out Danny Luna. What Johnny with the tope suicida wiping out Ash.
Nice.
And Tatum moonsault wiping out Danny and Ash. Now Gigi, they're starting to break down here once again. Why am I not surprised? And of course, it's by the freakiest team that caused the chaos. Whoa!
I was going to ask you. I was going to say, are you really surprised?
No, but whispering the wind kind of surprises me. Then again, Gigi Dolan was encouraged by Jeff Hardy. And now Heather. Whoa, okay. Well, there's a size disadvantage. Now let's Legend hoisting up Heather in the overhead. Military press. Oh, and drops Heather across the field on the outside. And everybody's down. Now, what the hell? Inside Alisha's shoulders!
Oh! That could have went really bad. She tripped on the rope a little.
Yeah, she's lucky that she didn't land awkwardly. And crossbody just wiped out everybody as the Meta girls to have more gold to Meta 4. Of course, you saw Noam Dar return and win back the Heritage Cup this past Tuesday at NXT.
The most random, shocking shit.
tag. I mean, is it really random considering we saw Joe Hendry at WrestleMania? Nothing's going to top that, dude. Nothing.
Nothing at all. But
Jakara
at least I
right
expected that.
Got a Dolan cover. Dan gets a 2 count. Good escape there by Jakara, the more technically proficient of the duo. Nice monkey flip, though. Tag made to... What the hell? Did she just tag in Heather? Or
I
Adam?
think so.
Okay, well, Heather Reckless now legal Jakara. I'm not sure if that was meant. And now Heather is a cover on Jakara. Nearly retained there. Went for the drop kick. Sidestep by Heather Reckless. Heather Reckless, who became elegant, of course, last year and joined TNA.
Ooh!
Drop kick!
Right in the bunnies.
Shut it, Walter. Tag made a last legend. I officially am going to ban the word bunny from TNA Wrestling if this elegant reject wins.
Ah!
Jumping elbow drop to the back of Heather Reckless. Sliding glare by Danny Luna. I'm going to just focus on the monitor here before I go really on a tangent that no one wants to hear. It's already bad enough Chelsea Green lost the United States Championship. Don't give me another reason to be pissed off 2 days in a row. Now Jody and Danny looking to take Heather up and over. Oh, my word.
Dude, that elbow to the back of the freaking... Like right to her small of her back.
Yeah, stalling vertical right now by the former tag team champion Spitfire with a squat.
Oh, what? Okay.
Just holding her up all night.
Hey, man, the blood rushes to your head, makes that more effective.
Cover by Jody and Ash coming in for the save. Hits her part.
You might as well let the blood rush to her head. She's got nothing else in there.
Uh-oh. Danny Luna right now sending Ash for a ride. Spitfire again. There's a contractually obligated rematch. German suplex by Danny Luna wiping out Ash. I don't think there was a tag, by the way, to the freakiest tag team here, but they are actually enjoying this and scouting a game plan, clearly. Double noggin knocker by Tatum and Gigi. Well, this match officially broken down. The full Nelson.
Yeah.
What the hell is this?
I don't know, but I don't envy this ref.
Oh! Sliding German by Gigi. Now here's the cover by Tatum. I guess it's legal. Gets a 2 count on Jody. And now there's a tag made. Lash now legal. So back to NXT, I suppose. Big right. Just right Tatum Paxley. Back to the Adams family house. Oh!
Dude, that was very innovative offense there.
Well, innovation is key in women's tag team wrestling. And right now, hoisted up on the shoulders, tag made to Jakara, last legend with Tatum Paxley in electric chair position. Oh! Great setup there in the sit-out power bomb and 2 count. Broken up by everybody.
The entire group broke that up.
Well, again, if you're not about decision, you don't win the titles.
And it's not elimination, so.
Ironically enough, this one should have been elimination.
They need more eliminations, man.
With the rule being in tag team wrestling nowadays for women, multi-team warfare, because you can't get 2 realistic teams to have a realistic match or storyline, might as well be, damn it. And right now, Jody Fred teeing off against Ash is freaking, I'm just going to leave that alone because plastic surgery, Joan Rivers is crying in her grave. And
Ash
right now,
is just getting
up on the shoulders. Jody Fred now taking Ash for a spin.
Airplane spin.
Oh! Little UFO action here to cover and Lash breaks it up.
She basically turned the airplane into a Blue Thunder bomb.
Not quite. Blue Thunder bomb, of course, is more of a set on the shoulders weren't there. Whoa, well, that backbreaker was there over the knee. Now Gigi coming in. Shotgun drop kick the last legend. Danny Luna wiping out Gigi. And Jakara now. Shotgun drop kick with a twist. Step up insecurity by Tatum Paxley to Jakara. Yeah, Walter, you want to try and say something real quick?
I can't even keep up with the action. That's why I got quiet and let you go.
Hit down DDT by Heather Reckless to Tatum Paxley. We have 7 women down and 1 woman in the ring.
Does Heather even know who the hell is legal in here?
Who the fuck cares anymore? And now Ash up to the top rope.
DT might be hurt.
And about to say now, Jody Fred going after Ash. Unable to eliminate the rest of the field. Ash fighting back the attempted superplex here.
Jody's got a hold of her.
I sense disaster. Twin factor.
Paxley has Heather, while Jakara is jumping on break, trying to break that out. Are we going to get 2 Tower of Doom spots?
I mean, we just saw Twin Towers Hanukkah at the Stardom show. So honestly, would you be... Wait a minute.
Who is that?
Lee? That was Maggie Lee.
Two Tower Dooms. Two Tower of Dooms.
Oh,
I
Lord.
called it.
Last Legend right now. Wait a minute, Maggie Lee, what the fuck are you doing? Tower Doom
Stopping
Day
it.
Luna. Last Legend went to every bite. Maggie Lee just held Ash's ankle behind the red's back. And Last Legend just took Day Luna out. Ash, the only one standing. Are you fucking kidding? Rare fire here by Ash on Jody Fret. Not like this. Polluted bullshit in LA. Ash by Elegance retains.
Okay.
The fucking city polluted with more than enough smog with the Playboy Bunny ripoff. Lead him with the title. Fuck me.
It happens.
Yeah, so does a lot of other shit happen in LA, not reported by TMC.
Damn it, I picked the wrong team.
Fucking Maggie Lee, you unelegant bitch.
Maggie's being invited in to celebrate.
Well, Maggie Lee was endorsed by Heather Reckless and the Concierge, and thanks to
But
her,
not Ash.
Heather and Ash left with the championships. Bullshit.
Ash didn't endorse her. She might be endorsing her now.
Well, Ash again was not involved in the decision for this match to be made, and thanks to Maggie Lee, Ash, by the skin of her Botox tits, leads with the title.
Ash, she needs to work on that swanton. She barely can do the turn.
I think JJ said best, dimeless. Her value speaks for itself. That being said, Maggie Lee paying dividends here for the Elegance entourage, as Ash and Heather, unfortunately, are still TNA Knockouts Tag Team Champions.
Okay. Heather's getting carried away. Literally.
I mean, again, she's the smallest person in the wrestling business right now. Moving on from that train wreck, here's an injury report presented by Bioflex here by Gia Miller.
Who's this, JDC?
I think we're going to find out here. And we know Joe Henry's not competing at 100% due to a shoulder injury that happened during a melee on TNA a few weeks. He is clear to compete, though, but we've seen that shoulder wear Joe Hendry down at Unbreakable. We also saw he was able to hit Randy Orton with some great powerful offense, but again, unable to hit the standing ovation. Zachary Wentz also possibly has ribs injury after the fallout from that International Championship Trios tournament. And of course, Sami Callihan, lacerations. He will be out indefinitely. And solo Vance Warner after the massacre that happened in Barbed Wire Massacre at Unbreakable. Although McFoley's probably happy about that.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see if Zachary Wentz's ribs hold up tonight as we get ready for six-man tag team action still to come here.
They're not going to hold up. And that might be why that match was less than 5 minutes right there, that shoulder.
Yeah, you see, to your point, the trainer checking on the TNA World Champion Joe Hendry, kinesio tape being applied on the right shoulder. Again, the TNA locker room supported by Bioflex, the best you can get in the business when it comes to recovery, rehab, and injury. And speaking of which, Ash, again, TMDK Shane Case was sent on the Highwayman's ride to hell, Tombstone Pile Driver, as we watch with Alisha tonight during the countdown.
The most random shit ever.
Well, again, not the first time I've seen TMDK compete in California, but Bad Dude Tito would have made more sense.
Yeah. As we go backstage to Elijah.
And maybe I can cool down now. Man, that pissed me off so fucking badly.
I see, no. I can literally see the fumes coming out of your head.
Shut it, Walter.
Great time. Got the victory.
Bloody freaking.
Great time, got the victory. Now I get to sit back, get ready, because later tonight, my friend Joe Hendry. Yeah, I sense he's going to use the guitar and hit Hendry, man. He might cost Hendry.
Yeah, I fear.
I've been calling it since he debuted. You know that.
Have I not been calling him versus Joe Hendry? I guess we don't want to do it for the title, possibly, but it would be provided justice for Elijah to hit Hendry with the guitar after embarrassing him. And again, still to come tonight, six-man tag team action. Sean Waltman, can he be what it takes to beat the system? As the system, not JDC, but Moose now will step up in behalf of JDC. Six-man tag team action to come up here shortly. All right.
It's the system again.
Well, we saw the system work earlier. Can the system work once again? Here we go. Oh, Lordy. I'm all right. I'm fine. For those that are wondering, I'm fine. I'm a little better.
No, he's not. Not at all.
I'm fine. I'm fucking fine.
If you have to say you're fine that many times, you're really not.
look, there's no coffee mug in my hand or fire behind me, all right? But right now, the system's on my screen. And again, Moose is stepping up tonight, competing twice. Already essentially retaining his X Division championship. Now Moose looks to tag alongside the systems, Eddie Edwards and Brian Myers, to beat the Rascalz and Ace Austin and send a message why, again, you have to trust the system. Again, we saw Moose retained by this literally a split second, Walter, on that spear.
I think Leon Slater's has justification for asking for a one-on-one.
Well, again, only time will tell.
Can we get this girl off my screen? Please, I'm so sick of her.
Of course, Leon Slater, you wonder how his ribs are feeling right now, and will he play a factor positive this match and get revenge against Moose in the system?
I don't know. Well, the system finally crashed. Moose is the only one that's doing any good.
Well, he's always been doing good, if we're being honest here.
Ace
Here
Austin.
comes the inevitable Ace Austin.
The inevitable. Looking like he took an outfit from Badass Billy Gunn.
Been a very unique alliance here with the Rascalz and Ace Austin, who have continued to have a gripe against the system. And of course, we know the Rascalz and Ace Austin can get it done in six-man tag team action, as of course Ace Austin, Trey, Miguel, and Zachary Wentz got the better of NXT's Wesley, closing that book permanently.
There we go. Is it really closed though?
As far as I'm concerned, Wesley and his pit bulls haven't been seen since then.
Yes.
Smoke them if you got them, though, with the Rascalz. They represent.
Mm-hmm.
You heard, of course, Zachary Wentz dealing with a rib injury. We have to wonder if that will come into play here. After we saw what happened on TNA this past Thursday. Break it down!
Sean
Waltman
Waltman
in the building! I cannot believe I'm calling Sean Waltman in TNA in 2025. What the fuck is my life?
Bet you he goes to Jeff.
Two-time WWE Hall of Famer, unless you forget.
Mm-hmm.
Notice the D-Generation X signs and inspired gear tonight by Ace Austin and the Rascalz.
Don't break your ass this time. You know he's gonna go to Jeff, right? You know he's gonna go to Jeff.
Really? Really, man?
Hey, you guys talked about our predictions. I didn't get to.
Well, fair enough. You see him sporting those Hall of Fame rings right there. Oh, Lord. A bunch of degenerates influenced by freaking Sean Waltman.
Hey, it fits. The Rascalz are all green. It fits.
I guess that's true. Of course, we talk about the legendary career of Sean Waltman, X-Pac, Sticks, whatever you want to call it.
15 years old, was in the WWE ring. Yeah. Just known as the Lightning King the Lightning Kid at that time.
The Lightning Kid, I think is what you're trying to say, not Dynamite
Yeah.
Kid.
No, I said Lightning, but I said King instead of Kid. That fixed it.
Fair enough. And again, we saw at Unbreakable, me and DJ did, how far Zachary Wentz was able to fight through that international championship tournament. Of course, coming up short for the TNA International Championship, still to be defended tonight by Steve Maclin against Eric Young, as we now start things off here with Zachary Wentz and Brian Myers. They get to the midsection, and Ash also apparently supporting everything you just said. Please subscribe today, Bad for Wrestling. Ash, of course, we got to get back on your content train. You got to start working on some stuff, Power. Help us work with you as always. We're happy to have you part of the family and welcome you in and your channel. Corkscrew out of the corner by Wentz is the cover. Gets a 2 count.
Well, when we do that throwback stardom thing, we may have to invite her.
Well, spoiler free as I am. That stardom period you're talking about, of course, was the All-Star Grand Queendom that just happened literally this morning. So likely it will be up in my source later on this week.
You might have to try to figure it out.
Might be a couple of words here, though, but Trey right now teeing off here against Eddie Edwards. I thought he was about to do a little road dog there.
I think he was, right? Those
And
punches were very roll dog.
They're chucking and jiving. You're damn right. Back to the corner. Tag made Ace Austin. Now Ace Austin coming in. Drop kick to Eddie Edwards. And Eddie Edwards, of course, who initiated the system reboot. He's got to be impressed with what Moose did in the X Division Championship match. But we were talking about this during our, what was it? The City predicting if Moose gets the win here versus Eddie Edwards, or if Eddie Edwards loses here, what does that do for the system's confidence?
Why isn't Zachary's ribs all taped up?
Click, click, boom. And you might not want to show the injuries. Again, kinesio tape or any ribs, you put a target on your own body. Plus, the system knows that Wentz's ribs are injured, if we're being perfectly honest here.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure the system already knows.
Don't worry, Ash. We got you. Besides, we know you follow AEW and New Japan Pro Wrestling primarily, as well as other stuff. Again, nothing but love.
Hey, I got baptized by fire. I don't follow it that much, but I can get it.
The jabs by Trey Miguel here, teeing off against Eddie Edwards. Oh, takes a shot at Brian Myers.
Now, what happened to JDC? Because I missed Impact that Moose has the double duty.
I feel like that at this point, as Alisha Edwards being pulled in front of her husband again as a roadblock. Boston Trash.
Wrong pay-per-view, but no, I'm kidding.
I was about to say, I heard you loud and clear. Making a distraction here.
Again, but what happened with JDC that Moose had to take his place?
Again, the referee did not see the distraction there by Alisha Edwards. Eddie Edwards has taken control back for the system. I think JDC, he may have got injured, or maybe the system decided that tonight Moose just wanted to step up or needs to step up more.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't anything that happened on TV.
I don't think it was anything that happened on TV. No.
Okay.
And again, you can use the hashtag TNA Rebellion, be part of the conversation. And thank for those that are tuning into our coverage. Please like, subscribe, comment, tell friends, subscribe to all the channels here, especially Rage of Wrestling and Bad for Wrestling. Let's get their accounts up and keep following our friends here. As of course, we keep you in tune for all the biggest shows and pay-per-views and specials across all things wrestling. Shout out to my XW fam. Whether it's WWE, NXT, ROH, AEW, TNA, New Japan, HOG, MLW, NWA, other companies included. And Moose right now just putting the boots to Trey.
They literally took his shirt off to expose his chest, and those chops.
Yeah, again, Moose literally decided to come into this matchup to help the system step up. And right now, Moose choking out Trey Miguel with that T-shirt. Again,
I think he took his own shirt off. He's choking him with his own shirt.
Yeah, exactly. And Sean Waltman right now trying to keep Alisha Edwards at bay. Of course, Sean Waltman cannot get physically involved either. Nothing worse than a tramp in your corner. But anyway, Moose right now literally taking control of the system here. And right now, Brian Myers. I didn't say anything.
You risk disqualification if Sean gets involved, so.
Yeah, well, we've seen that cheat code Alisha Edwards come in how many times on behalf of Rascalz being in the system when it comes to a need for a moment or a win?
We've seen it. It seems to be the referee never sees it.
Well, again, referee only has so much control. Dale Spencer has so much control over 6 people and 2 outsiders. Well, 1 outsider officially. The other one's just a freaking distraction.
Damn, digging his knee into Trey's chest.
And trying to hurt Trey Miguel's ribs at this point.
Right?
Yeah, no one likes the system. No one trusts the system, but you can't argue with results.
Nope, not at all.
We saw the results in Ultimate X as Alisha did help Moose not only work his way towards the win, but Moose did retain the X Division Championship as the Irons once again telling everybody what they feel about the system, and I agree.
Oop, tag.
Brian Myers. Oh, the kid to the back of the shoulder blades.
I don't think Trey Miguel saw that tag at all.
No, that was a blind shot. It's always the shots you can't see covered. Gets the 2 counts. It's always the shots you can't see that are the worst. You can't prepare for them.
Trey Miguel needs a desperate need of a tag. And at this point, I guess you tag Austin, right? Do you really want Wentz in there with them injured ribs?
Well, again, do you go with the one you're most familiar with, or do you go with the one that you've been the most combative against? Again, we've seen Ace Austin team alongside the Rascalz when it comes to standing up against a common foe. They were able to beat NXT. Oh, jumping flatliner. And we'll see tonight if they're able to beat the system. Brian Myers once calling himself the most professional wrestler. I say professional, quote unquote. Now, Brian Myers might be looking to set up Trey for a move he got passed down him by Edge being his bitch.
Being his bitch. You won't always be just bitch. Now, let's see who Trey Miguel reaches for.
And watch Eddie Edwards, though, sidestep to the outside, and Moose now coming to the A. Now Moose sidestep to the outside.
Tag, Trey, tag.
Critical moment here for treatment time. Both men taken down by Edwards and Moose.
Hey, man, you can say whatever you want. You can say what you want, but that was smart.
I can't argue with the strategy here. And once again, Brian Myers literally waistlock Trey, bets assistant's corner, tab to Eddie Edwards. How he's still conscious from that knee strike is beyond me. And tab to Moose.
He ain't conscious.
We also know the system is more of a cohesive unit with longer tag team experience in trios action. Up and around. Fire Thunder Bomb! Already said something. Look at the teamwork here. Case in point, Moose legal. Hook in the far leg. Back press. And Ace with the same.
There was no need to count. A blue thunder bomb was involved. You know it ain't getting the 3.
Oh, shut it, Walter. You're just finding all sorts of ways to piss me off, and I don't have a guitar, and I'm not Double J Jeff Jarrett. Stuck in this world.
But you are great.
You're nice. Now the system back in control, and again, Trey Miguel isolated here.
Dude, Trey Miguel's out of it. He needs to tag. He's been in the match for a better part of 5 minutes, just getting manhandled.
And right now, Kramer credits due. Trey Miguel showing that resilience. 10-10 made to Zachary Wentz.
I don't know how smart this is, man.
And we'll see again how those ribs hold up. As right now, he's literally axe kicking the system. Now going up to the top rope. Missile drop kick wipes out both Eddie Edwards and Brian Myers. Moose is legal, though. Now teeing up against the face of the franchise. Bringing down the knee. Front kick to the side of the head. It's double stomp there. Sean Waltman. Once again, one of the best friends here of the Rascalz sauce and encouraging Wentz.
Mind you, what does Moose use to put people away?
Oof. That spear and that knockout knee strike might have put him away. Here's the cover by Zachary Wentz, who gets 2.5.
What do you get impacted the most when you get speared?
The ribs.
Yeah, is it the smartest thing to go against Moose right now with some concrete?
Well, right now, quick Taz made Ace Austin legal, Trey legal now, and they might be looking, wait a minute, no way. And now Miguel. Oh, lightning spiral phone combination. Taz made, Wentz is legal now.
Uh-oh.
3-on-1 attack on Moose. Spiral tap. Cover. Oh, the system saves the matchup.
Skin of the teeth, though. They're no. Was Austin tagged?
Yeah, Ace Austin was the last one tagged there.
Famouser! I made the Mr. Ass comparison earlier.
And now Trey Miguel teeing off against Brian Myers, chucking and jiving. Oh, that was a shout out to the ROADDOGG. Wait a minute.
Let them to suck it.
Look at Alisha here, bringing up a moment.
Come on, Sean, do the Bronco Buster. Give her the Bronco Buster. Give her the Bronco Buster.
Oh, and Alisha just slapped Sean. No, Sean would never hit a woman.
X-Factor!
X-Factor by Sean Waltman to Alisha Edwards.
You want to say that again? He'll never what?
Oh! Suck it, Alisha!
Bronco Busters!
Bronco Busters to the system in the corners instead, Walter! What the fuck's happening?
Don't ask me. This
Sean Waltman still got it.
Spinning heel kick, another one.
Heel kick again. Again, the referee trying to take Alisha out of play.
All right, go ahead, Sean.
What the fuck just happened? Turn the clock. Stereo topes. Wipes out the system. Trey and Ace wipe out Eddie Edwards and Brian Myers. Wentz is still legal with moves, by the way.
But again.
Holy
shit, what a punk kick.
Uh-oh. And now Moose targeting Wentz for the spear. God, what a pedigree of sorts!
No, X Factor. We got him with the X Factor.
I think you're right. Yeah, he didn't get the double hook. And now Wentz, former X Division champion.
Cutter.
He got the cutter. He got the cover. And the win. Wentz just pinned the X Division champion.
Okay, I picked them to win, but I didn't think they were pinning Moose. Well, I didn't even know Moose was in the match when I made
Let
the
alone
pick.
using a Zone Waltman X Factor towards the finish.
He literally reversed the spear into the X Factor. Holy shit.
Well, the Rascalz and Ace Austin did say they got a friend that could beat the system. They were not wrong tonight. That friend was a degenerate. Sean Waltman just helped Ace Austin and the Rascalz beat the system.
The degenerate virus entered the system.
That was a moment right there.
The system didn't have Norton or any other kind of protection.
Well, how do you protect yourself against Degeneration X alumni?
I don't know. There's no way to.
What a night for Zachary Wentz, who just pinned the X Division champion.
I can't believe it. What is
Oh, my
2025? What the hell am I watching? Look at Jeff Meacham standing up. He can't believe he's looking at Sean.
I think Jeff Meacham right now is literally losing himself as we speak. And I'm not trying to quote Eminem.
Yeah, Sean showing he blew up. He's blown up, man.
I bet. The friggin' leg
All
lariat.
right, time to get serious.
Yeah, but I'll say it doesn't get more serious than Steve Maclin right now with Gia Miller backstage.
Although that is a pretty bright-ass title.
But I'll say, what's his mentality?
I don't think he's going to have much to say.
I think he's going to let his actions speak for themselves.
Actions speak louder than words.
Oh, boy. We haven't heard a single thing from him since Eric Young dropped him.
I don't know, Ash. I'm thinking the same thing. He should get a title shot now, right? He pinned the champ.
Yeah, no kidding. A very quiet, confident, and probably dangerous Steve Maclin is preparing to defend his TNA International Championship against a man probably just as dangerous as him, if not more, Eric Young.
I was going to say that let's not underestimate how dangerous Eric Young could be. The man literally died, and he's still back.
Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about the headlines here. This is the first ever defense for the TNA International Championship. These two have been fighting with each other ever since 2018, actually. And Maclin, will he accept Eric Young's offer? He still has not truly said no. Could tonight lead to him offering from Eric Young to join the Northern Armory, forging combat?
Should have put it in the contract. You lose to me and only get the championship if you join the Armory.
Look at the Titantron change from green to red tonight. Oh, boy.
Eric Young, man, can scare you too, man.
Let's
not take him lightly.
I think Mike Myers could look safer than Eric Young.
Right.
Speaking of Northern Armory, there you see Sinner and Saint in tow with Eric Young ever since taking over the Northern Armory after ousting Josh Alexander from TNA Wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
World-class maniac.
And again, as we talked about, Eric Young is also an OG of TNA. He's won every title possible in this company's history.
Dude, aside from AJ Styles, you could definitely call Eric Young Mr. TNA. And Frankie, too.
Yeah, well, again, this world-class maniac, he's led a super elite. He was always Showtime. He was once Violent by Design. This world-class maniac now leading the Northern Armory, an original member of Team Canada, lest we forget, eh?
I'm a little afraid of what this match is going to turn to.
Yeah, but I fear it's going to turn into exactly what Eric Young wants it to turn into, and that might play in his favor.
Yep, true. Here's the champ.
And a very serious champ.
Dude, no words were spoken at all back there.
Oh, boy.
This might be a banger.
Bulletproof. Steve Maclin, the Punisher, front toward enemy sighted tonight, and the first ever defense of the TNA, newly minted, might I add. Oh, shit. TNA International Championship.
He just stomped on the mask.
Well, I think we got our answer that he's not planning to join the Northern Armory. He's planning to end Eric Young. And he just wiped out Center and Say on the outside before the bell rang. So I guess we got our official answer, Walter. The answer is no.
You assume emphatic no.
And Eric Young looks apparently displeased, but probably not surprised. Well, bell rings are underway. Maclin refusing to be alongside Eric Young in his Northern Armory.
Why would you be surprised? It could be mind games, too.
Well, Maclin versus Young, and once again, one-on-one. Again, their first one-on-one last we saw was Victory Road last year, but these guys have been in combat since 2018. I've his chop. Once literally tag team partners.
Mm-hmm.
Again, Eric Young is just as physical as he is cerebral. Overhead! That body drop by Maclin to Eric Young, wiping out Young to the outside.
Mind you, these two had mutual respect for one another after having going one-on-one. Became a team, and now it's boiled down to this again.
And look at Maclin wiping out the entire armory with a Frostberry flop.
Maclin is fired up, Noah.
It's not often you see Maclin dive over the top rope like that.
Not at all.
Of course,
I mean, he wants to make a statement to Young.
Well, again, a man that wants to use his own body as a weapon, former serviceman, might I add.
Yep.
Stephen Northern Army trying to protect Young here. This Maclin, though, he's got to watch out, though. He's got to watch not only the outside, but he's got to watch out. Young!
Oh, the ref didn't see that? Are you serious?
Yeah, they're running knee off the apron as Eric Young distracted the official.
Sinner and Saint need to be ejected.
But again, the referee can't call what she can't see, unfortunately.
Yeah, she don't got eyes in the back of her head.
And referee for this contest, Paige, I don't know her last name, by the way, folks. Sorry. Right now, Eric Young saying that nobody can touch me. Oh, big right hand. We saw on Impact this past week during that sit-down where they had another very intense conversation, and it ended with Maclin laid out by that bonfire.
Mm-hmm.
His side head, again, Maclin is medically cleared to compete. We did not see him on the injury report, but again, Eric Young, how mentally sound is Maclin tonight as he hangs Eric Young up in the tree of woe and puts the boots towards him.
That is not where you want to be if you're Eric Young.
Especially when on the opposite side of the ring, you have Steve Maclin looking to tag him and bag him.
Watch out. Keep your eye in the corner of the screen there.
And was looking to take him caught in the crosshairs and now, wait a minute.
Now the referee can see it. Come on.
So she's got to do something there. She's got to take these men out.
Well, I mean, obviously they didn't actually touch him. They they held his leg. They didn't do an offensive maneuver to him.
At the end of the day, we want a championship match, one-on-one, and I think finally they're out of here. Good riddance. Bye, see ya. Head back to Canada. And Maclin sends them up and over.
Sent the hell. Go to the back.
And Eric Young disqualification, and they would have literally cost Eric Young the title here. What did Eric Young gain?
Yeah, man. Can you imagine how much blood just rushed to Eric Young's head? He was hanging upside down that entire time.
And somehow he was still able to raise his core as Maclin flies to the outside. Thankfully, did not beat the ring post.
Maclin can't win Young can't win by countout, though.
Well, again, does Eric Young want to win the championship, or does he want to break Steve Maclin a different way?
I think he just wants to prove his point, gain the respect from Maclin, and tell him to join. I don't think Eric Young cares.
A moment in. Again, what's going through the eyes of that madman?
I don't know. I don't even think he knows what's going on in his own head.
That might be a fair point. And right now, the official is checking on Maclin, making sure he continues.
I think Macklin's bleeding off the top of his head. He's bleeding bad.
Yeah, you're right. I think he crashed on the outside head first.
Oh, the bottom of the railing. See it? See where the blood is? Look, that's what he hit.
Yep, exactly. He skid off the top. He skid off it.
Oh, my God. That's Concussion City, Noah.
Right now, damage done. And Eric Young preying on pretty much blood in the water like a shark.
Mm-hmm.
Now bringing it back in. Quite the opportunity. Gets a 1 count, though.
Adrenaline is a thing. I don't even know if Maclin even feels that right now.
Well, again, being a former serviceman, you understand what it means to literally handle the most dangerous situations. Up with the shoulders. While looking for Deadfly driver. Lupez pressed by Maclin, though. Just throwing the fist down Eric Young. Eric Young, no stranger to bleeding himself. The man that's lived and died 6 different times. Oh, back elbow strike to the temple.
Holy shit, he dazed him. Angle slam, sort of.
Shout out to Kurt Angle. There's another shout to all-time great. Cover with the far leg. Gets a 2 count.
He served the country in a different way.
Yeah, well, again, the only Olympic gold medalist in wrestling with a broken freaking neck.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to shake off those cobwebs to your point. Oh, big right hand by Eric Young in the corner, though, meaning Maclin in kind.
Ow.
Accurate. No, Eric Young.
What is Eric Young doing? Oh, he got caught. He got caught on a knee exposed.
Oh, boy, that's not good. Talk about tearing out your knee and your ligaments.
Stop him.
Looking down with a single stomp.
Look, taking the blood and rubbing it.
Now we're going to continue where he left off. Tag him back up. Caught the crosshairs.
Adios, sucker.
And now the cover to retain. 2 count only.
Oh, shit. Give Eric Young credit to kick out after that.
Well, Maclin calls himself bulletproof. I'm not sure what you call Eric Young at this point, though. Take a look at the replay here. Off that single driving stomp, follow up to the spear in the corner, caught in the crosshairs, and to your point, Eric Young survived.
I would call him resilient because not many men would kick up after that.
Well, again, when you live or die 6 different times in this company and in this business, you tend to have a second win in life. And Maclin, what the hell? Is he looking for an avalanche KIA?
What are you thinking? Maybe a super play. He's biting him, and remember, he's got an open wound.
Oh, and a big right takes Maclin down. Again, to your point, looking for that massive elbow drop to the heart.
To the heart.
And the cover is enough here. Kick out at 2 by Maclin.
Maclin showing heart by kicking out. Eric Young arguing that was a 3. It was clearly a 2, Eric. Focus now.
He's won championships before with that elbow drop, so Eric Young taken by surprise that Maclin's still in this.
Yeah, don't threaten to touch your hand, to put your hands on the ref.
I say, referee right now is not your foe. Sidestep, whoop, Maclin set onto the apron. Referee dodging contact, thankfully. Elbow strike there, and Maclin looking to send Eric Young. Wait. Okay, dangerous Terry Boltman on the apron and gouging the eyes.
Right in front of the ref.
Again, admonishment by the referee. Now Eric Young hoisting Maclin up on the shoulders.
Death Valley driver position.
Oh! God. And Maclin goes down hard on his tailbone. I think he was looking for the Death Valley driver, and he turned it into a modified drop.
Dude, that was right in the hardest part of the ring. All wood.
And steel. Wood meets steel, and it always affects the bone. Now Maclin thrown in the ring. Eric Young, shoulders down, feel the ropes, and nearly stole it.
Tried to cheat with his feet on the ropes and still couldn't win.
Yeah, outside the referee's vision. Again, without Icarus and Williams in his corner, Eric Young had to literally rechange his game plan here. I think he's been relying on him far too much ever since taking over this armory. Talk about Eric Young, former TNA television champion, TNA tag team champion, TNA world champion, TNA X division champion. Oof. The big right hand.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Maclin, who, of course, won the TNA World Championship at Rebellion back in 2023. Once friends, once partners, now the bitterest of rivals and enemies duking it out here in the middle of the ring at Rebellion. And Maclin getting the better of the exchange, it looks like. Swing and a miss. Maclin off the ropes. Basenko knee!
Uh-oh.
How's that to turn things around? Get to the midsection. Double underhook. KIA. Counter by Eric Young. Kick to the midsection. Oh, no. Power driver attempt denied. This is on the back door. Looking for the
reverse.
Cover. It's in it. Reverse to your point. And Maclin retains!
Little disappointed by the ending, but good match.
I'm about to say, with Eric Young, the match is just as mental as it is physical. And Maclin outlasting this mental warfare. Now the Norman Army coming to play. Trying to take out Maclin. Oh, and Eric Young with a steel chain wrapped around his fist. Where the hell did he get that from?
I don't know.
Not even a moment to celebrate after the match. Eric Young gets the last shot. Again.
I thought he would stop them from attacking him to make him join. This isn't one way to force someone to join you.
Well, you know the old saying, you're either with me or you're against me. Crowd chanting Eric Young, they saw, oh, what the hell?
Just choking him with the chain. Is he going to do the package power driver with that? Oh, no, he's going to hang him off the rope.
Yeah, steel chain wrapped around the throat of Steve Maclin, to your point. And the Norman Army trying to restrain Steve Maclin. Literally choking the life out of the Punisher here, hanging the TNA National Champion.
Not only are they hanging him by the neck, they got his shoulder up there, too.
Well, damage done by the Norman Armory, while Steve Maclin is still the TNA National Champion. I don't think Eric Young's going to stop until Maclin joins him or he officially destroys him.
He's holding the title. I don't know if the title's more important to him or him having Maclin join him.
Good grief. Well, either way, Steve Maclin was able to retain the TNA National Championship with a counter roll-up out of the attempted pile driver after Eric Young countered his attempted KIA. It was a countermeasure move at the end that allowed him to basically survive. And Ash with a thought here real quick. What am I doing with and to myself? I'm enjoying this pay-per-view and thinking about adding another ball to the juggling act. TNA is worth watching. That's all I got to say.
I think she means reviewing it. I'm not sure.
I mean, hey, you know what? Why not, Ash? It'd be fun for you to do, I think. Well, of course, all the stars out in LA, including Barbara Crampton there. And we got Anna Lore starring in Final Destination Bloodlines. That'll be in theaters May 16th. As if we need another movie that's about death.
My wife is bugging me to see that movie, too.
It's every other movie in that franchise. Someone dies a gruesome death. It might as well be 1,000 Ways to Die, the movie.
Right? I actually love that show, though.
I'm not going to lie. I used to watch that. Am I a masochist? The answer is yes. Anyway, that being said, this might be a massacre right here. Falls count anywhere as Mike Santana on site with Mustafa Ali. One-on-one action. Path of purpose to be defined, or in our lead do you trust this crooked campaign? It's a one-on-one match here, and the falls count anywhere.
We thought we saw something at the end of the Maclin fight. Wait till we see this entire match here.
Well, when you call a man's values, not only when it comes to overcoming addiction, but leading by example, the jury is out. Mustafa Ali, who came back and intercepted Mike Santana's path of purpose towards the TNA World Championship, got a crooked win at Sacrifice, and Mike Santana couldn't stand it.
Dude, the fact that he keeps bringing up his past and teasing them and leaving cups of alcohol in arm's reach. Mike Santana is going to get revenge, and revenge is going to be better than that sip of brandy.
I'm about to say, addictions take many forms, and the only thing Mike Santana is addicted to right now is revenge.
Addicted to causing pain to Ali right now.
Well, considering how much mental warfare Ali's caused, I don't blame him. He ran like a coward or like a crooked politician that can't win for their life. Literally in the follow-up matchup. And now we're finally going to get a one-on-one where there is no running away. Falls count anywhere. He made this even more personal, attacking Mike Santana's friend, Derek, who was there as an innocent bystander.
Mm-hmm.
And again, every chance that Ali's had to confront Santana, he's ran away.
No, like you said, cowardly politician.
Yeah, well, let's not put politics into wrestling unless you want to get me to rant on a different thing where I might screw up half the country, and I still wouldn't give a fuck. Individual party. Mike Santana literally leading by example in his reformers group, saying that sometimes when you think the past can come back to bite you in the ass, you have to confront it head on. Tonight, the past looks to be rendered inert tonight. Falls count A. Let's go down to Mackenzie Mitchell.
Let's be honest, Noah. when Santana, this is a traditional
What the world?
it's an entrance for Ali. This is heritage.
Oh, okay.
But let's be honest, when you have a vice like alcoholism and things like that, you get sunken into this deep, dark place. With this kind of match, Santana might have to reach into that deep, dark place. But this time, he won't have a vice to pull him out. He's going to have to pull him. It's going to have to be Ali to pull him out.
Well, it's also going to have to be literally himself, to your point, because if he falls to those dark addictions that was once the man he was, then I figure Ali would actually prove his point, especially if Ali can win. For my Santana, this is more than just a victory to reclaim over Ali. This is reclaiming his purpose that he came back home to TNA for, the TNA World Championship.
He's putting those demons behind him. He's going to sink into that dark place, but that's just for this kind of match. He's able to dig himself out this time without depending on extracurricular activities.
Well, I mean, he did told his people, forgive me for the man I'm about to become. So we'll find out soon enough who literally has left to their own sins and pays for them and who's absolved of them. A very unique entrance, though, for Mustafa Ali. For an Ali, do you trust? The jury's still out, as here comes his Secret Service and his cabinet, and you know that Tasha Steelz in the great hands will not be too far behind.
Let's not pretend like Ali hasn't been on a roll since signing with this company, though.
He hasn't been pinned or submitted, to your point, since coming back to TNA.
Mm-hmm. Tasha Steelz and the rest of his cabinet.
And there's the former X Division champion. Oh boy, it's about to get really violent. Ash, it's all about priorities. Here's what you do. You watch highlights of WWE. You watch what you love the most out of New Japan Pro Wrestling. You do what you can with AEW, and then you include the things like TNA and New Japan Pro Wrestling. Follow the Superman strategy. Keep up with what you can, but don't hold yourself to watch everything live because it saves you time and your budget. And some things are better off as highlights versus fully live.
I watch WWE live. I do the highlights of AEW, and I watch TNA.
Look, if I told you my 6-day-a-week routine on how I handle all things wrestling, you would call me a madman, more than a madman I am already. Speaking of madman, Mike Santana has been driven to become a madman thanks to Mustafa Ali, who came in saying TNA needs great leadership, and Mike Santana is not the leader we need.
In Ali, we trust.
Except your name when your name's Mike Santana.
Mm-hmm. That's the greeting he just did. Well, he fooled these three. What the hell?
What in the name of?
Santana getting Goldberg treatment. Isn't it the boxers? Those are the
champions.
Yeah, I was gonna say, aren't those boxers?
Yeah, that's exactly who those are. Okay, well, things about to get really real here tonight in LA. That's all about street fighting. A man of the people, Walter. Here comes Mike Santana. He's got a hell of an entourage of his own tonight.
Boricua badass.
Your culture represent. There he is. Proud and powerful.
They might as well call him that, man. I gave him that nickname. Why don't they use it, dude? Boricua badass. It fits.
The Boricua badass. Ash, just talk to me via text if you ever need a freaking history lesson, highlight, or a Superman strategy for wrestling. I got you covered. No one watches more wrestling than me in the Super Rival Studios, except maybe Jeff Meacham.
I think you got Meacham.
We talked about earlier, of course, that heritage. Of course, another TNA great, Homicide, finally put the boots up. Retired recently here. Inspirations like Homicide, of course, and Hernandez have also been major influences on Mike Santana here. Let's forget LAX, y después.
I was going to say, don't forget LAX.
Taking this world on a personal level now and literally came back mean, real, and nasty, and all on his own. Mike Santana's got plenty of motivation here tonight. And Ali has nowhere to run. There is nowhere to go. There's no easy way out.
Look at Jeff Meacham overreacting to Santana.
Seeing Jeff Meacham on my screen is hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Here
we go.
Wait a minute. Did he send the cabinet to the back? This is interesting. Maybe Ali actually will lead by example and get this done on his own.
I don't think there's going to be many wrestling holds we get to call. This is just fighting.
I mean, you know how to call a fight better than me. Oh, press kick, super kick. Of course, you call it Bloodsport, you call it UFC. Go follow his works, folks. Rage of Wrestling. Incredible stuff, by the way. And go check out the call for GCW Bloodsport. Up and over.
Holy shit!
Damn.
Oh, my God.
Man, that would have been horrible if he landed head first. I thought he was going to follow on the apron. He had nowhere to go but the ground.
Dude, Santana might have saved him by pushing him up to flip like that.
Whoa, and Santana nearly loses his footing and turns it into a modified attack out of the corner.
He did lose his footing.
Throw Roger to the win. How fitting for a Falls Count Anywhere match could turn into a fight.
The ropes are slippery, bro.
I mean, those ropes have been used quite a bit tonight.
Especially in that Ultimate X match.
Right? Santana.
Oh
boy. Well, Santana is absolutely unhinged. And again, it's all legal. Falls count anywhere. Remember, no provocations, no count outs.
No, nothing. Basically, referee's there to count the fall or see a submission.
Yeah, or call a TKO. You talked about boxing earlier.
I shudder to think what the hell is on Santana's mind.
You realize this is the same man that almost took the eye from Josh Alexander to make him say I quit, right? I'm just saying.
Zip tied him, whatever you want to call it.
I'm just saying, Walter. I'm just saying. This man single-handedly took down the system last year. Oh, sidestep reversal by Ali sends Santana face first and still ring steps.
Ali said, nope.
Now, Ali right now, what the hell? Ali looking for a here, tope, so let's see. Oh, and sidestep head first in the steel ring step side.
His head hit that steel step hard, too.
Ali turned to a human missile. Here's the cover. Knocked himself out and got a 2 count. Somehow Ali kicked out of that. Take over the replay here. Golly.
My God, and he tripped on the rope that made his head go down even lower.
Ali right now trying to scurry away, but again, Falls Count Anywhere. There is no escape, but we might take this thing backstage.
What is Santana doing?
Santana's following him off the stage. Axe handle to the floor. Again, Falls Count Anywhere.
They don't got to go far for a stretcher.
And clearly. If there's a match where someone's going to be taking out a stretcher, it's this.
Did a fan just give Santana his popcorn?
Well, I mean, it's not a concession stand brawl, but yeah, now only anything goes. Any concession item goes.
Damn that popcorn must have been $20. I'm not giving you shit.
Both men right now fighting amongst the TNA faithful. Ali, back elbow strike by Santana. Now Santana climbing the guardrails. Watch out, kids.
Hey, literally, if one fan can give a prosthetic leg, the other fan gave a popcorn. Why not?
Moonsault off the top of the guardrail to Ali. The floor is the cover. The back press. Kick on it, too.
Wow.
Good grief.
I mean, somebody's walker is even there. Be careful that doesn't become a weapon.
Yeah, to your point, there is nothing out there but exposed concrete.
Somebody else gave him his popcorn.
I mean, crowd participation. This is TNA after all. Mustafa Ali caught again by Santana. Again, don't count up Mustafa Ali, though. Throat first right now to Santana's throat. Any chance Ali could have to create separation with Santana, he's made. Santana's still in hot pursuit, though, grabbing Ali's hair. No room to breathe. Now Ali just literally fine with Santana on the outside. What is Ali looking for here? Now, wait a minute. Here comes one member of the Secret Service. Mustafa Ali right now. You talk about his catalyst up again. He's got a Secret Service man also here.
I don't know. All I know is with the crossover. I need me Chelsea Green and this guy to cross paths. The
But right
Secret
now,
Service, the Secret Service.
it's a ridiculous six-man mugging right now, though, in an entranceway.
He's going to dive!
He has to dive to your point!
And he landed in the cover.
That's a cover and a 2 count.
One of the Secret Service members just about to lose a $300 pair of glasses right there.
And we'll take a look at the replay here. Out of the bombs, literally the cross body to everybody and nearly pinned Santana in the process. Check out his great hands.
Mm-hmm. What has got to go through your mind? Like, what do you have to do to end this match?
Well, that's the question that both men here have to figure out as Ali brings Santana back to ringside.
Mm-hmm.
On face first into the apron. But the fight continues here. And yes, folks, legitimately, this is a fight.
Legit.
And
this
now
isn't a match.
I never consider Falls Count Anywhere a match, all right? If you're going to make something Falls Count Anywhere, you're going to have a fight because that's how personal, that's how bad blood this has gotten.
Ali setting up the chairs, beating each other, facing each other.
We've seen some bad stuff done with chairs. I'm just saying.
I don't know. He's going to powerbomb him on there.
Now, either way, Santana beating Ali to whatever plan he had in mind with a big right hand, and now Santana with Ali. Uh-oh.
He's going to
powerbomb.
Santana
hoisting up Ali. Ali escapes. Super kick. Rock Santana. And now Ali. Uh-oh. Oh! Down goes Ali. Spine first. Great counter. Death Valley driver. Great call, Walter.
He Death Valley driver. Look at
how
much that
Look
chair bent. Yeah, you see that? Holy shit. That chair is broken in half.
Yeah, kick out by Ali somehow, whether it was convulsing or not.
Somehow, I think Ali's back is broken in half. Damn the chair.
Something definitely is warped.
What is Santana pointing to?
It might also be friggin' Santana's psyche.
Jeff.
Ali right now. That's the biggest fun ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
Santana now to the top. What the hell is Santana looking for here?
I don't know. Come on.
You realize how far Ali is, right?
Yeah. I'm a little scared from Santana.
Wait a minute.
There we go.
Oh! Steel chair to the side of Santana drops into the apron. All that time that Santana was playing his next move gave Ali what he needed to recover. And now Ali, oh, you gotta be kidding me. He's not gonna do what I think he's doing. No way. Ali from one corner to another.
Shane McMahon style, coast to coast.
And he cleared the distance and crushed Santana in the process. Santana might be out. Here's the counter off the far leg. Kick out two.
From New York to LA, from one coast to the other.
How poetic, considering freaking Santana's from New York. Take a look at the replay here.
That's why I said that.
All the way across the ring on the apron, might I add.
Well, if that chair wasn't the broken one, it is now.
And again, we talked about before how we cover all things wrestling. We talk about the journey of both these journeymen, the independent scene, the independent ride. Mike Santana was just involved in House of Glory in New York, taking on Konosuke and Keshka.
Tell me about it.
And right now, Ali, jaw-jacking Santana, again, made this person begin with a headbutt by Santana, though. Head-to-head goes Ali, and Santana, Ali falls in, single leg running kick.
That was one of the most conflicted things I've had. Santana versus Keshka.
I bet. Roll through, and Santana sized him. Oh, man, Ali went face first in the top middle turnbuckle at full speed.
Whip lash. Did you see his head snap?
Of course I did. That was a hell of a collision.
Why isn't Santana going for the cover? Take advantage, man.
The will to rule, to find your path of purpose once again. And he's looking to spin the block of Mustafa Ali for the win, I think.
Well, Ali
oh, God bless it. Great hands.
Ali just started moving, dude.
And the great hands just planted Ali with a hoisted up apron choke slam. Oh boy, here come the table. Skylar and Hodge putting on a table here at ringside. These great hands bring nothing but trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Leave it to a politician to have a plan because of his party.
The crowd is cheering. Oh, I know he's not going to lay him on the table and go for the 450 across it.
Walter, how many times do I need to tell you to shut up being Nostradamus? And the great hands holding Santana down. Ali to the top rope. Ali, look at the flying 450 through the table. You had to call it in existence.
Sorry? Right in front of Jeff.
The cover! Oh, somehow Santana get down at 2.
They are literally in front of Jeff and Dattila right now.
Yeah, Jeff and freaking Dattila just saw a human car wreck. From the top rope to the floor, you see Jeff wincing as Santana was crushed under Ali on that table on the outside. And again, it's a no disqualification, so I can't be mad at the great hands in this case. We thought that was it for Santana. Now Skylar and Hodge try to bring in the steel ring steps. What the hell now?
A 450 through a table didn't beat Santana. What the hell is?
To the floor, might I add, furthering impact.
Is hatred that strong that is fueling Santana to kick out of things you wouldn't normally kick out of?
I don't know if it's hatred or his will. Again, he wants to be on that path of purpose. You know, if Santana wait a minute. Oh no.
Are those handcuffs?
That's exactly what those are.
Do we have to try to handcuff Santana in every kind of hardcore match he's in? Jeez.
Yeah, this just
and there's 2 of them, Noah.
About to say,
it's not just one.
Literally trapping Santana. And right now, oh, the great hands meet on the mind, Santana back. Wait, well, look at this. Jumbo! $150!
Is that a 300 then?
This is what Santana does his entire life. Fight back against the odds. Fight back against those that don't believe in.
Oh, shit. The cabinet's out of the match if you're going to handcuff the cabinet.
And now Santana making a double citizen's arrest. It's one of those things also, we know what Santana's willing to do to people that mess with him on site. Remember what he did against the system last year. The gray has been nothing but obstacles in Mike Santana's way to get to Ali. And Mike Santana just arrested them.
What is he looking for?
I mean, I'm not going to lie. Skylar and Hodge had this long overdue. I don't know what else you do to 2 men that are handcuffed against steel ring steps at this point.
Is he going to hit him with a chair?
I mean, you want to incapacitate somebody, I suppose you could do that.
What the hell is he looking for?
I don't know, and I fear to even think what he could be looking for.
Oh hell no.
Dear God. Say hello to Barbie! Barbed wire baseball bats! Well, you reap what you sow. The great hands are helpless. Ali rolling in with the cutter. Adverse never, excuse me.
Ali came out of nowhere.
Ali right now to put away Santana once and for all. Another 450. We're all through out of the 450. Oh, Spanish fly. Cover to win. Oh, and Tasha steals with a chair for the save.
You forgot about somebody, didn't you?
And the propaganda machine, the secretary to Mustafa Ali. And now Tasha Steele's looking for a table. And they got another table coming out of play here on the floor. We saw what happened last time a table came into play, Walter.
Yeah, I called the 450. I don't know what the hell's going to happen right now.
Again, we know how much Tasha Steele wants to embrace Mustafa Ali's message.
You call Alisha a Jezebel. Look at this.
Now, there's different forms that Jezebel can come in. I'm just saying.
She might have set up Ali to his own detriment, though.
To be fair, I've only seen one Jezebel denying a tramp. But anyway,
if
now.
If Santana versus.
I think Ali just crashed knee first inside of his head into that steel ring post.
And mind you, the curtain was or the apron wasn't flat, and he could have just twisted his ankle.
Oh, just got pie-faced by Tasha Steelz.
He's going to put Tasha to the table.
You don't think he would put his hands on a woman, do you?
Oh. I don't know. X-Pac did, or Sean Waltman did.
Well, I mean, again, you reap what you sow, right? You reap what you sow.
I can't call two things, right? Did I call two things? Razor's Edge to the table.
Hey, oh, God, Lord!
Should I just play the lottery at this point?
You might as well, as Tasha Steelz got sent through hell from the apron of freaking Razor's Edge to the floor through a table.
But he did a Razor's Edge powerbomb, so did he do more damage to himself or to her? Watch how he lands. Keep an eye on him. He landed tailbone first.
Oh, and speaking of tailbone, Ali running with a chair to the spine. And regardless of damage, Mike Santana just took out the entire cabinet.
But see how he's limping? I'm telling you that he tripped on the apron because it wasn't flat. He could have hurt his ankle real bad in the corner.
Well,
and another table.
I guess third time's the charm for Mustafa Ali, possibly. Another table here. Mike Santana's put through that. That might end this Falls Count Anywhere match.
I'm going to shut up this time and not call something.
You're probably wise to do that, bruv. I mean, we still got focus here. Mike Santana, back compromise or not. Mustafa Ali, bad leg. This match, this fight continues. This punishment continues.
I shudder to think what's about to happen. What else can you do?
Tasha Steelz hasn't moved, by the way. I just want to put that out there. She is dead on the outside.
Well, I mean, she got Razor powerbomb.
What will break first? A man's will or a man's body? A man's purpose or a man's campaign?
If Santana moves.
Oh, God. Ali on a bad leg. On Santana! On Santana stomping away at the great hands in case they try and get involved here. Now, oh, shit.
I don't want to know, Noah. Holy shit.
Santana on the top of those steel ring steps with Ali. I sense disaster. Santana with Ali hooked. From the
I don't even want to know. Oh, my God. He stepped all the way up to that table.
God! Superplex through that table.
Arm crossover.
Cover. Oh, what the fuck? Ali kicked out at 2.
Dude, I just 100% thought for sure it was it.
I did too.
I was about to tell you, you can count to the cow come home and look.
Take a look at the replay as both men crash and burn through that table, arm draped over, and Ali kicked out.
Are you getting a black screen?
Yeah, it's the camera feed knocked out for a moment.
Oh, okay.
Both men literally destroying themselves here. And you see the scars of this battle on Ali's side as he grabs the barbed wire baseball bat.
Look at his back is bleeding.
And Santana, oh, the barbed wire bat to the head of Santana.
It's caught in his hair. It's caught in his hair.
Oh,
it just ripped his hair out, Noah.
Yeah, again, the weapon that Mike Santana brought into play.
Turnabout's fair play, right?
And the levels both these men are willing to go to end one another tonight. Right now, Ali with the baseball bat in hand.
Well, whether you believe in Ali or not, he believes in himself, and I believe he's got something sadistic in his mind.
Well, hubris can be your own downfall, Walter.
He's giving Santana too much time to recover, though.
Yeah, and Santana is literally a man profusely bleeding. We know how dangerous Santana is when he's seeing red. Santana's not dead, but I'll leave everyone might be. Oh, barbed wire to the side, and Santana grabs the bat with his arm while it's cutting into his skin. Takes it from Ali, spins the block! Wiped Ali out! Here's the cover to win! Mike Santana beats Ali!
I'm back on the winning side.
And Santana might finally be cleansed of this past.
But does he look like a winner right now?
You said before, what happens when a man hit rock's bottom? What happens when a man goes back to that dark place where you think there's no way to come back to light? Mike Santana was literally willing to do anything tonight, sacrifice his own well-being to beat Mustafa Ali, and he did just that.
Damn, man. Santana's got to work his way back to a title shot, brother.
I mean, if that don't get you back on a path of purpose, I don't know what does. And again, the damage both these men endured and caused each other here, absolutely unbelievable. Missile drop kick, Death Valley driver on a chair that was warped. 450 splash to the floor, through the table. A freaking last ride of sorts to Tasha Steelz. Great hands handcuff. Superplex off the top of Steel steps through the table. The side covered a barbed wire baseball bat, fueled by rage. Spin the block. Mustafa Ali lights out. Santana wins. Mike Santana getting the victory and Falls count anywhere, doing anything possible.
Wow.
Man, again, the man is a father. He did it for his daughter, 2 years sober, now fully resolved of this hatred towards Mustafa Ali, redefined this path of purpose. Congratulations to that father. Man.
2 years sober. What a return to the company.
Yeah, about to say, think about this. He returned last year at Rebellion, 1 year ago.
We're gonna have to try to recover. They got a lot to clean up after that match.
And of course, we have all the stars out. There's Barbara Crampton here, actor and producer. You wonder what she thinks about TNA wrestling. A wild as Falls Count Anywhere. To Walter's point, they're going to take a moment, clear the clean ringside. Still so much more to come. As of course, we wonder if the king of TNA will be crowned. There you see Frank Kazarian warming up for his 6th ever World Championship opportunity. He first went after the title against Kurt Angle. He's previously went against the likes of Josh Alexander. We saw what he did last year at Summerverse in the 6-pack challenge. Nick Nemeth got the better of him. And of course, All Eagle Ethan Page, former NXT champion, with a pinfall victory over Joe Hendry, looks to once again become the face of TNA. Ethan Page getting his first ever shot at the TNA World Championship. And there you see the man that everybody believes in with a compromised shoulder. Our TNA World Champion, Joe Hendry. Can he defy the odds once again and leave the TNA World Champion? Still to come later on tonight, our main event.
That's the main event, but next we got an interview.
The newest signing of the Knockouts division, Indy Hartwell!
Mm-hmm.
Hey! Congratulations! That's impressive. Welcome to the TNA Knockouts division, Indy.
Yeah, nice.
That's a great addition. I love it. We got a moment to speak here right now.
Indy Hartwell has crossed the line.
Now that's a beautiful moment. And I love that. Welcome to TNA. And look, she even got a shirt. Indie Wrestling. And of course, you can get that shirt now on TNAmerch.com. Congratulations to the newest knockout, Indy Hartwell. Of course, been a while since TNA's been down under in Australia. I mean, Indy Hartwell
2
from
years.
Australia. And apparently, we will hear from Indy Hartwell this coming Thursday on the fallout from Rebellion on TNA Impact. So we'll find out whether or not, and we'll decide later if we're going to officially cover that or not. So stay tuned for more on that. Again, congratulations to Indy Hartwell. But first on tap, we talk about the future of the Knockouts. It is the TNA Knockouts World Championship. As Monster Slimmers looks to smash a diamond. Can you break something that's undeniable and possibly unbreakable? We're about to find out. It's Monster Slimmers versus Tessa Blanchard for the TNA Knockouts World Championship, and it's absolutely personal.
Can other companies just take note of the pacing of this pay-per-view?
You know, you and I can keep saying all you want. It's never going to happen, but at least one company knows how to do a damn good pay-per-view without bullshit advertising and overinflated time slots. Let's go ahead and talk more about this match. Masha Slamovich, who of course was on this 2-year journey to become the face of the knockouts, handing a kill warrant out to any knockout possible. She overcame the juggernaut Jordynne Grace last year at Bound for Glory, and has since then become the leader of the knockouts division. Russian Diamond has smashed everybody, but Tessa Blanchard believes that nobody is above her or on her level. After beating the likes of Leiling Lee and Jordynne Grace, Tessa Blanchard, with 2 pinfall victories over Masha Slamovich, finds herself now finally challenging for the TNA Knockouts World Championship.
Damn, Noah.
The live impact is in the watch along trailer, bruv. It is a fit. All right, fine. There you go. And of course, we've seen Russian Diamond defend against Roxemary, Cora Jade, defended in Bloodsport. She's defended in Tokyo Joshi Pro Wrestling. And tonight she looks to literally break Tessa Blanchard and avenge her fallen trainer.
You know what? I wouldn't mind being wrong about this match if Tessa walks away with it.
Well, again, it's pedigree versus legacy.
Look at
You talk
Masha.
about legacy, you talk about history, you talk about hostilities. Tessa Blanchard, it's in her blood. She's 3rd generation. She was born and bred for this. Masha Slamovich was created for this.
The Russian
Dynamite versus the undeniable Diamond Diamante. It's time for our TNA Knockouts World Championship match.
Shout out to the crew getting that cleaned up so fast.
Again, they know how to do stuff here in wrestling businesses, dude. You see the tail of the tape, Walter. Same height. Of course, we got the Buzzsaw on the Madam or the What Cream and Snowplow. Tessa Blanchard, of course, not only formerly TNA Knockouts World Champion, she's also the only woman to win the TNA World Championship. Why, of course, Masha has regained the TNA Knockouts World Championship for the first time and is a 3-time TNA Knockouts Tag Team Champion.
She's been using that Requiem a lot more than the Snowplow lately.
And it's gotten the job done against the likes of Cora Jade, for example. Oh, boy. Diamante. Being booed out the building.
Trying to do the Alisha thing with the mask.
Well, again, got her teeth down in Mexico.
Man, her husband's Mexican. He can't do it.
I don't know if she's still with that person at one point. With Daga, who's in person. No, this is a different conversation. Tessa Blanchard, as we know, of course, returned home at Final Resolution and made her mark, beating Jordynne Grace at Genesis, is currently unpinned and unsubmitted in TNA with 2 pinfall wins over Masha Slamovich in Knockouts tag team action that led to Tessa getting this match.
You might be looking at the future champ.
And very possible. They, of course, made a personal attack in Masha Slavovich's trainer, Johnny Rotz. Oh, boy.
Here we go, champ.
This arguably might be the match of the night if you know what we're dealing with here.
Anytime Masha's involved, it's got a high chance of being the match of the night.
Anytime Tessa's involved, you throw the personal animosity aside, you know you're in for a match.
Hell yeah.
Just Slam, of course, sporting the shirt of her trainer, Johnny Rotz, who again took the Blanchard attack. Masha Slamovich, by the way, folks, is the 65th TNA Knockouts World Champion in this company's history. Of course, trailblazed by Gail Kim, who once endorsed Tessa Blanchard as Tessa beat Gail Kim one-on-one at this very show, Rebellion, in 2000 and I believe 18. 184 days, Walter, that Masha's been the TNA Knockouts World Champion. Oh, good God! Well, fuck the introductions. Getting the first shot in. Fuck play emotions in play. Who needs an introduction, right? Just fucking fight. A bell rings, run away.
No. Oh my God!
Strike. Then a cover. Hold that thought. 2 count. What the fuck?
Dude, I thought it might have been over already.
And Masha, snowplow. Cover on Tess. Are you kidding me? 2 count. Can you imagine it ended that quickly?
Dude, Masha came out like a bat out of hell.
Again, you literally pissed Masha off. You attacked her trainer. You made it personal. And if it wasn't for TNA officials, Masha was literally about to take Tessa's arm off.
Wow.
She's taken every possible shortcut towards this championship match. Why wouldn't Masha be pissed off?
I guess.
Oof. And DDT to the foot, though, by Tessa Blanchard, who's taking control of this match. Here's the cover here. We're dealing with two of the hottest, biggest hotheads in the knockouts division in the wrestling business right now, Walter.
But what does that say? That she hit her with one of her best spots and she got up.
Oof.
She hit her with the snowplow and she kicked out.
There's the cover here. Hook the far leg to your point. Gets the 2 count. Tessa focusing her attack right now on that left leg, on that knee. It's been 6 years since Tessa Blanchard's been the TNA Knockouts World Champion.
Wow.
Irish whip and throat first in the second rope. Now Tessa looking to follow up here. Shotgun drop kick in between the shoulder blades. And Tessa following up and over the apron. Went for the kick, but Masha grabbed the leg. Masha Slamovich just slamming the taste out of Tessa's mouth. Now hooking up Tessa, pausing for deadlift German. Tessa fighting back, though. Masha Slamovich defended this title so far against Layleen Lee, Jordan Grace, Tasha Steeles, Rosemary Savannah Evans, Corey Jade of NXT, and Miyu Watanabe of Tokyo Joshi Pro Wrestling. One of her 10 shows, by the way, she was booked during WrestleMania weekend. Now Tessa. Oh! On the cover with the plunger, slingshot plunger for a 2 count.
Now, how fitting 2 women that hate each other just followed Ali and Santana, 2 men who really despise each other. Both heated rivalries.
The difference here, though, Walt, is the championship match. Pinfall submission, the only way the title can change hands. Counter disqualification means nothing for Tessa Blanchard.
Mm-hmm.
You almost wonder if that means anything for Masha Slamovich, who, again, is fighting not only on behalf of the Knockouts division and the Knockouts Championship, but her trainer, Johnny Rodz, that Tessa assaulted.
But you've ever, there's a saying, blinded fury, you know, can she be so blinded by her rage and her fury that she makes a mistake and give Tessa the opportunity she needs?
Here's the cover now to your point. Hooking that compromised leg for a 2 count. Tessa's attack is focused strictly on that left knee and leg. And we saw in the mixed tag team action at Unbreakable, it was Tessa Blanchard who was on the losing side but was not in. Joe Hamilton and Masha Slamovich did get the better of Kazarian and Tessa Blanchard that night in Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Masha Slamovich has been looking to trailblaze this Knockouts division ever since defrauding her best friend, Jordan Grace, last year at Bound for Glory and becoming the face of the Knockouts. Now hung up in the tree of woe here. And again, Tessa going right back after that left leg.
Oh, my God.
Oh. Just attacking with the modified chop block shots of sorts. Continuing the assault here. Masha in a world of trouble right now.
Dude, Tessa's a pit bull right now.
And look at this. And Slamovich again with a single leg drop kick to her leg by Tessa up in the compromised triple position. Now Tessa dragging Masha to the center. There's a cover, hook the leg, and a 2 count. Forcing Slamovich to get the shoulder up as Masha right now can't even kick out, it seems.
She's finding it hard. She's got a compromised leg right now.
And Tessa right now just admiring her handiwork, says there's nobody on her level, nobody above her, nobody can control her. Not even Santana Marella of the Authority. Of course, at one point, Tessa's job was in question and in jeopardy if she didn't wrestle in TNA.
What the hell is this?
I thought she was looking for a figure for a leg lock. Now just like a modified heel hook. And again, just applying pressure to the ankle and to the knee. Now trying to grab at Tessa's hair. Masha trying to find some sort of escape. This modified submission hold.
Masha crossed her own leg trying to like relieve pain, and then Tessa just took advantage.
Again, modified figure 4 of sorts, where Masha's legs her own worst enemy. And a cover here of sorts, cover here, referee opposition, got a 2 count.
That was smart of Tessa to turn that into a pin.
And again, using Masha's leg against her, driving down the pressure. Oof. Imagine using her right leg against Masha's own left leg there. It shows the lengths that Tessa's willing to go here to destroy Masha and leave with the Knockouts World Championship.
Tessa is just relentless on that knee.
And Masha was the one with the first attack, lest we forget.
Yeah.
pure hatred, animosity, intensity, and ego of Tessa Blanchard here against the entire world, it seems.
All right, pay attention to Masha, not the fans.
And she's just feeding off this hatred. How about making a statement against everybody? What would it mean for the future of TNA if Tessa Blanchard, the TNA Knockouts World Champion? And Masha right now being scouted by Tessa for the Magnum. But Masha caught Tessa here despite the bad leg. Oh, it turned into a destroyer. Counter for counter, though, and Tessa lining up Masha. Masha gets the right leg up, though. Up and over. Cold red! Cold red by Masha. Both women down. Another shout out to another TNA great, amazing red.
Masha can't take advantage, though.
Yeah, but she's got a critical moment here to recover.
Mm-hmm.
And still grabbing that leg, though, to your point. Trying to get some feeling back there. Talk about, again, how the core is compromised. If Masha can't find that leverage to hoist Tessa up, that takes out her two finishers, Snowplow and Requiem. Tessa right now trying to pull herself up. She was dropped on her head hard.
Well, we already saw one of her finishers. Shoot.
Both competitors stagger back to their feet. Ooh. Is that kicking background you know well about Masha Slammers coming to play here, Walter, but I'm not sure how much effect she's getting behind it. Spinning back fist, though. Waist lock, German suplex.
Usually she holds on to that bridges. She might not be able to bridge with that compromised knee right now, Noah.
Shoulders down. A 2 count, though. And Masha, again, just trying to get feeling back in that left leg. We haven't seen Masha in this sort of predicament since she's had the title.
Nope. I mean, Jordan Grace took her toe-to-toe in the title match that she won. That's about the last time we've seen her this compromised.
Going into her 9th defense tonight of the TNA Knockouts World Championship. Looking to hoist up. Can she get her up, though, for the Requiem? Fletcher holding on the legs, though. Turns to a jackknife, and gets a 2 count. Again, it's a game of inches. Palm strike. Now Masha, once again, looking to hoist up Tessa. Back by, drop by Tessa, though. That shut down Masha there.
If you don't submit it, all you need is 3 seconds. If you don't submit, that sucks.
Dragon screw leg went to the left leg.
Figure 4, I think, Noah.
Yeah, I think you're right here, dude.
Nope, modified version of it.
Indian deathlock.
Mm-hmm.
Variation of the figure 4. Masha.
You said it's a game of inches. She's like 4 or 5 inches away from the rope.
And Masha, though, trying to fight back against Tessa here versus going for the ropes. And Tessa with the advantage here, driving away, punching away at that knee, trying to expose the kneecap here, pushing the knee pad down.
Smart. You say what you want about Tessa. She's intelligent, dude. And she can wrestle. It's in her blood.
It's in her pedigree, dude. It's in the family history. And again, Tessa Blanchard being hated is no surprise considering how much Tully Blanchard was hated in the original 4 Horsemen. And now Tessa biting away at Masha.
In front of the referee, mind you.
That's how personal this has gotten for Tessa Blanchard to prove her point and claim what she believes has always been hers.
Look at this.
All tied up here.
She's literally a pretzel right now.
Grabbing a hold of the bottom ropes, got to force the break here. Almost a try and go for a submission here out of the corner.
Dude. She was all in a pretzel.
Yeah, reversible Nelson of sorts. Again, how much damage has already been done to the legs? Now Tessa attack on the shoulders.
There was pressure on the shoulder, the neck, the knee, and the legs all at the same time just now.
Good grief.
Tessa just kind of taunting Masha now. Is Masha somebody you really want to taunt?
Well, again, when you're Tessa Blanchard, you feel like at this point you could taunt the president of the country and still get away with it.
Well, I wouldn't mind that, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Right now, Indy Hartwell watching on, by the way, might be looking at who she might need to pursue for the TNA Knockouts World Championship.
She is in a world of hurt right now.
Oh, and Blanchard tied up in the ropes. So Masha might be looking to hook up Tessa here. What the hell?
I thought she was going to go for a tornado DDT, but then she started picking her up.
I She's trying to get Requiem out of the corner here, but still unable to lift for a pinpoint kick again by Tessa to the leg. And out of the corner. Oh! A version of Magnum! A version of Magnum for the win! Kick out too!
What the hell was that? Magnum out of the corner.
Exactly, the double knee face buster.
Tessa can't get frustrated though.
But notice the way she got frustrated, then immediately went back to that evil smile. She knows she's in control. Like we said, inches. She's inches away of claiming the Knockouts Championship.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, Blanchard trying to hoist Masha Slamovic up.
Dude, she is domineering and taking her sweet ass time. She's savoring this moment, Noah.
She was looking for that buzzsaw DDT, the hammerlock DDT. Masha able to fight back though. Brings up the arm. Now Masha trying to hoist Tessa again. Can she lift her? Requiem rebound off the ropes, using it for a bit. Requiem! Requiem got her down, cover to retain. No!
Wow, she used the ropes to her advantage, but all that damage to her knee, maybe she couldn't get all of it, Noah.
Yeah, I don't think she got enough elevation, but you see damage done to Tessa. And again, Masha, to your point, fighting on one good leg.
Yep. And look where Tessa's targeting.
And match continues here. And again, kick right to that compromised knee. Cutter!
Go for the cover here, Tessa.
And now looking for it again.
Buzzsaw!
DDT! Cover! No! Kick out at 2.5. Masha Slammers just kicked out of the Buzzsaw DDT.
I thought it was over, Noah.
No one's kicked out of the Buzzsaw before this match.
She's pointing at something.
There's one thing that Tessa hasn't pulled out yet, to your point, to full effect.
Uh-oh. She's taking too much time, though.
And again, I do wonder if the crowd is actually getting to her versus fueling her. The risk that Tessa potentially is doing here might cost her the championship as she goes up to the top rope. And Masha, open palm strike side of the head. Tessa nearly losing her footing.
If there's anybody you don't want to give any chance to, it's Masha. Don't give her the time.
The person that's wrestled every place imaginable. GCW, TJPW, TNA, Prestige, DPW. They're going to put away Blanchard again. Something big out of the corner on the inside second, trying to hoist the parts of her superplex. Blanchard smart, though, crossing her legs. Again, going back to the body. And Masha trying to regain control here out of this exchange out of the corner.
Oh, my God.
Territory.
I sense disaster, Noah.
Oh, vicious slap.
I don't know for who, but some shit is about to go down.
A curious situation for both women here to your point. Massive headbutts by Masha Slamovic to Tessa Blanchard. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, my God. Oh, wow!
Out of the corner!
And the knee strike, come on cover! No! Kick out two! And immediately turn over! Fujiwara armbar!
That's how you transition.
And Tessa taps! Tessa taps! Tessa taps! Masha Slamovic retains! And might have literally broke Tessa's arm in the process.
Woo! I don't know what to say if Masha won that match or she survived that match.
Again, how far are you fueled by hatred and animosity? In a game of chess, human chess warfare, Masha retains. Take a look at the replay here.
Tessa was dominating too.
Yeah, but again, rolling off the corner with that snowplow, immediate fall up to the knee strike. To Tessa's credit, she kicked out, but she immediately transitioned into that ridiculous Fujiwara armbar. Look at the way the arm was vertical, Walter. She was about to put it out of socket.
If she didn't tap, she definitely would have broke it.
Caught Tessa Blanchard by surprise on one leg. Masha Slamovic has retained the TNA Knockouts World Championship. Russian Dynamite prevails.
Dude, Masha might be unstoppable.
Yeah, about to say, that goes to, again, what the Juggernaut created and what Masha now leads and evolves in. Man,
JJ
that's definitely
popped
one of
in.
the most heated matches for the knockouts we've seen since Genesis. Oof.
JJ popped in if you want to bring him in.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get JJ's thoughts here because the show continues. JJ, good to see you. Gives a guy a moment to breathe. We just saw Maja Sesserton against Tessa and nearly take her arm in the process here. We got a moment to group. What's been your thoughts so far of the show and that knockouts contest?
From everything I've heard, it's been really good. I actually popped in a little bit prematurely. I'm so used to the knockouts being the semi-main, and when I came into the room, I realized, oh shit, we haven't had the tag titles yet.
Say it now,
So
and it appears.
I thought that we were going to go from this into the main event match, but we still have at least one more, so I was a little premature here.
No, it's all right. I have no problem with you coming in and talking about what you have so far because they're doing a VO package. So Masha did it. She did via submission, though, this time. She had to go to the submission game versus the pinfall warfare as literally Tessa was about to take the leg off from underneath her.
Whew.
Well, I mean, either Tessa take Masha's leg out from underneath her, or Montez Ford uses somebody's leg in the front row of the crowd, but
I mean, it's just one of those things that you just got to think about.
We already had crowd participation, too. People gave up their $20 popcorns for free. Mike Santana to keep bopping people over the head with his ollie over his head with the damn popcorn.
Santana's had a hell of a weekend, man. Go back, watch that match with him and Takeshita. Freaking idiot fans in New York chanting AEW. Santana looked at him and was like, AEW, this is House of fucking Glory.
Yeah, show some respect for a freaking company that's actually being represented on your screen, damn it.
Dude, you talking about breaking even. I'm so, even right now with my predictions. Ugh.
Yeah, and Mike Santana destroyed Ali and the entire cabinet.
I'm a little worried about
anyways, I'll go ahead and pop back out, gentlemen. Like I said, I was just a little premature. I totally spaced on the tag title match. I was like, and it just is what it is.
Oh, you're good, brother. You always welcome you. We'll see you after this tag title match, which I believe is literally the semi-main in the main event. So we'll see you after that, ladies and gentlemen. Regular wrestling, JJ Williams. All right. Well, again, folks, congratulations to Masha Slavic. So we look at your comments here real quick, and JJ talking about, again, the great booking of TNA pay-per-views. Learn something on our companies. I just say it. Anyway, Safet saying, what a match. And also Darren G saying, great decision. And I agree. Also a great match here as well. All right. Well, as we get ready for the TNA Tag Team Championships, it, of course, will be the Hardyz. But what version of the Hardyz will we get tonight? As the Nemeth were able to abscond away with the TNA World Tag Team Championships. It's Man Jeff Hardy versus Nick and Ryan Nemeth.
I predicted new champs, but I don't know. I'm not so confident.
Well, you're never the same after the Hardy compound, so we'll find out soon enough. Let's look at the taglines. Highest profile Brothers vs. Bird tag team match in TNA history. Nick and Ryan have sought him out Hardy inside the steel cage at Sacrifice, and the Nemeth vs. the Hardy compound this past week on TNA Impact and absconded away with the TNA Tag Team Championships, but not before they left facing Brother Nero, where they might be dealing with something far more broken than they're ready for. As action rolls on, let's go down to Mackenzie Mitchell. Ugh, thank God I can breathe.
The Nemeth. Sporting titles.
Wearing the TNA World Tag Team Championships. I think they've already lost. I'm just going to say that for the record.
I don't know. You never know.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Oh, my God. Ryan is such a... He can't even do the spin right that his brother does, the hip thrust.
I mean, he's Timu Nick Nemeth. What do you expect? My big brother. Oh, give me a freaking break. Anyway.
All right, we'll find out who's the better team of brothers, huh?
I mean, you're really going to compare the Nemeths to the Hardys? Are you fucking kidding me, Walter?
It's no comparison, but...
We'll there is no freaking comparison. And Ash apparently appreciates hard-hitting knockout action with two incredible female athletes. Respect. So she appreciated that match too. Of course, Nick Nemeth, former TNA World Champion, has blamed all his misfortunes on the Hardyz as of late. Says if it wasn't for him, TNA would not be with the sold-out shows. They would not be at the promise they are now.
Well, California is about to become broken.
Yeah, I think you're very much correct. Anyway, wait for the Hardyz. Nope, they're getting fully loaded.
For now.
That's a fair point. You were saying?
I said for now. You don't know if they have a mental switch that turns on in the middle of this match.
Well, that's fair. We are dealing with Matt and Jeff Hardy. Of course, the Hardys won the Charismatic Enigma's Imagination Full Metal Mayhem last year at Bound for Glory, outlasting the likes of the System. Matt and Jeff Hardy returned home to TNA and have been the TNA Tag Team Champions ever since, including wins over NXT's Fraxium at Roadblock. The Hardys are here to reclaim what is already theirs. That fuck introductions.
Dude, every match has been. They've been saying that with every match.
I mean, the story of the night, Walter.
The theme is just fuck introductions.
I'm just gonna kick y'all's ass, and there's the Hardys finally grabbing what's theirs. Matt and Jeff reclaiming the TNA Tag Team Champions.
For how long, though?
Yeah, I'm about to say, well, the Nemeth come up with a game plan and win the titles in that Rebellion.
We'll see.
And referee right now trying to hoist up the titles. I don't think the bell rung actually for this one, so we might actually get an actual realistic introduction.
The bell definitely didn't ring.
Let's give it a moment.
There we go.
Good grief, finally. That's what it's all about here tonight. Titles up by the likes of America's Most Wanted. Beer money. More shit and machine guns. Team Free D. Now ratings are underway, and of course the System and the ABC previously, and the Rascalz, the TNA Tag Team Championships. And this match is officially underway.
It's brothers galore in this match.
Yeah, the most sought after brothers versus brother match in TNA history. A match of two pairs of pure brothers. Hardy Chance running out here. And Nick Nemeth squaring off against Matt, the man that he bludgeoned inside that steel cage. Looking for a twist of fate. Oh, and turn to a DDT.
Surprised this wasn't
by Matt. 2 count, you were saying.
I'm surprised this wasn't a Hardy compound match.
They were lucky to survive the Hardy compound last night. One of them almost got roasted. I mean roasted quite literally. I'm just saying.
I know. And the other one almost got drowned.
Well, I mean, like a reincarnation or the pool of reincarnation, you know, whatever we're talking about. We saw Senior Benjamin also show up. You're never going to find anything normal at the Hardy compound. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
They did a playlist of it on the TNA channel, and I watched those. I'm like, this family's fucking warped.
Mm-hmm.
But we already knew that.
And there's still a future generation of it.
Cover, that's a scary sight, man. A 2 count. But you're not wrong. Shout out to the kids, by the way, who have endorsed themselves as literally the Hardys themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Rebby playing the piano. From the Eye by Nick Nemeth. Again, Nick Nemeth won the TNA World Championship last year at Slim Adversity, only to lose it to Joe Hendry at Genesis.
Tagged to his annoying little brother.
Yeah, the Timu Nemeth. The guy that wears way too much spray tan. If Ash has way too much Botox, this man has too much spray tan. No wonder I can't stand both of them. The tag mate. And right now, Ryan Nemeth literally been trying to become what Nick Nemeth has been. But again, bat to bat for his brother. I will give him that. Get to the midsection.
Nick mocking Jeff there.
We saw how Matt Hardy said that nobody likes Ryan Nemeth. Nobody wanted to tag with Ryan Nemeth. No one wants to be with Ryan Nemeth. And Nick Nemeth did come to the aid of Team TNA to win that 10-man steel cage match against the System. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, Nick Nemeth still felt disrespected.
That's another thing that I saw coming a mile away.
A tag made now to Ryan Nemeth.
Yeah, as much as we talk.
You're right.
As much as we talk, let's not, undermine the Nemeth's capability as much as we don't like Ryan.
I mean, look, we saw literally last year at WrestleCade how the Nemeths were able to get a win as a tag team. They've been now in tag team action twice prior to this. Let's not forget, Ryan and Nick Nemeth previously challenged Fraxium for the NXT Tag Team Championships. We know they can go. They're just not as good as the Hardys, and they're trying to prove that point tonight that they can be better than the Hardys. Oh, went to the elbow drop. Show off a little bit too much there. Tag made to Matt. And now Matt Hardy in play. Looking at delete, 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 delete. We talk about how personal this is, of course. And Matt Hardy sentencing him to deletion from clothesline to Ryan Nemeth. Wouldn't mind if Ryan Nemeth was deleted, though, to be fair.
Oh, tell me about it. Side effect.
Oh, man, big side effect. Here's the cover to retain the titles. Gets a 2 count.
There we go.
Might be looking for a twist of fate here. Gets to the midsection. Twist of fate. Counter. Oh, he will block on a cheap shot by Nick Nemeth. Now Ryan Nemeth with the delayed DDT. Here's a cover to win the titles. Gets a 2 count.
That's a move right out of Nick's playbook. Nick has one of the best delayed DDTs.
I will not argue that. Nick Nemeth, former IWGP Global Heavyweight Champion, AAA Mega Champion as well, and NXT Champion.
Nick stalking Matt.
Yeah, just teeing off right now against the midset. An amateur graduate, of course, undefeated at Kent State. And look at Ryan Nemeth here trying to jaw jack Matt Hardy while Matt's trying to fight back here. And Nick Nemeth got the attention of the official. Referee didn't see none of that. Referees have not been on point tonight. I'm just going to say that for the record. Talk about
tell me about it.
AEW, WWE. There's no referees that are good in this business. Red Shoes Umino.
The refs get a D+ grade for the night.
Well, you know what? Referees are there to just try and enforce the rules, but it is what it is when humans can't be trusted to even read beyond a 6th grade level. Here in America, especially. Matt Hardy trying to go for maybe a double leg takedown here. Nick Nemeth fighting back.
Let's not forget Nick's amateur background. I don't know if this is the smartest thing to try to double leg takedown.
And Ryan Nemeth in play here. Right in the face of Matt Hardy, teeing off.
I mean, the man wrestled for Penn State University. I don't know if you really want to try to double to leg take him down.
Yeah, meanwhile, Ryan Nemeth was literally part of Pretty Peter Avalon's group in AEW. That's a hell of a resume to have.
I don't even want to tell about Ryan in AEW. He was
Joe Henry wrote a song about him. You know, he's Nick Nemeth's brother. The end. And chinlock being applied here. Let's not forget at one point, Ryan Nemeth tried to use Nick Nemeth's TNA Championship obligated match to challenge Joe Henry for the title and lost to Joe Henry in less than 30 seconds.
How his brother forgave him and teamed up with him after that, it's beyond me.
Yeah, well, again, sometimes I guess family outweighs prizes even in wrestling, but I could see Nick Nemeth dropping his brother if his brother disappoints him. I mean, how often has a little brother been disappointment to the big brother?
I should know. I'm the little one.
There you go. I'm not saying anything about you, Walter.
I've disappointed my brother enough.
Well, the big brother supposedly by example. Inside cradle by Matt Hardy. And gets a 2 count. Oof. Both men go down.
Both men with the same idea there.
Yeah, clothesline in the middle of the ring.
Matt, I don't know if there would be a better opportunity, but you need to get Jeff in there. You've been getting beat down for the better half of this match. I
still say the semi-main should have been the TNA Knockouts World Championship because that was incredible, but this match is okay. A tad made Nick Nemeth, a tad made Jeff Hardy. Maybe that's just because I think Ryan Nemeth is not, main event caliber. And Jeff Hardy certainly is, though. Atomic drop. Got heavy on that atomic drop.
Let's face it. It's more about Nick than Ryan.
Yeah, that's fair. Single leg drop kick by Jeff Hardy, and Jeff Hardy falling through again with the elbow drop. Here's the cover with the far leg, and Nick Nemeth kicking out for all he's worth.
I mean, we are talking about the former TNA champion.
True that.
Jeff here stalking Nick.
Well, we saw Willow stalk these two at the Hardy compound, dancing to Kendrick Lamar. What the fuck is my life when that's that thing in 2025? Whisper the win by Jeff Hardy. Back press with the new leg to retain. Kick out 2.
Oh my God, he almost got him.
And Nick Nemeth showing why he's been the show off his entire wrestling career.
Stalking, kick to the midsection.
All the momentum. There it is! Twist of fate, cover to retain, and damn it, Ryan Nemeth with the save.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Hardy taking Ryan to the outside, though. Opportunity here for the Hardys to put away Nick Nemeth. Gets to the midsection. Twist of fate. Plot twist! And the splash! And the cover to retain, and Nemeth again. Ryan Nemeth with the save.
Matt was just a little too late trying to stop Ryan.
Sends Ryan Nemeth again to the outside. The annoying net you can't seem to get rid of, it seems. Now Matt and Ryan fighting on the outside here while Jeff Hardy and Nick Nemeth are legal. I think he just knocked him out.
Right?
Layman Schoolboy by Jeff Hardy gets a 2 count.
Sir!
Shoot the half. Do we have a new tag chance with the far near leg? Oh, and a 2 count.
Jeff able to dig deep and kick out there.
Action really starting to spice up here in this most anticipated Brothers vs. Brother tag team title matchup in TNA history.
We're at a stalemate now, basically.
Yeah, Hardy chance raining out. Nick Nemeth a little bit beside himself. And Nick Nemeth right now might be looking to tune up the blend and stop the show for the Hardys tonight. Super Cape block. Swing him around. Jeff Hardy. Matt Hardy catching him, though. Shot to the midsection.
Jeff unplugged that band.
And no kidding. A little poetry in motion. Step up splash. Now throwing to Matt. Matt not legal. Side effects. Damn, dropped him on his head.
Splash.
Splash! Hammer! That's gotta be it! Oh, I kick out at 2.
Matt was trying to climb over the referee to stop Ryan from coming in, but
yeah, I think to your point, he inadvertently hit the official, interrupted the count, and gave Nick Nemeth that split second.
Yeah.
I mean, again, with the Hardys, you wouldn't expect anything less than chaos at some point.
Yep, it's chaotic.
Matt Hardy gets to the midside, looking to delete Nick Nemeth, looking once again. Exactly revenge for the steel cage. Twist of fate. Uh-oh. Now Jeff Hardy with Nemeth taking him out.
Jesus, just cockroach just keeps coming up.
Yeah, literally coming to the aid of his brother. And this is why Matt Hardy has been so hell-bent on destroying this man.
Hey, Jeff, whisper to Matt. He owes me an interview.
And what is Matt Hardy thinking here with Ryan Nemeth playing on the outside? What is Matt thinking? Man, it looks like he wants another neckbreaker on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Neckbreaker on the floor. Ryan Nemeth is down right now. And what the hell is Matt doing? Oh, no. Still chair.
He's looking to delete Ryan. Hey, he can't get disqualified. They're not the legal men.
But, well, I guess technically.
The referee's distracted inside the ring any damn way.
Yeah, Nemeth fighting back, though. And Nemeth, uh-oh. Oh, the bat drop to Matt Hardy for the chair.
Oh, my God. Have we not seen enough chairs get bent today?
Enough man's spines bent, to your point. Jeff Hardy is completely worn out. He's been in this match. Oh, the low blow! The referee's trying to keep Ryan Nemeth out of the ring.
Zigzag!
Into the danger zone!
Sorry, danger zone. I forgot that they changed the name.
And tell me, Ryan Nemeth, are you fucking kidding me? God damn it.
Fall into the danger zone.
And Ryan Nemeth got the pin. Ryan Nemeth got the blind tag. Pinned Jeff Hardy after Nick Nemeth took all the work. And somehow this cockroach, the Hollywood Heels they're calling themselves, Nick and Ryan Nemeth are the new TNA Tag Team Champions.
I hate to say I told you so, but I called it.
I cannot believe that just fucking happened. Take a look at the closing moments of this match, though, Walter. The low blow behind the referee's back. She was trying to keep Ryan Nemeth away. And into the danger zone goes Jeff Hardy, courtesy of Nick Nemeth. Blind tag to Ryan Nemeth. Ryan literally scurries in for the deep pin and wins the match and the titles.
Of course, she's just going to take advantage.
Hell just fucking froze over. Ryan Nemeth is the TNA Tag Team Champion with his brother.
Oh, well. We kind of knew that. Go ahead, Nick. Go hug Jeff, too.
Well, I don't know if they're the best brother tag team, but they're definitely the most obnoxious brother tag team.
Jeff might be the only one happy in that arena.
Yeah, I'm definitely not happy with this. I've already had 3 reasons to be pissed. I've already had 2 reasons to be pissed off. Now I got 2 more reasons. Well, again, next time we'll be live for TNA, of course. We'll be TNA Impact this Thursday, folks. And the next time we'll be live, of course, on pay-per-view is when we head to the UBS Arena for one of their biggest shows of the year, celebrating the history, creating and furthering legacies. Stay tuned for further moments to come when TNA once again celebrates their Slammiversary. And again, we'll be covering that. It will be from the UBS Arena, New York, July 20th. And will we see a new TNA World Champion? But before then, TNA will be under siege Friday, May 23rd in Brampton, Ontario, California.
That's my son's birthday, May 23rd. 18 years old.
As we have on stage, I believe that is Santana Marella, that's Son of My Gun, along with the kickoff panel.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Gentlemen,
you are witnessing.
you are
a part of history.
Yes, you do, Santana Marella.
One of the most incredible pay-per-views. I think he's going to announce an attendance.
Probably. The triple main event.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's asking the panel their pick.
I mean, I believe in Joe Hendry, but the deck is pretty stacked that Frank Kazarian is going to win this in his hometown. JJ, are you ready? It's almost that time. I know that you're kind of getting anxiety, anxious. You're getting those feelings in the arm.
Yeah, I'm ready. Are you ready? I sent a private message, so.
We all believe. Oh, she's going with Ethan Page. Are you kidding me?
Oh, my God.
That
O'Shea is the heel that you love to hate, just like his dad was the N-word that you love to hate.
I can't believe
So I can totally understand why he's going for the man who's all ego.
Yep.
Jazzy! Oh, I love it. It's the team of Let's go with Joe Hendry.
Hey, is he really supposed to be saying who he's going for?
At the end of the day, he's a fan.
Yeah, but he's got some power, man. He's not supposed to say who he goes for.
Well, anyway, guys, in what's been an incredible night of action, I don't know if I'm going to call it the greatest pay-per-view of all time, but it's been a fun pay-per-view, to say the least. We, of course, saw Shane Case walk with Elijah. We saw NXT's Fatal Influence beat 3 of the best TNA knockouts. Speaking of TNA knockouts, Indy Hartwell is the newest knockout now. Congratulations to her. That
Support
is
indie wrestling.
Indie wrestling, man. The heart won't stop. We also, of course, just saw the Nemeth win the TNA Tag Team Championships. Of course, Los Angeles is already polluted enough as it is when it comes to the air. Rarefied air with Maggie Lee assistance allowed the Elegant Sisters to retain the TNA Knockouts for Tag Team Championships. By a split-second spear, Moose retained the X Division Championship in Ultimate X. Sean Waltman, the Rascalz, and Ace Austin were able to beat the System tonight in 6-man tag team action. We saw Mike Santana destroy an entire cabinet, but put down Mustafa Ali as he won the Falls Count Anywhere. And we saw Maja Slammers not smash, but break Tessa Blanchard to retain the TNA Knockouts World Championship. And, of course, Steve Maclin retained his TNA International Championship. But it all comes down to this. Do you believe a king will be crowned? Do you believe in 250,000 Supreme Elevation? Or do you feed and believe in all ego? It is time for our main event for the TNA World Championship. Frank Kazarian, Ethan Page, and Joe Hendry.
Dude, Masha literally survive it. Have a good call, gentlemen. I hope, JJ, I hope what you want happens, but we'll see.
What are you seeing right now, Noah?
I'm seeing a video package as Ethan Page is literally talking about, of course, how he beat Joe Hendry one-on-one. We got NXT highlights of Ethan Page beating Joe Hendry, of course. And now Ethan Page once again came home to cross the line to be part of this match. I'm still on the video package. Joe Hendry, of course, on the screen. They're literally just harming this up. I am so nervous, excited. Okay. I want Joe Hendry to win. I do, but I understand the Kazarian aspect.
I just went to black screen on the video package. Let me know when you go to black.
I most certainly will. And we'll see if Kazarian makes someone fade to black in his pursuit for the TNA World Championship. Black. Oh, boy.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The moment we've all been waiting for. Go ahead, Noah, with the tail of the tape.
Yeah, you see there's a very small differential in weight and height. So you need to move fade to black, Steel Invasion, Twisted Grin. Kazarian, of course, 2024 Call Your Shot Gauntlet winner, 6-time TNA Division champion. Of course, the first of the TNA Wrestling at WrestleMania, Joe Hendry. While Oliver Page is the longest TNA World Tag Team Champion in history with the North, and is previously an NXT champion. All three of these men are worthy of being called the face of TNA, but only one will leave with the TNA World Championship. And it very well might be the first man coming into our screen.
That's right. Here comes the heavy metal rebel, the man who at one point in TNA was considered to be the future. He is the current king of TNA. I will not hear any slander about a king without a crown, goddammit. He is SoCal's own Frankie Kazarian.
And to your point, Frankie Kazarian, of course, holding the Call Your Shot trophy he won last year at Bound for Glory, and has finally called his shot in tonight. Prior to this match, he announced his shot on TNA Impact. So it literally is all or nothing for Frankie Kazarian, who finds himself in his 5th ever chance for the TNA World Championship. His first chance was back against Kurt Angle for the TNA World Heavyweight Championship. Previously also faced Josh Alexander for the Impact World Championship. And last year was involved in the 6-pack Eliminator Challenge at Slammiversary, where he lost to Nick Nemeth. Oh boy. And there might be one man with a bigger ego in this stage right now than Frankie Kazarian. That is all ego Ethan Page.
Hey, Ethan Page has been a success in multiple organizations. You know, you can't deny the man and his ability. He has a reason to be all ego.
I can't argue that. And to your point, he also has a reason to be here tonight because we called last year at No Mercy. He beat Joe Hendry to retain, at the time, his NXT championship.
And let's not forget the man that Jeff said is in attendance that he has seen in the building has a history with both of these gentlemen.
And now we wait for the most motivational man in the wrestling business. He is named and he appears.
I believe in Joe Hendry.
I believe in Joe Hendry. Do you believe? Oh, God. I don't want this man to lose. But damn it, this is a very real possibility. Gotta be unbiased. Joe Hendry, who's taken the world by storm on every stage possible. You say his name, and he has appeared, including against the Viper, Randy Orton at WrestleMania, has taken TNA's World Championship across the line to NXT, to the Royal Rumble, and has been the face of TNA since beating Nick Nemeth at Genesis, looking to motivate the masses once again, here tonight in the main event of Rebellion. But he's not going in tonight at 100%.
No, he is not. And I'm a little bit bummed we don't see Jeff and Dattila in the crowd believing in Joe Hendry. I know Dattila is there all cheering for Hendry because she does not have the same connection to Frankie that Jeff does.
And turn. I really pray to God that's not the last shot I see of Joe Hendry holding that TNA World Championship.
But again, But again, man, you cannot sit here and deny that Frankie deserves it.
I know, but still.
I know you don't have the connection to him that we do, but you cannot deny Frankie deserves that. And again, we talked about it in the beginning of the show. If not now, does it ever happen?
And maybe now or never.
Frankie's been in the business for over 25 years.
I understand that. California. 220 pounds. You've said it yourself. The man once called the future is the future now. The Call Your Shot Gauntlet winner, 6-time X Division champion, Frankie Kazarian. And of course, the other challenger from Canada. I'm sure Ash is not believing in All Ego Page. All Ego Ethan Page, of course, former NXT champion. I believe he still holds the record for the quickest NXT championship win in NXT history. And previously just lost to Ricky Saints for the NXT North American Championship at Stand Deliver.
I believe you're right as far as the World Heavyweight Championship goes, but for any championship, I believe that the Absolute one dethroned him of that record when he won the North American title.
I believe you're correct. And of course, we have 252 pounds of pure motivation, our current TNA World Champion, Jacy!
And again, we touched on it a little bit, Noah, but what a week this man has had.
Right?
WrestleCon, Unbreakable, The World, WrestleMania, NXT, and now here he is defending his TNA World Heavyweight Championship against two of the best in the business.
A title that has defined the best in this business, including WWE Sting, Bobby Roode, Kurt Angle, Josh Alexander, some of the greatest names that have etched their name on that title.
The phenomenal one.
Exactly.
Bell sounds for the main event. Here we go.
And there are no countouts, there are no disqualifications in a triple threat match. First pinfall submission wins as Joe Hendry right now finds himself in a handicap situation with two of the biggest egos of non-believers in this business. Sidestepping the page to the outside as Joe Hendry has focused his attack to look to rock the house tonight against Frankie Kazarian. Can he hoist him up though with that bad shoulder for the standing ovation? Kazarian fights out of it, looking for the chicken wing immediately. And then Ethan Page, though, and we talked about earlier how Ethan Page left Kazarian high and dry this past Thursday on Impact. That bad blood is spilling over here tonight.
Absolutely. What is Joe Hendry thinking here?
Whoa!
Jumping over the top rope there, taking out both men on the floor. Joe Hendry is pumped up here, Noah.
Do you believe?
I do. Ooh. Right over there in front of where Jeff and Dattila are. I think I just saw Dattila with her phone trying to take a picture.
And there's Jeff right next to him with the baseball cap. I hope Dattila and Jeff had an incredible time there live. Now Joe Hendry looking to hoist up Ethan Page. And sidestep, Kazarian eats a boot. Now Ethan Page. Oh, just turned Henry sideways with that kick.
No ground and pound action here from the all-ego Ethan Page.
As we talked about earlier, when Joe Hendry, of course, went to NXT last year, he faced all ego Ethan Page in the main event at No Mercy for Ethan Page's NXT championship. And Ethan Page did beat Joe Hendry that night.
There you go. I mean, and again, you know, we talked about it a little bit earlier. What happens if Joe Hendry retains by pinning Ethan Page? Does Frankie still get his opportunity? He thought he was cashing his gauntlet in for a one-on-one match and then was given Ethan Page as a third party.
It's a cover up the far leg, and
it's a two count.
About to say, though, again, it's not the first time we've seen legal action taken against TNA when it came to championship controversy, male or female. So it wouldn't surprise me. Just don't hire Smart Mark Sterling.
No, not at all.
We talked about before how Ethan Page, though, has, of course, a long legacy in this business as well. Of course, part of the North, the longest reigning TNA tag team champions in this company's history, with Josh Alexander, Irish Whip versus Whip, swing and miss, and Boatman collide down the middle of the ring.
This is Frankie's opportunity. You can see he's getting a table there.
We've seen enough.
Starting to slither into the ring.
A slingshot, and Kazarian trying to roll up Joe Hendry. Gets a 2 count.
Beautiful slingshot into a Magistral cradle there by the king of TNA.
And again, we talk about Kazarian, literally the OG class of TNA, been part of this company since its inception. Looking for a 6th world title shot here, looking to finally capitalize and win the big one for the first time in his career. And Page and Kazarian have never had that chance to be the face of TNA. But even Page has been the face of a big company already, NXT.
No doubt, no doubt.
Joe Hendry now trying to get back Kazarian. Kazarian again with the waist lock. Now the attempted O'Connor roll. Is a cover. Gets a 2 count. Showed it down. Wait a minute. Even Page by Kazarian. And now Kazarian double pin on both men of the bridge and gets a 2 count on both.
That was a bad move by the referee because he stopped counting before that interruption came. That could have been a 3 count. He could have just cost Kazarian the match here.
And it's almost one of those things where he's discretion. He almost think that maybe he was coming in to break up before the count. But to your point, referee should focus on the count in play before it's broken up. Once again, for the chicken wing, Ethan Page able to scout it though again, but Kazarian not relinquishing his hold. Now Joe Hendry sidestepped on Ethan Page and Kazarian got collided. Leaping for the guillotine possibly is Ethan Page trying to wear down Joe Hendry and figure about that guillotine pressure on the already compromised shoulder.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe Hendry trying to keep a vertical base here. Frankie Kazarian needs to come in and chop Hendry's legs right now.
But look at the motivation and the strip of Joe Hendry.
Beautiful counter into the vertical suplex there by Hendry. Here comes Kazarian, springboard off the ropes, leg drop on both men.
Double leg drop. Now goes with the cover on Ethan. Far leg hook. Gets a 2 count. Immediately goes to Joe Hendry now. Hook on the far leg. So get a new champion. 2 count again.
Frankie Kazarian getting pissed at the referee. He thought he had it there, Noah.
Again, Kazarian cannot let this opportunity pass him by. He has to stay focused on both his opponents at all times. Now looking to send Ethan Page fade to black. Ethan Page finding bat though. Hooking up Kazarian. Maybe for the Eagle's Edge. Joe Hendry sending Kazarian. Might be
Standing ovation. No, counter.
Chicken wing. And now this double spear in the corner. Bringing up the chicken wing there. And again, Ethan Page taking down the champion. Short range clothesline. Ripping up Kazarian. Drives him through. Power slam to Kazarian. Takes Hendry down. Here's the cover. Hook the far leg back press. 2 counts.
Beautiful maneuver there by Hendry, grabbing the hands of Kazarian, popping him up, driving him through Hendry on the way to do the power slam there.
Yeah, I'm about to say, great
the athleticism of Ethan Page.
Great innovation so far, particularly by Ethan Page and Kazarian, taking down both their opponents at once at times. And imagine if Ethan Page wins this and takes the TNA World Championship to NXT. It's not the first time TNA has lost the richest prize, and it was out hostage by another company. And now Hendry hoisting up Ethan Page out of the corner. What the hell is he looking for here? Ethan Page finding back here. Trying to position himself. Oh, Kazarian, a shot to the breadbasket.
Ooh, and a chop to the face there. A little throat chop. Looking for fade to black again. Counter by Hendry.
The roll-up cover to deadlift with the bad shoulder, though. Can he hoist up Kazarian?
Watch out for Ethan Page there on the turnbuckle.
Yeah, right now I think Kaz has Ethan hooked. Oh,
Tower of Doom spot.
Oh, man!
Powerbomb vertical suplex combination there.
Everybody's down as Ethan falls from the highest heights.
I was going to say, Page definitely took the worst of that. Then Kazarian, Hendry able to roll over to a pin attempt.
Kazarian to retain. 2 counts.
Hendry trying to get the fans in attendance to believe. Look at that again, Noah.
Yeah, I'm about to say, how much does that take out Joe Hendry? And again, that shoulder has to constantly come in play. Takes Ethan Page down up and over the outside. Now Kazarian sent up and over. Lands on the apron. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Caught. Oh!
Nice sax kick there on the outside.
Guillotine leg drop for those that don't know what that is. And of course, we talk about your history and Jeff's history, particularly one of these individuals, following him all the way back to PWG. And Frank Kazarian right now, what is he lining up Ethan Page for here? Creating distance. Oh my gosh!
Overhead belly-to-belly throw sends Kazarian into the timekeeper's area. You see Mackenzie Mitchell and some other people there.
Yeah, Mackenzie Mitchell dodged a bullet, draping DDT by Ethan Page, Joe Henry on the outside floor, and I think Kazarian crashed only the timekeeper's table. He crashed literally the timekeeper. That table was completely destroyed.
Ethan Page hitting Henry with the second move of Randy Orton for this week.
Yeah, he
Took
learned
the
from
two RKOs at Mania, and now Ethan Page just gave him the draping DDT, signature of the Viper.
We know Ethan Page is a student of the game just as much as Frank Kazarian and Joe Hendry, if not more.
The table set up there is ringside. Page with evil intentions.
Oh, no.
He goes edge.
Oh, no.
Oh, Kazarian with the trophy.
Again, it's legal. There's no disqualification for triple threat, JJ. It's absolutely legal. A trophy might have cut literally through the ribs of Ethan Page there. And Kazarian, I say the champion. Oh, slingshot DDT. Cover for new champion. Kick out at 2.
You got to wonder, Noah, if Hendry and Page are looking for Kazarian to go fade to black, go chicken wing. Maybe they have it scouted, and Kazarian's going to have to dig into his well, maybe hit the flux capacitor or the wave of the future.
He better not try and hit a standing ovation on the freaking lead player here for that. And Joe Hendry, wanting none of it, was looking for a maybe Olympic slam. Nice escape, though, by Kazarian. Up and over. Oh, fade to black!
Connects. 1, 2.
Oh, and Ethan Page launches in for the save. Again,
God damn it.
The positioning, JJ, he didn't get all of it either. Yeah, Joe Henry's head hooked to the side. And now this match will continue face to all ego Ethan Page, but damage done to Joe Henry as, again, all that weight driven down on his head and shoulders. Swing and a miss. Up and around.
Backstabber.
Oh, man. Stood Ethan Page upright. Rallying the spine up the second rope. Oh, single knee code breaker. And that might be it. Ethan Page with a win. Kick out at 2 by Kazarian.
Man, Joe Hendry barely starting to stir after that fade to black.
Oh,
there goes the Olympic slam.
You were saying? Hendry with the cover. And no, Ethan Page kicks out. Now Kazarian double underhook. Uh-oh, what the hell is this? Oh! Face first goes Hendry, covered by Kazarian. Kick out at 2 by Hendry.
He just hit the angel wings, Noah. He did a shout out to the fallen angel, his former bad influence partner.
That's exactly right. I wanted you to say that because I was going to mention how we talked about SCU influences across Frank Kazarian's career outside TNA. And of course, Chris McDaniels was a mainstay here for the X Division here. Part of the greatest triple threat probably in TNA history still to this day.
And one of the greatest cage matches in TNA history, if we're being brutally honest with ourselves.
Yeah, I mean, no lies detected.
6 Sides of Steel. You and I called that last year as a retro pay-per-view.
I still can't believe that was ridiculous. And right now, all 3 of these men jogging forward position, fighting up to their feet, off their knees. Anyone's game at this point. Oh, I'm not sure what gives here first. Knife-ish chop, Ethan Page. Big right hand by Kazarian. Knife-ish chop by Hendry. All for the TNA World Championship, JJ. Everybody just slugging it out.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
The swing and a miss. And once again, looking for positive that chicken wing. Can he get Joe Hendry down, though? We've seen how much Joe Hendry's been able to fight out of this. Even pacing up and over by both men. Back body drop. Kazarian still able to clasp the wrists.
It's got Hendry down to the knees.
That Hendry fighting back, though, at everything he's worth. Oh, wait a minute. Look at the eyes. Look at the eyes of Hendry. The eyes of Hendry are fading. Those windows are closing.
You want to talk about a true fade to black? Hendry may be fading to black here.
Hendry could go out here at any moment, but again, the will, the motivation of the people, they believe. Do you believe enough in Joe Hendry to survive the chicken wing?
252 pounds of pure motivation kicking in, Noah.
And sends Kazarian to the apron. And will force the break. Now both men on the apron, and I sense this. Oh dear God! No!
Do it, Frankie.
Looking for a fade to black off the apron for the table. Hendry fine bat though, just grasping at Kazarian. Now Kazarian up on Hendry's shoulders. Look at this! Oh my
Attitude
God,
adjustment
through the table. Henry stands tall. Kazarian is down. The king has fallen.
But don't forget about Ethan Page.
I'm about to say, this is a triple threat. Ethan Page swinging a Mr. TNA World Championship. Now Joe Henry looking to hoist on Ethan Page. Is there standing? Nope, counter. And meanwhile,
RKO onto the belt.
On the belt, do we have a new champion? Not like this. Oh my God, can't 2.5.
He just ate a third RKO for this week onto the title belt, and he still kicked out. Now looking for the ego's edge. Henry gets out of it.
Push him off the ropes, hoist him up, and caught him up with a faraway throw.
Kip up.
Again, grasping his body, though. Can we get a standing ovation?
Connects with it. Hook the leg.
Cover to retain. Joe Henry has done it! Do you believe? Do you fucking believe why Joe Henry is still the TNA World Champion? A hell of a hard-fought battle by all three men, but Joe Henry once again proving, if you believe, you can defy the odds. Joe Henry is still the face of TNA.
I love Henry.
Entire career.
I love Henry. That's bullshit.
Again, who wasn't involved in the cover? Let's call it what it is, guys. Let's be unbiased and realistic here. Joe Henry came in less than 100%. Joe Henry came in knowing he didn't be involved in the decision. And Joe Henry just retained his TNA World Championship on pay-per-view in the main event. After wiping out Kazarian and sending Ethan Page back to NXT with an emphatic standing ovation.
They didn't force him to turn that cup in. I would turn it in now and said, nope, give me my one-on-one right now.
That's if Kazarian can stand up after getting destroyed through that table. What a night.
Trick Williams!
Holy shit! I called it! I called it!
Trick Williams with the Trouble in Paradise just dropped Joe Henry.
You guys called NXT Tuesday. Remember, Trick Williams was tossed to the side by Joe Henry and Obafemi. Trick Williams just crossed the line.
Jeff has got to be losing his shit chanting whoop that trick right now.
Uh-oh.
Frankie lost, but here's Trick.
Trick
me.
I'm telling you, Frankie could still give up the trophy. They never made him let go of the trophy. He came into the trophy.
And now telling him to suck it.
Oh, shit. I called it. Hey, JJ, doesn't your NXT have a big show coming up very soon in May as well?
They do. The end of May, as a matter of fact, Battleground.
But I think TNA might be
I believe Under Siege is first, though, Noah.
You would be correct. And I think Trick Williams is about to take NXT TNA Under Siege. Trick Williams has crossed the line and has dropped the TNA World Champion. Once again, do you believe Joe Henry retained? But do you believe that Joe Henry can whoop this Trick? We'll see more come TNA this Thursday live on TNA Impact. But for Walter Cruz and for Record Wrestling JJ Williams, I'm Noah Foster. This has been TNA Rebellion. Joe Henry is still TNA World Champion, but now he has to whoop Trick Williams? What the hell?
The whole audience was chanting whoop that Trick, Noah.
Well, I'm sure they'll be whooping something soon enough as TNA Rebellion goes off the air. Thank you all for tuning into our coverage. Again, please subscribe, comment, tell a friend. Usually is where I bid you all find that do, but I feel like we're going to have some after-show, post-show thoughts and maybe some live, takeaways too. I'm just saying. So that being said, welcome officially to the TNA Rebellion post-show. I am Noah Foster with Walter Cruz and JJ Williams. Those are just tuning in because unlike Eric Riff, we say yeah no to Q. He says nope to TNA. We don't. So as far as I'm concerned, this is the TNA Rebellion review. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit, shall we?
Let's talk about it, like Trick says.
Let's talk about it, shall we? First off, we're coming off the heels of TNA Rebellion. Tremendous stuff. Trick Williams has crossed the line. Trick Williams has been at odds end against everybody as of late since losing his NXT Championship in triple threat action and losing it again out of Stand and Deliver, then being tossed to the wayside by both the NXT and the TNA World Champion. Last year, he believed in Joe Henry. Now he wants to confront him and take his title, it seems. So Trick Williams has crossed the line now officially, and it looks like he wants Joe Henry's TNA World Championship. JJ, your thoughts?
I'm glad to see Trick Williams cross the line. Definitely caught me a little bit off guard. It shouldn't have after the way things went down on Tuesday night, but it's I'm happy. I'm happy to see more NXT big names coming over to TNA. Your Trick Williamses, your Obafemis, your Ethan Pages, and it's not all just the women and the lower card guys.
It shows how important this partnership is. You talk about the equal leverage of exposure as well as opportunity. And Walter, I mean, again, we believe in Joe Hendry. For once, your jinx didn't cost him. Your shirt actually saved him. I'm so glad that I said Joe Hendry at the end. I understand the connections with certain people with Kazarian, but Joe Hendry just got the title, just had the WrestleMania moment. They're going to keep this man as long as he merches and everyone believes in him. And Kazarian, not one-on-one. So technically, he still could probably get that opportunity again. Never say never, right, Kazarian? If you're the future, just saying. Wasn't involved in a decision, got destroyed in the process. Different conversation. But Walter, your thoughts regarding that main event and Joe Hendry still being the TNA World Champion. Do you think Kazarian is justified? Same way that Trick has kind of been justifying himself to get a rematch at some point in some way, one-on-one, even though it hasn't happened for Trick yet, technically.
Hell yeah, he's got the right to say that. He wasn't involved. The whole point of turning in the cup was for the one-on-one. Then you add Ethan. Now this, in Frankie's eyes, now this fucker comes over and crosses the line and jumps ahead of me too. Like, what the hell is this bullshit? Give me my one-on-one, Santino. I need justice. That's all he's got to say.
And how hard is it to book a one-on-one Ava Reyes and Team Rebel when it comes to the NXT Championship and the TNA World Championship? The world may never know, but something tells me under Siege and Battleground, we're going to get more multi-person warfare for both titles because they can't figure the fuck out. But anyway, it's a different conversation.
That Joe Hendry survived a triple threat with a bum shoulder.
Again, do you believe? I'm happy. I'm happy. Not just because I got the point, but because, again, I truly do believe in Joe Hendry. Still have Irvin. And again, I kept pointing it out. Look, he didn't have to actually give up the trophy. He got to keep carrying it out. There's something tells me that something's going to happen with that. Well, I mean, again, that remains to be seen, but a lot of stuff's about to go down this week. I mean, we talk about the aftermath of WrestleMania. Now we got the aftermath of Rebellion, where TNA Impact Live is going to be very noteworthy, I think, come this Thursday night. And we'll see what happens there soon enough, as it looks like already TNA, with NXT winning. Let's go even back all the way to the very beginning. NXT won the opener. TNA, for all we know, might be under siege by NXT. If things keep playing out the way they have been. Of course, it took Maggie Lee, as we switch gears a little bit here. It was Maggie Lee that came to the aid of the Elegances that allowed them to retain their TNA Knockouts for a tag team championships. Unfortunately, after a twin Towers of Doom spot that allowed the air to be clear for Ash to hit rarefied air and a pin, I believe it was one half of Spitfire, to retain the Knockouts Tag Team Championship. So at this point, Walter, I almost have to think Spitfire is completely out of the equation. But where does that leave the NXT contingency, since neither NXT parties were involved in that decision?
I don't know where it leads it, but yeah, I think the fire got put out. They're no longer in contention. The Elegances, I guess they're running through teams. I'm telling you, I really think Tessa and Charlotte are going to get together.
Well, JJ, again, you were holding out for Lash and Jakara Jackson to potentially become the TNA Knockouts Tag Team Champions. Again, they were not involved in the decision, and I don't think it'll be the last time we see either of those teams that we saw tonight cross the line. But what do you think is next for Spitfire at this point?
I don't know. I mean, they're really the only other tag team that the Knockouts division has right now. I mean, it looks like they're doing something with Zaya Squared, but it's going to take a minute to fully establish them as a serious threat and contenders. So they've got to do something with them, maybe have them go up against some more of these NXT tag teams on their quest to get back to the Elegance brand. But at the same time, I want to see one of these NXT teams take that title because they can defend it on 4 shows.
Yeah, and you did see Fiddle Influence come out Zaya Square. We saw the miscommunication when it came to Roxemary trying to influence Zaya Brookside as Lately Mean was taken out. You did see Fiddle Influence win in trios action. And of course, we know 1/3 Fiddle Influence is very notorious for a long run as a tag team champ. Well, I found Henley is also no stranger to that, even if it was for a short stint. So maybe with that win on the countdown, they could set their sights towards the Elegance brand and truly show how much of a field influence they can be in TNA.
I hope so.
Well, again, moving on from there, as I said, we also saw someone else not only cross the line, but walk with Elijah, as TNDK's Shane Hayes took on Elijah in a total WTF mode where people are thinking everything from NXT to within WWE to TNA to maybe Bad Dude Tito out of the California area. Instead, it was Shane Hayes. But Walter, you do keep talking about how The Rock kept wearing a shirt dignifying New Japan Pro Wrestling. Of course, we know New Japan Pro Wrestling is a working relationship with AEW. Someone, again, like I said, made the final stone graphics when it comes to the 5 for WWE and the 5 with AEW. But what do you think Shane Hayes crossed the line means for the New Japan Pro Wrestling contingency working more with TNA? Or do you think at this point, does that constitute that Shane Hayes might be a free agent and maybe become part of TNA?
I'm not one of those news feed bullshit reporters. I have no idea his contract status. But like I said, The Rock wore that shirt. Suddenly, a New Japan crosses TNA on one of the big pay-per-views. And I don't think that's coincidence. So look for more relationship. I mean, if you're New Japan, I'd rather have that relationship than the other relationship. Just saying. I'm not trying to bash, but
it really depends on your hindsight, but also the opportunity that could be at hand. But I can understand what you're saying. Looking at Noah, New Japan, Stardom, Marigold, all Sendai Girls, all Japan. Because again, I'm crazy. Hi, Ash.
But that was the most random. I'm telling you, you could have given me 100 guesses. I wouldn't have guessed that.
You and me both. And Ash giving her thoughts here about that was a good pay-per-view. Last time I watched TNA pay-per-view was against the West 2021. Join us, Ash. It's better on this side. You won't be disappointed. Go check out Under Siege. Become a member today at TNA Plus, $9.99 a month. You haven't seen anything, you've seen everything.
One of us. One of us. One of us.
One of us. Assimilate. Anyway, that being said, moving on from there, let's go ahead and talk about Ultimate X. Again, you talk about the original TNA X Division Championship. We just saw 53rd Ultimate X. And let's call it what it is, Walter. That was the damnedest moment of the night when Leon Slayer climbed the very top of the structure and hit a fucking 450 swanton the entire field, 23 feet down below when you consider it was to the floor, and somehow didn't break his neck. But still, inches. What about inches? 1 foot before the other foot. Perfectly timed spear. Moose retained the X Division Championship.
I want to see that slow down. As much as I love that match, it was a little bit of BS with that ending. Should at least had Moose jump into the air to tackle him so it's clear that no feet would have touched the ground. I just think it was a little bit mistimed. It's not their fault. Like, shit happens, but I think Leon Slater has griped and say, I want my one-on-one. You can turn it into a story. Now, hey, my feet hit the ground with that title. I should be the champ.
Yeah.
Especially if you slow, you know how slow motion is. If you slow that tape really, really down, even if both feet didn't hit the floor, you can manipulate it to look like it did.
Right. And again, JJ, we talked about Leon Slater at odds ends with the system. We also gave comparisons to the young OG from the UK as bouncy, if not more bouncy, than Javon Evans. And literally, it is one of those things where Moose, the highest man involved in the match, his fear of heights was hugely on display. Never put out a ladder, was afraid to stand on top of a chair, got Alisha Edwards at one point to try and seize the title for him. But regardless, the system did work and Moose did retain. So are you surprised by that in any way? And the fact that it was at the expense of Leon Slater in the end?
Not surprised that he retained it all. Honestly, not surprised that it came at the expense of Leon Slater. He's a TNA guy. They see a big future in him. So who better to be the one to kind of like come that close, because now we're kind of foreshadowing that he may be the guy to take the belt off of Moose at the end.
Well, Moose right now proves that you still can trust the system, but we also saw where the system can fail if a degenerate tries to hack it, as we saw 6-man tag team action. Let's call it what it is. 8-person full involvement, as of course we had the system, Brian Myers and the Edwards and Moose stepping in place for JDC, taking on Ace, Austin the Rascalz, Sean Waltman in their corner, while Alisha Edwards was in the system's corner. In the end, Sean Waltman only proved he still got with those leg lariats. He still can pull an X Factor on a man or woman, as you didn't get the Bronco Buster to Alisha Edwards, but you did see Sean Waltman X Factor her and take her out of the equation. As we saw, the Rascalz and Ace Stars were able to upset the system, and Zachary Wentz, former X Division champion, in Moose with a spiral tap in the end. I think that constitutes that man for an X Division championship match. What do you think about that, JJ, with that result?
I can't argue it. I was actually going to say I'm going to go ahead and back out now because I wasn't able to see the whole shows because of you guys being on the account and everything. Mm-hmm. I'm going to have to go back rewatch it, but yeah. So.
Do you have any further thoughts regarding the main event?
Give it some future. You know you like to cook.
I mean, I have nothing that I can really add to some of this stuff because I didn't see it all. So
that's fair. But again, we always appreciate your input. You heard our call, and I know that we will see you on Thursday night for as long as everything works out. Schedules subject to change, folks. TNA Impact Live this Thursday night, the Fall to Rebellion. So thank you again, always, JJ. Appreciate you. And again, we'll be sure to plug you once we're done here, too. Love you, brother.
Take it easy, man.
Always. God bless you. Well, Walter, you and I got for another TNA show once again. So I think we pretty much covered a good portion of what we've seen. Whether Jeff decides to come in here, we'll, continue to talk.
I saw the main event, too, because I was watching it on, other means.
Whatever means. And by the way, apparently it was due to travel constraints, as unfortunately TNA still to this day are plagued by that more than any company, it feels like. But Safet saying that he enjoyed the pay-per-view tonight, so as long as we have fun here, that's all that matters. I mean, again, you didn't get your Alisha Edwards Bronco Buster moment, but you saw Sean Waltman. You called Sean Waltman physically getting involved in TNA. What was that like for you?
Nostalgia, man. He still got it, too. Those quick-ass spin kicks, man.
Right?
Those heel kicks, that dude can still go. Remember this? We were watching this man. I don't know if he lied about his age or whatever, but he was 15 years old in WWE wrestling. You hear all the story. I remember this, watching it too. Right. 1991, 1992, 93, Lightning Kid. First, he didn't even have a name. He was just the kid. Like, he was just a jobber. Then he went to Lightning Kid. Then he went to 1, 2, 3. And then what made him is the Razor Ramon feud. And the $10,000 or whatever it was hanging out. And then Crybaby match and all that.
Yeah, cry me a river. Speaking of which, you do wonder now if Ryan and McNemeth are going to stop crying. Because believe it or not, folks, we have brand new TNA World Tag Team Champions thanks to that Nat Ryan Nemeth getting the win off his brother's hard work, Nick Nemeth, as they were able to take out Matt Hardy at ringside with a chair, back body drop. Jeff Hardy was isolated, low blow into the danger zone later, crawling in like a cockroach for the cover, and Ryan Nemeth pinned Jeff Hardy. We have new TNA Tag Team Champions. Damn it. Of course, the Hardys, though, they have been champions since last year's Bound for Glory and have really, I think, made their own path here at TNA. But with the fact we saw them face Fraxim at Roadblock, it will be the first time we saw them return home to the WWE, though we did see them in NXT. I think a WWE return could be in the book, especially if we saw that TLC match on Friday Night SmackDown. But what's your thoughts regarding now the Nemeth being the TNA Tag Team Champions? And could this be the Hardys' swan song out of TNA?
It could be, but I don't know. Every time they trust Jeff Hardy, something goes wrong. So I don't know. Keep them as TNA. Just let them cross over every now and then. However, I saw this coming.
Yeah.
As soon as Fraxium was called up and we knew we weren't going to get that Hardy Fraxium thing, I was like, yeah, Hardys are losing the title now. It seems like they kind of gave up on that. And they ended up with a tie. I think they each defended their set of titles, and that was it.
Pretty much, yeah. So I guess, both teams now with titles. We saw Fraxium on SmackDown. So honestly, though, I think Street Profits, after what we saw they could do in that ladder match, Montez Ford, you're freaking nuts. I think I'd rather see the Hardys versus the Street Profits versus the New Day, but that's just me. If they decide to go to WWE, DJ Mud King. Got a preference out of those two teams here, Walter, with this question? A big what if?
Street Profits.
Yeah, they want the smoke. And I'm not talking about.
I want the smoke for them because they deserve it. They really do. Like,
yeah, this is the Simple Album review that you want to make a new branding logo for that going forward. I suggested. So I hope you all enjoying this quick little recap and simple post-show tune in. Let's go ahead and keep talking about things there. Of course, we saw the TNA National Championship defended for the first time as Steve Maclin, who stomped that mask, saying, F you, Eric Young, I'm not joining your Northern Army. Eric Young still hell-bent on him joining his cause to rule TNA alongside him. It was a very cerebral match, and in the end, counter roll-up off the attempted pile drive that put away so many for Eric Young to win championship accolades. Steve Maclin did retain his TNA National Championship, but it came at a heavy price, as post-match Northern Armory and Eric Young maniacally choked the man out, and as you talked about, we're trying to take his arm in the process. So I don't think this favor for Eric Young's done with a long shot, but you and I both called Maclin to retain, but at the end of the day, I think Eric Young was still the winner at the end of the day.
Yeah, but still, he didn't look like a winner at the end, being choked by a chain hanging over the top rope. Could have got a separated shoulder too, man. But take the victory, right? You leave with the title, but I don't know who the real winner was, if you know what I mean.
Right. The price of winning is a very heavy price to pay. Speaking of the heavy price to pay, you as a father know what it means to stand and lead by example for your children, whether sons or daughters. A man that literally chose a new lease on life for the sake of his family. Same thing as my mother, God bless her. For his daughter, Mike Santana, who looked to get back on his path of purpose, went back to that dark zone, that pure hatred that fueled him as his blood was spilled and he resurrected, literally at the risk of carving his own flesh with his own barbed wire baseball bat. He took out not only the entire cabinet and tossed his steels in the process. That might have been a little bit extreme in my opinion. But spin the block, turn Mustafa Ali inside out, shut down this propaganda campaign for now, and Mike Santana came out on top of that false Canadian warfare. That was one of the damnedest fights you've probably seen in a while. You call it yourself. It wasn't going to be a match. It was going to be a fight. And it took everybody involved just to try and protect Mustafa Ali, Mr. President, who still fell in the end to Mike Santana. So I would think Mike Santana is finally cleansed, not only of his past and his sins, but he's finally back without interruption on that path of purpose. What did you think about that match? What do you think's next for both men?
Hell of a match. I mean, he literally walked through hellfire and brimstone to go through it. The sight of his own blood. You know how it is when he sees his own blood. He literally got rid of the cabinet, and then that discus, it took him out. Handcuffs came out. That crazy ass spot where he was standing on the stairs to do the suplex. But sadly, it's not over. They're tied 1-on-1. Somebody's gonna have to break that tie. They might, but where the hell do you go from there? You went from a 1-on-1 to a street fight. Where do you go from here?
Full Metal Mayhem. I'm not sure actually. I quit. We saw what Mike Santana was willing to do to make a man quit, including a mat ball to the ribs, causing internal bleeding and trying to take a man's eye out, still ring steps. I'm glad I didn't get that extreme, but still, if it wasn't for Ali, I think Mike Santana would have carved the great hands with that barbed wire baseball bat as he made citizens arrests. Just saying.
I don't know. If you want the cabinet to keep from interfering, you might have to bring back that cage. I mean, you don't have a 6-sided ring anymore, but that cage with the ceiling on it.
And the Lethal Lockdown. I mean, again, we haven't had a Lethal Lockdown match in years. I don't think there's been a Lethal Lockdown since prior to the pandemic, but that's a fair shout. But again, congratulations to Mike Santana. Again, when you bring family values into play, all bets are off when it comes to a man that literally puts you on site. And at one point, you and I thought that literally Mike Santana was dead to rights, and somehow he kicked out on Mustafa Ali's 450 splash threw a freaking table to the floor as against those false counts anywhere, and they literally went anywhere around the ringside.
If it wasn't for him, Ali hurt himself when he did the 450, and he didn't capitalize immediately. He covered about, I say 10 to 15 seconds later. Mike kicked out because of those 15 seconds. I mean, had he landed directly on top of him and covered him, I don't think he would have kicked out.
Yeah, and again, split-second decisions, margin of errors, reckless abandonment, be damned your own health and well-being. That's what Mike Santana Ali proved in that Falls Count Anywhere match, to say the least, like Leon Slater, who almost broke his damn neck. Crazy son of a bitch. Well, that being said, we certainly talked about the main event. We could talk a little more about it, but let's go ahead and talk about the Knockouts Championship real quick. A very testing battle for Masha Slammers, unlike anything we've seen during her run, as Tessa literally dissected her, despite the fact Masha got the first shot in before the bell rang, including Snowplow. It was literally one-legged ass-kicking contest for Masha Slammers to survive against Tessa Blanchard. But something tells me, even though Tessa Blanchard might have saved her arm, Tessa Blanchard is a woman that doesn't take a loss lightly. Not only did she eat her first loss since returning home to TNA, she lost via tapping out to Masha Slammers. That's going to hurt your ego and pride a whole damn lot more. But you almost wonder if Tessa learned a little bit about respect, possibly, after Masha, who endured all the physical and verbal abuse she could from Tessa, was able to overcome that. You said yourself, it was a very taxing match, a match that hit differently.
Yeah, slow, methodical, like you said the key word. I don't know if Masha so much as won or she survived, because god damn, Tessa took it to her. The things that Masha was able to kick out and avoid, I mean, Tessa took it to her. We saw the focus was that knee, and Masha limped her way to a victory. She limped to her back. I don't know what. We'll have to see if they do MRIs and things on that knee and show what happened. But I mean, I called Masha, and I'm telling you, we might see a Flair Blanchard reunion. I'm telling you.
And anything is possible in the X Team relationship. Speaking of things that are possible, impossible, or impressive, as of course we saw our favorite, Indy Hartwell. She is officially now signed to the TNA Knockouts division. Congratulations to Indy, an incredible addition for the Heart Won't Stop. Of course, we've seen her in House of Glory. We talked about her having an upside, of course, not being with WWE, but of course, she did reunite with The Way at the airport. If you looked at her last vlog, like I did, because I find her vlogs very fun, like Mariah May's and Harley Cameron's, for example. But again, Indy Hartwell now part of the TNA Wrestling Knockouts roster. Definitely adds a different opponent for Masha Slammers to overcome, where I think Masha can see a lot of herself in, considering somebody that has overcome the odds, continually moves forward, won't stop. I think Indy Hartwell is going to make a very unique impact part of TNA. So what do you expect from the former, might I add, NXT Women's Champion, now that Indy Hartwell is part of the Knockouts division?
It's been over 2 years since TNA has been in Australia. You turn this into a big star, it might be time to go down under again and do a little tour.
We saw that when AEW went down under. We also saw that when WWE went down under. Just saying, of course, last time we went down under to Australia, Indy Hartwell was there in Perth, Australia, at Elimination Chamber, king off. But I think Indy Hartwell has an incredible upside with the likes of Zaya Brookside, Layling Lee. Watch out for Roxemary. Watch out for Tessa Blanchard. And, of course, NXT crossing the line. It really holds a whole different dynamic for Indy Hartwell to face new and familiar competition, because honestly, this might lead Indy somehow back into NXT.
It can. Hey,
I'm not seeing that.
It's a back door there.
I'm about to say that door goes both ways. You don't need Sammy Count and Vance Warren to put you through it, by the way, with barbed wire either. Crazy son of a bitches. All right. Well, that being said, I figured about covered everything. So let's go ahead, talk a little bit more. You can tell JJ might have been a little bit, I don't know, dejected or surprised, underwhelmed.
I'm shocked. I'm just shocked too. I get why he's like that. It's just like, if not when, you don't want Frankie to be a what if person, man. He deserves it. But we still got that Irvine, California event coming. Right. Don't give up, guys. JJ, Jeff, don't give up, because I feel like he's still got some gripe to say, hey, this is supposed to be my one-on-one.
Yeah, the way I see it, you need to keep your spirit strong. I mean, every match is a learning experience. You got to overcome adversity. You got to constantly face it if you're going to beat it. So it is one of those things where I do wonder if Kazan will win the big one, because I think he should. But I also think it was just too obvious to do it tonight as well. There's a reason why I said Joe Hendry. You can't argue that Joe Hendry is the most marketable, motivational, must-see wrestler virally right now in the wrestling business. He was on freaking WrestleMania, for Pete's sake, with the TNA World Championship. You're not going to take the towel from him after a moment like that. You're not. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I just think that.
Wait a lifetime for a moment like this.
Yeah, about to say, a little time we live in. And now, of course, as we just saw, we got Trick Williams cross the line, looking to whoop that Trick, in his opinion, as he looks to take the TNA World Championship himself. So Trick Williams and Joe Hendry could be a very interesting program where now you might make the people choose. Do you whoop that Trick or do you believe? Because at the end of the day, Trick Williams, is he over just because of a gimmick or does the people of NXT even still believe in him? Did Trick Williams become Carmelo Hayes? Is Trick Williams him, but him missed? I mean, you really got to look at yourself in the mirror right now, Trick, and see really where things went wrong for you because ever since losing the NXT Championship last year to Ethan Page at Heatwave, I don't think Trick's been the same.
And do you do it on an NXT show or do you do it on a TNA show?
Well, considering you got one of each this coming month, Under Siege and Battleground, there's a huge possibility that either one of those could lead to interpromotional history. Again, I didn't have a night for the women thanks to Maggie Lee helping the team of elegance. But at the end of the day, it is what it is.
Just imagine you call a TNA title match on an NXT PLE.
That is not too far-fetched, honestly. I think it's not too far-fetched. NXT title on TNA, I'm just saying. I mean, where did fans have having this continued development relationship we've come to know and love as NXT-NA? And I'm sure there'll be some rebellious actions towards the matches tonight. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, and we'll see the fallout come Thursday night. So that being said, folks, that was TNA Rebellion. Again, quick summary. We saw Fatal Influence beat Roxemary, Layling Lee and Zaya Brookside gotta hit hiccups. Shane Case entered the Walk with Elijah challenge, but was left down with the Highwayman's farewell. We, of course, saw the Rascalz, Ace Austin, and Sean Waltman beat the system with Alisha Edwards. We saw Ultimate X. Moose was able to retain by a split second, even with mistake, margin of error, as he still is the X Division champion. Mike Santana only beat an entire counter, but beat Mustafa Ali with spin the block and false count anywhere. Steve Maclin countered the power driver for a pinfall roll-up against Eric Young, but got choked out post-match steel chain, but is still the TNA International Champion. Thanks to Maggie Lee, Adrian headed by Elegance was able to outlast the field, pinning one half of Spitfire to retain the TNA Knockouts World Tag Team Championships as Ash hit rarefied air, I believe Jody Frett. I think that was Jody Frett.
I think it was Jody.
Yeah, thank you. We saw Ryan Nemeth pin Jeff Hardy after Nick Nemeth with the low blow and into the danger zone, as Nick and Ryan Nemeth are the new TNA World Tag Team Champions. Again, Masha survived on one leg, forced Tessa Blanchard to tap out to save her arm, Fujiwara armbar, and Masha is still the TNA Knockouts World Champion. And in our main event, after an attitude adjustment that sent Frigazarian crashing from the apron through a table to the floor, good Lord, Joe Hendry hit a standing ovation on All Ego Ethan Page, and Joe Hendry is still the TNA World Champion. And Indy Hartwell has officially been signed to the TNA Knockouts division now, and we will see her first time on TNA Impact this past Thursday. Remember, TNA Impact, the fallout of TNA Rebellion, will be live this Thursday night, and whether it's
we're gonna call it
JJ. Yep, some combination, maybe all three of us will be here from the Survivor Studios, giving you all the coverage you need. So that being said, simple final take, Walter. What did you think of Rebellion tonight?
Awesome. Let me go through. Let me see.
Yeah, go for it.
I just want to see something. One.
He's kind of gets points.
3.
Points. This is pretty hilarious.
4. 5. I only got 5. Dang.
I'll put up the scores later on this week.
How did you do?
You dick. All right, fine. Let's see here. I'll be honest. Okay, first off, ding. Ding, ding. Thank you, Moose. Ding. Ding. Damn it. Damn it. Ding. And ding. Because I believe in Joe Hendry. So I think I got maybe one more than you.
Okay.
The fun of predictions, the fun of wrestling is what keeps us all together, even after a night full of rebellion. And again, folks, what's your final thoughts? If you play in the Predictions League, do you know your scores? What's your final takeaways, your final moments, your match of the night? What's your WTS? What do you want to rant about? go ahead and let us know in the comments as we get ready to close things out here. Again, thank you for all the tuning in, not only for our watch along, but our post show. This has been the Super Reliable Review. This might be a thing going forward. I don't know. Depends on how long you can stay awake too. But with everybody, I know got Monday ahead as we get ready soon for May. I know we got work.
I don't know about AEW pay-per-views. It could be a thing for the rest of them, but AEW goes a little too damn long.
I agree. But before we leave, there's one more thing I want to do. Let's go ahead and welcome Jeff motherfucking Meacham back on the stage. Welcome to the Super Reliable Review. Jeff, you just took in
First of all, did you dry your tears?
Yeah, how are you feeling?
Not gonna lie, I'm a little pissed off. Give me 1 second. I think my settings are fucked up, so bear with me here.
Nah, you're good, man. I mean, shoot, you came back at the perfect time because we literally just did our own Super Reliable Review for TNA Rebellion, so we'd love to get your live takeaways of your experience.
So, hi. Oh, hi. That's okay. Well, here's the LA skyline. It's dark as it is up here.
Yeah,
I'm on the rooftop of a parking garage about a block away, I guess. The Galen Center is right there.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, look, I set myself up. Like I expected him to win. His mom's here, his wife's here, his kid's here, Sky's here, and it didn't happen. And I expected too much, and I'm happy for Nick and Ryan. I just don't. I mean, they're like dastardly, swarmy, nasty, arrogant heels, and I shouldn't be happy they won, but they're my buddies. Frankie should have fucking won this match. And to have it be all for naught for Joe because Trick laid his ass out. I'm legitimately upset at the booking.
Hey, you still got Irvin, and if you think about it, Frankie didn't give up the cup. He wasn't forced to let go of the cup, so maybe there's something there.
Okay. I missed that. Explain that to me. It was my understanding that he cashed in. He called the shot.
Yeah, he may have called a shot, but he didn't give the trophy back, which is why he used it as a weapon, I think. But again, I think after the night, he's no longer got that trophy. But I do wonder if he's going to get smart Mark Stern and maybe get a lawsuit in play. Because at the end of the day, I think you were expecting a one-on-one match for your boy when it finally was time, and he got involved in a triple threat where he wasn't even involved in the decision.
Exactly. His shot was called for a one-on-one, and they just added Ethan. So he's got legit gripe with Santino.
He does have legit gripe. My only thing now is they're going to go to Irvine on Thursday for the live Impact and then the taping the next day. It looks, for all rights and purposes, they're not even going to. They're pivoting away from Frankie challenging Henry because fucking Trick. And again, that shit chaps me, and I know it shouldn't. I realize having friends in this business is a dangerous and non-fan friendly thing because your buddy's not going to win when you want him to win. I get it. But I had a wonderful time. Let me be clear on that as well. I can't think till enough for my fucking ringside behind the announcer. I'll say, oh my, that was fucking awesome. Mackenzie Mitchell's out to do doll in person. I want to beat Vic Joseph up to some Prince for that because goddamn, she's smoking hot. Holy fuck. Good to see Tom and Matt. I haven't seen some of the people in ages. Sean, I got to see Sean. I think we made eye contact. I think it was such a fleeting moment because he was busy, punking Alisha Edwards out and giving everybody, X Factors, which is fucking awesome. That was nice. People, you still got. I'm going never lost. He did technically because there was a bad. I'll let John. He be real. Damn it, Walter. One stream I asked. No John Waltman ass mentioned, please. Just one. It will be today, obviously. Maybe the next one. And yeah, it was wonderful seeing. Finally meeting Tracy. I've known Frankie for
5 years.
We've been acquainted since 2001, but we actually met proper 21 years ago. So yeah, it's a long time. And yeah, seeing Sky, dude, everything was telling me it was happening. Sky was there. Frankie's mom's at ringside. Fucking his kid. Everybody was here, and it didn't happen. Anyway, sorry.
Good. Continue.
Hey, there's an idea.
Bang across the line, wins Money in the Bank, uses it on Trick after Trick pins Henry title. What the hell?
Dude, no. You know what? I like that. I like that because I've been a Trick Williams fan, but I am not. I am 100% not okay with them pivoting away from Frankie challenging, especially here in SoCal, because they're going to be in Irvine, and then that's it. They're leaving. They're not, and they probably won't come back here for 500 fucking years again. So I'm not okay with it. I will again. I'm trying to go between like calm, discuss the show fan and just like pissed off for my friend. But again, it yes, Jeff knows it's fake fighting. Frankie knew he was going to lose hours ago. Like I understand that. And what's really shitty. Okay, so here's how this particular thing sums up my week. Okay? So couple a couple matches in, Datella went to the concessions and bought like far too many churros, more than she needed. So she gave me some. And the churros are so sugar. They're so gross. Like I know I work for Disney. I shouldn't say that out loud, but churros are gross. They're nasty and they're sugary as fuck. So I went and gave a couple of the ones she gave me to my buddies in the other row, and then I jokingly walked by a guy. Oh, you love a churro? I kind of gave him a look like, who the hell are you? But when I came back, I handed him a churro. He handed me this in response, a hard seltzer. I'm like, okay, cool. I have something to celebrate with, and now it's sitting here getting warm. So I was like, ah. So yeah, that's been my week pretty much. But anyway, I'm gonna hop off, guys. You guys close it out. Thank you again for letting me pop in. I will see you guys during the week.
It sounds good, Jeff. Safe
Love you
travel.
guys. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, brother. Get my information, folks. Give him a follow today. Stay tuned for Jeff's music and stay tuned for everything in and out here that he does across the Bubba Studios. Well, Walter, simply put, I think TNA Rebellion definitely was a unique pay-per-view. It definitely has given us a couple of things to figure out towards our top 20, too, outside of the fact I still have to watch the Star on pay-per-view this week, and that's definitely going to be the icing on my cake. That's a different conversation. I'll let you know once I have the link. But that being said, folks, what's your final takeaway? I know Rip does grades, but do we really need to grade the business or just be about we like it or we don't like it? Simply put, as I am a simple man, I really enjoyed this show. I don't have any bad notes. Yes, I have personal animosity towards characters that I don't like because there are certain things that chaps my hide, as the saying goes. But that's what it means to be a reactive professional wrestling fan, subjective or opinionated. Whether you're critical, don't be cynical. And at the end of the day, just enjoy life and enjoy the business. You don't like it, get the fuck out of here. But that's all I got to say about that. Be your own from a rebellious. And yeah, as far as Trick Williams, maybe they could have saved that for the aftermath of TNA Impact, but you do wonder that trick shot when you try to take Joe Hendry's moment, the fact he took, the moment from NXT this week where it looked like Trick was going to try and finally confront with him one-on-one. Maybe Trick felt he was justified for doing that. I don't know. You almost wonder if Trick's going to gloat about this Tuesday or if Ever Reigns going to chastise him for it.
Hey, Trick felt like an afterthought on Tuesday. And now
He's been an afterthought this year.
He made sure you didn't.
Now everyone's going to talk about Trick Williams. He whooped Joe Hendry. Now Joe Hendry is going to remind you why you believe. Hey, you know what that means? Joe Hendry's going to write a song about him.
Oh, the playfulness of the word trick, the way he's going to use it.
Yeah, stay tuned for your next number one hit, folks, in Spotify. And that being said, stay tuned for the next time we go live. I believe this week is actually super simple. The only thing we have planned, I believe, is TNA Impact Live this Thursday. So stay tuned for more on that. And I think with that, as we are not even out here on the East Coast of Sunday night, we're actually going to try and get out here before Monday hits. So thank you all once again for tuning in. Let's go ahead and Walter, you can just plug your stuff tonight because, again, always a pleasure. Damn, your graphic.
Average of Wrestling on YouTube, the bread and butter. At what? Walter.cruz.940 on Instagram, and of course X at Walter Alex Cruz. But we do got to give. It's JJ's different room.
It's in a different brand. We'll just go to the regular brand. I mean, the show is pretty much done
there you go.
There you go. So let's just go ahead and get everybody out there. And again, what is wrong with you two and your fucking graphics? Go check out the Renegade of Wrestling. I'm surrounded by idiots. Go, please follow the Renegade Wrestling, JJ Williams. You see the social medias there. Follow him on Instagram, Cassidy 18 Studios on YouTube, ROWJJ Williams on the X, and Cassidy 18 Studio on Blue Sky, or also on the X, again, without the S. You see what that's about. If you want to engage with me, my simple, because I actually have some freaking integrity, you can follow me on my simple brand, Fox1916, YouTube, and the X primarily, where I keep into a prediction leads, give you an HBO review impromptu, do some predicting, and join these yahoos, of course, anytime that we do watch-alongs and fun stuff as well. You saw Jeff Meacham, so please follow him on the social media, where he's working at someplace magical or he's ranting about something analytically. Whether it's on the Naughty Q review or Meacham's Musing, give a shout out, give a follow to good old Jeff motherfucking Meacham. There you see the social medias right there. And again, our Canadian friend, Ash, she might get involved in more TNA stuff, so stay tuned for further content. She balances life and wrestling. Priorities over passions always, my friend. Follow her. Don't be a dickhead. Become baddie. Baddie for wrestling. Yeah, the graphics got to get uploaded here in this brand at some point. Baddie for wrestling, folks. You see the social media plugs right there as well. And as I said, this coming Thursday, you'll find me, Walter, or Jayne come on the TNA Impact Live. But come this Saturday, we are certainly going to do something wild as we do a top 20 this month for April. What the fuck are we thinking? Top 20 matches courtesy of me and Walter Cruz. So stay tuned for more on that. That'll be this Saturday. Time to be determined May 3rd with the return of Super Reliable Gaming and Just to Justify. There you go, Ash. I hope that makes you happy, dickhead. And again, you also will find them. You're all dickheads, admit it. Anyway, you'll find Walter, a bunch of other dickheads, and a bunch of other people throughout the spaces each week. Whether or not the schedule maintains normal, no idea. Stay tuned for more on that. And that's all I really got to say right now before I bid you all fine adieu. But as always, I like to conclude, there are no winners, no losers, no betters. Just fans with opinions with this passion we all share. At the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too. Treasure your families despite them having idiotic graphics. And just enjoy live and enjoy professional wrestling. And it's truly as simple as that. And again, to everybody in the chat, for Safet, Charles, for Nestor, for Bodyman, Darren G, Arlene, Ash, for everybody that always tunes into our stuff, whether tonight or anytime, live or on demand. We thank all of you because you constantly make this possible. And I assure you, our creativity, our wrestling coverage, our passion, our takes, the shenanigans are not laying out anytime soon. But I think I've said enough for one night as we pull the plug on this presentation and the first time ever, the Simply Reliable Review. Thank you all again for tuning in. I bid you all now find adieu. So before Walter Cruz, who's very tired, say subscribe and say goodbye.
Subscribe, goodbye, and for the hell of it, here's Lola's ass.
Oh, for the love of fucking hell. Damn it, Walter, you freaking idiot. And it's a goodbye for me, who continues to endure this absolute insanity, whether I'm 100% healthy mentally or I'm 50% here in some sort of state physically. I thank you all once again. I am nothing more but a simple man. My name is Noel Foster. He is Mr. Reliable. We are super reliable. We're also fucking tired. So until Thursday night live for TNA Impact, I hope that you all enjoyed our coverage of TNA Rebellion. And until then, enjoy your week. Enjoy the rest of your night or evening, especially on the West Coast. Drive safe if you're in LA. And make a positive impact in life. And have a good night. This has been TNA Rebellion. For you still should believe in Joe Hendry. Have a good night, folks.
Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry. I believe in Joe Hendry.
Oh, wait, hit the button. Too much.